But then this morning I thought I'll bring some satsumas in, feeling healthy. Have some satsumas. Do you want some satsuma? Do you like satsumas? You like satsumas? They're very good for you. I grew them myself. I walked in with a big bag the other day and somebody actually on the desk said, "Oh, did you grow these?" I thought, yeah, constantly growing satsumas. Seriously. No, they're in here. You'll have to, well, you can't. You can't. I'll have to, I'll chuck them outside. I'll do, give me one. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Hold on. Just, there you go. I'll leave them just outside the door. Oh! Don't eat them all. It's got to go for the news desk as well a bit later on. There you go. See, because I'm good. I feed them. I make sure that they've all got sort of some vitamin C. But satsumas are very in at the moment. Some people don't even eat stuff like that until it gets to Christmas. And yet, I think satsumas are great. Pop some in your pocket, Nick. Go on, treat yourself. Sit on the bus. Start peeling a satsuma. You wait, somebody will complain. They always do. I remember sitting on the bus eating, what was I eating a short while ago? Oh, it was a Greggs sausage roll. But actually, do you know, I've been proven twice right. First of all, I said a short while ago, about 3 weeks ago, odd, when I walked into Greggs, there was nobody in there. There was and I remember normally I have to stand outside. Well, I say to them, excuse me, is there a separate queue for celebrities? And they always look at me strangely. And so I went in there the other day, nobody was in there. There was nobody in there at all. And so I ordered my usual bacon baguette. Extra bacon, that's 5 pieces, and strange enough, they've just announced job losses. 800 people are going to go from Greggs because they can't afford to keep going because they're not selling. Now, why not? Because there's still people building. Is it obviously office workers keep Greggs working? And so I've been in a couple recently. I haven't had to queue. I've just been in and get my sort of baguette with extra bacon, and then blow me down. Was it 2 weeks ago? I said when the Yorkshire Ripper went into hospital, then blow me down. He dies the other day. I'm frightened to mention anybody. Seriously, everything is coming true. Everything is coming true. I'm not going to mention any. What's that? What's that? Oh right. It's like being back at school, isn't it? It's like being behind the bike sheds. Got any chocolate? Yeah, I got some chocolate. You got that? Actually, Joe, I was thinking about why was it always behind the bike sheds at school that people used to go for a cigarette? And having listened to Clive Ball earlier on, the amount of people who appear to be on drugs is quite frightening, isn't it? They go, yeah, I did this, and you're thinking, have you heard yourself back again? This is obviously not a good advert for ever doing drugs. I had a friend of mine some years ago, and I mean some years ago, and he did cannabis. And he would be one of those who'd be going, oh, it's okay, Steve, I do cannabis. And then he went on to something called skunk, which apparently is like super duper off your face completely. I mean, seriously, I'd never heard of it. It just looked like dead leaves. And I can't bear the smell of it. Anyway, it sounds like old socks. And he did this. He started imagining everything. He seriously thought that he was going to be buying a Lamborghini. And I remember thinking, I don't quite get the benefit of drugs at all. It's like a hallucinogenic thing, isn't it? I mean, I used to do Haliborange tablets, and 2 of those, and you imagine that your cold had gone away. Because that's what we said. Every Christmas or every sort of winter day, my mother would go, Haliborange tablet. We'd stand up there like we were in Oliver, and she'd give us Haliborange and we'd go, that's going to keep away the cold. Never did. Now I've got the flu jab every year, except last year. I didn't have it last year, and I didn't get flu either. Normally, I get some throat infection, because if you use your voice as your tool, then, as you can well imagine, after a while, you sort of put a bit of strain on it. And so this week's actually been quite a nice week. Sort of a nice week. I don't want to go into the ins and outs, but I'm worrying about Christmas now. The government has said 2 weeks. If we don't sort out 2 weeks and the coronavirus and people stay in, then you're not going to be having Christmas. It's as simple as that. They're not going to be saying, oh, go and have your Christmas. I'm putting my tree up next week. They turned the lights on in Twickenham the other day. Just got the one bulb hanging in the middle of the high street. We've pushed out the boat, which was lovely. And because my neighbour Lynn, she phoned me and she said, oh, the lights are on in Twickenham. Well, by the time I got out there, they'd all gone off. I want them on all night. Well, I do, but of course, because of social distancing, I've turned them on about 5 times now, and we're waiting for Sandy's, the fish shop, once he gets his illuminations going, and this year he's got a giant snowman together with polar bears, everything, penguins, they all light up, they like these fibre sort of thing. I do have lights, yes, we have three trees every year. Unfortunately, this year, and I'm going to get into trouble with people, because I've got a fake tree. I've got a fake tree and then 2 real trees. Because if you have a real tree, keep it outdoors, because it'll last much longer. Because if you put it indoors, heating will dry it out and end up with a twig in a pot, and it looks stupid. So so I've got one of these new, I think they're called Christmas Best or Santa Best. It's got, it's from QVC. It was £350, this tree. It's 6 foot. Guess how many different light variations it does? 116. 116. That keeps you on a remote. So it can go from all white to flashing to twinkling to red, green, multicoloured, everything. 116 different things. I can't wait to get it up. I seriously cannot wait. There it is. Is that it? That's it. Santa's Best. A pre-lit spruce tree. They go up to 8 feet tall, and we had to wait. So that's one of the things there. But the same bulb does about 4 different colours. It's really quite amazing. I can't wait to get it out of the box. At the moment, it's still in the box. And I think they look really nice. And they do look good. Au revoir, mon ami. See, look, there you go. And it's gone red now. And then it goes blue, green, purple. There's all sorts of different colours. And they're little tiny micro lights. They've thought of everything on this Santa's Best. 116 functions. And it's... Sorry? I've got one. Only got one. And I'm not sure if 6 foot's big enough now. I could probably get an 8 foot just to be on the safe side. But the nice thing is that it's you don't have to do anything with it. You don't have to sort of wire it up. It's all pre-lit. All the wires all the lights are attached to it. And when you put the top bit on, you don't have to connect it up. You just drop it in, and it works instantly. So I thought anything nice and easy. And if you buy the 7 and 8 foot trees, then you've got 3 pieces to put together. But again, you just drop them in. And I thought, it makes you feel a bit more festive, doesn't it? Because I think most people this year are going to be feeling, without being brutally honest about it, bloody awful. Because, people have lost jobs, people can't afford to buy things. And yet all the television shopping channels, you can have it in easy payments. And I'm thinking, the trouble is buying on the Never Never is never the answer, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm not sort of somebody who goes mad over Christmas. I like to do Christmas, believe you me, but I'm not going. And I would never put things on the Never Never. I sort of worry about things on the Never Never, where you sort of go, have it now. They always say, do you have a so and so card, or do you have a this card or that card? And the answer is no, I don't. Don't. It's hand lotion. Hand lotion. You're going to drink it or something like that. Imagine. I wonder what effect it would... No, don't. Please don't even think. Have you had a shave this morning? Lord, honestly. There's no end to the excitement, is it? People actually dress up for this programme. Or down. That's nice. That take you long? Yeah. 10 minutes? Probably about 10. It's nice. It's a good look. Much better. Yeah. The makeup's good as well. I mean, I'm really impressed with that. Because you can never get the eye makeup done properly, can you? Doing that line underneath. Full drag this morning. We're all in favour of that. It's good. Hair's still a bit messy, but we can't have everything. We get there slowly but surely. But, no, yesterday I went out to do... I got up early, and I went to do shopping, and I came back. I was back home by 10:30. I was eating lunch by 11. Seriously, I thought there was something the matter with my stomach. But, I had it chili con carne. It was quite nice. But I didn't have it with rice. It comes with rice, but I said I'll have it with egg noodles. It was actually quite nice. But the trouble is with me, you've got to cut the noodles up with a pair of scissors, because otherwise you've got... And they're all over the clothes, and just... It's the messiest thing. It's like going out to a restaurant, not that you can, but if you could, and eating spare ribs. And I love spare ribs, but the worst thing is you get them dripped all over you, and it dribbles down the front of you. You know what it's like. Really awful. So I had the chili con carne, and it was delicious. Absolutely delicious. But Sorry? No, I didn't put anything with it. I didn't put anything with it at all. I should have done. Do you know, I wish I'd had some grated cheese to just put over the top of it. But I've stopped doing grated cheese because of the ingredients in it. I just thought it was cheese that they grated and put it in a plastic packet, but it's not. It's like synthetic. And I've decided that I'm going to start eating more carrots. I'm not big into carrots, but somebody said to me, why don't you just buy them as little... You can buy them already pre-cut, because as you can well imagine, I'm totally useless. I can't cut a carrot for love nor money. And so I could cut it up and then just have a little carrot stick, or celery, because I like celery. And then I've got to eat more salads. My diabetic nurse said to me, she said, did you eat many salads? I said, to be honest, Michelle, look at me. Do I look as though I eat salads? The answer is no. I'm not worshipping at the salad bar, but I wish I was. Steve, how was James O'Brien? He sounded so happy to see you last week. He did. He did see me. He tried, we're trying to do the touching. James, please, no. It's just not necessary. I did it to my friend Callum the other day, so I wasn't sure we're supposed to be hugging. Is hugging out or is hugging in? Hugging's out. Not with, as you know, not with Callum at all. I mean, he sort of started hugging before I'd even arrived in the room. But that's because we're in showbiz. And I quite like doing that. Don't like the other messy stuff. I know I mustn't. But you know what it's like. Occasionally, you've got to push the boat out a little bit and sort of go, I'm gonna do something now, which, might not go down with other people, but to be honest with you, it's like the other day. Do you know I still have not done? I've not bought my own glasses, my Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses. So today, I'm determined to do it. I'm going to buy 8. So that I can give them away to people that I like. And so I should be doing that, buying some today. It would be very nice indeed. Because I don't know how many we've got. Well, we've sold over 5,000 of these glasses, which means that you, at the moment, have done an awful lot for charity. I mean, you've really raised it. It runs into... Well, we worked it out the other day. I think Corey thought that we'd done over £100,000. I don't know how we were. Just on the glasses. Yeah. Just on the glasses, because it's too... Well, if we do... I mean, I can't work it. To be honest with you, anything to do with mathematics at this time of the morning is hopeless. Somebody says to me, no, just leave it. £25 for 2. But we've also sold single ones as well for, I think they're £15 for one single glass. But obviously better to get 2 for £25, because then you save a little bit on them. And also, you don't have to put Prosecco in there. You can put orange juice, beer... Ribena. You can put Ribena in. I had Schlur in my one, what? That was Schlur. Have you ever had Schlur? It's fizzy apple juice, isn't it, I believe? Yeah, it's quite nice. We put it in there because they said to me, should we get a bottle of Prosecco? Now, normally, I'd have been going, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll take one home. But of course, I said, no, I'm not drinking at the moment. I might drink at Christmas. I haven't quite decided. And so we ended up with some Schlur in there. But because it's all sugar, I didn't have very much of it, just a little... I thought I'm only going to go mad and do something ridiculous. And then the news came through the other... Literally, as I went home on the Friday, the news came through of Peter Sutcliffe, who... What are we looking at? What? Oh, break. Oh, right. So, yeah. The news came through about Peter Sutcliffe, and I thought... But he died at apparently like 1:15 in the morning. But as with all of those things, they hold it back until they get to a bulletin. So I didn't get that one. But, I mean, I've got some news which I was a bit surprised at. But on the other hand, not surprised at, because I kind of almost predicted it a short while ago. Plus, they've already started filming the I'm a Celeb. So how much of it is live and how much is Memorex? So they've got some, because I don't know. And snow and gales and rain on the way. And what was the other one that I noticed? Oh, shoppers urged to treat themselves by Tesco. Tesco said treat yourself, because I'm determined this year that we're all going to have a nice time. And as I'm with you on Christmas morning, I'm going to blooming well make sure you have a nice time. Even if you're feeling particularly... like that, I shall make sure that you feel a lot better. Welcome to Sunday, the 15th of November. And miserable, and I hate this weather, I really do. I got quite despondent yesterday when I came out, and in fact, actually this evening, as I was sort of coming into the studio, it was so today heavy rain showers and a moderate breeze. Luckily, I've got an umbrella. That little umbrella, I brought it with, but I bet you didn't bring an umbrella. No. You should have brought an umbrella. It's 14 degrees today, which is not brilliant. And in fact, as you sort of run through, when is it going to be raining? Oh, now. Now, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. In fact, actually, all the way through the day till 7. When at 8 o'clock, it kind of dries up a little bit, which is a bit of a pain, isn't it? Monday is cloudy. Tuesday... Oh, you've got one. Oh, well done. Tuesday, cloudy. Wednesday, cloudy. Thursday, sunshine. Friday, sunshine. But the temperature drops on Friday to 9 degrees. So it's very cold. Very cold. And we don't like things like that. So then what was the other news that came? Oh, there were so many things. There's somebody called Ollie Ollerton. I've never heard of him either, but he's on one of those SAS-type programmes where they're hard. And then I think, obviously their agent says, can you start dropping hints about you'd like to go on this programme and that programme? So he said, I love watching dancers on the box. I'd love to try something like that. And I'm thinking, why don't you go away? You know, I'm sick to death of people that they put on these sort of programmes. However, over on ITV... Eamon and Ruth have been dropped from Friday. Now, strangely enough, this came up a little while ago because you've got Pip and Holly who do it during the week. And then on Friday, you get Eamon and Ruth. And they've been doing it since about 2006. I mean, it's about 14 years they've been doing it. And then they cover for Pip and Holly when they go on holiday. So they get 6 weeks in the summer when they do their summer break. And they've dropped them. Martin Frizzell, who's the exec editor of the programme, has obviously decided they need a bit of diversity. And the diversity is that they've had Alison Hammond on the programme for years, and they've gone, oh, she's really popular, but they've never only recently have they started using her. So they're giving her and Dermot O'Dreary the Friday programme. So Eamon and Ruth don't have the Friday programme. Now, this happens a lot in television. It was funny because I think they'd heard a rumour a short while ago. It's not that they're not liked. There's nothing to do with that. It's just that obviously Martin has gone, let's try something different. Alison Hammond is very popular. Dermot O'Dreary's not done anything since the programme he used to do. Was it The X Factor or something? I don't know. I can never remember what these people do. And so they seem to work quite well because to find two people who work well together is a difficulty. Not just in television, it's in radio as well. Radio, very difficult. You know, everybody thinks, oh, it's easy. You just put two people together and they have chemistry. No, it doesn't work like that. It really doesn't. Some person, especially on radio, has got a lead and the other person has to kind of follow it behind. No, it doesn't work for everybody. There is an art to doing it, I promise you. And so in the case of Eamon and Ruth, it's a case of she's still got Loose Women. She's got her sort of clothes and everything else she does on QVC. What he's got, I've got no idea. He apparently is said to be furious. But then, of course, you would be. If you'd lost a job you'd had for 14 years, I mean, that's a long time. You know, all of a sudden not to get it, it makes you feel as though you're worthless. But, I mean, they're not worthless. They're both very... Thank you. My God, that's a bit murky, isn't it? I don't mind murky, no. I can stand a spoon up in that, in the tea. I mean, he said, how much milk? So I said, not a lot. And that's exactly what I've got. So, I mean, obviously I've made a rod for my own bed. No, it's great, seriously. I'm not complaining. Not many. So anyway, whilst I feel sorry for them, she's got loads of work to do. And I don't know what else he does, actually. I'm really not too sure. Somebody says maybe he should write a book. But the trouble is, if he writes how do I phrase this? If he writes a book or he starts doing newspaper interviews where he's not very complimentary about the editor or writes a column or something like that, you know, the chance of doing the 6 weeks cover next year might disappear out the window. So the thing is, you have to be gracious. It's never easy. I'm assuming they don't have contracts, because if they had contracts, then they wouldn't be worrying about it. Maybe it's the end of the year. Contracts run all over the place. I mean, at one time, I think most of the LBC presenters also seem to finish their contracts at the same time. And then I suddenly realised that as things change throughout the year, they all occur in different periods of the year. And to be honest with you, I can't even tell you when mine expires. I can't. I think it's about 2030 or something like that. And but so everybody's got contracts. Well, most people have got. You got a contract? No, Joe doesn't have a contract. You got a no. Only a few people have got contracts. Presenters have to have contracts, I think, because it's the way that people sort of tie you into something. And Mary Beth in Maryland says, "There's so much I love about your show. However, I finally figured out what I love best. It's easy to know that you love your job." Yes. Does that come across? I try not to make it too obvious that I do, in fact, enjoy my job. I mean, I've always said, I said to somebody earlier on, that, in fact, if you have a job and you do it and you like doing it and people like you doing it, then that's the trick, isn't it? Which is quite nice. Maggie says, stop talking about food. Ooh, they've got apple and stuff like that. And there's Donny of Eastbourne with the Groovy Gang glass. Shirt's got to go, Donny, okay? Just telling you that. Now, now that's definitely alcohol in there. That is definitely alcohol in that glass. And the Satsumas on the shirt. No, they're not Satsumas, they're oranges. Satsumas are a bit more squidgy, aren't they, looking? They're a bit sort of misshapen. I don't mind, actually. I don't know what I'm talking about, Satsumas. I brought in a big bag of them. I haven't even had one yet. I gave some to Zora because she's a healthy girl, and some to Jake, and also Joe got very excited. Said, "Would you like a Satsuma?" Well, seriously, you'd have thought I'd said, "Would you like £1 million?" He got very excited. Yes, please. Yes, please, Mr. Steve, thank you. And so we sorted that out. Talking about the weather, says Shane, 30 degrees this afternoon and tomorrow. They're predicting 40. He's not here, he's in Sydney. That's quite nice, isn't it? Not for me. Not for me at all. How are you finding not drinking? Absolutely fine, Natalie. Natalie's in Dubai. And she says, I haven't had a drink for 2 weeks and I was planning to go until the end of the month, feeling a lot fresher. It's funny, is having a drink next will feel like I'm cheating. No, I mean, I'm fine. I haven't sort of felt any withdrawal symptoms or anything like that. I thought it'd be a bit like smoking, although actually I didn't get withdrawal symptoms with smoking. People were saying to me, oh, you know, when you stop smoking, Steve, oh, it's going to be awful, it's going to be... And actually, I didn't find it too difficult. He says, crawling up the walls in restaurants, going, come on, yeah, I mean, I've been sort of in a fairly bad mood for the last few years that I've given up smoking. But now I can say, but I'm not a non-smoker, I just don't smoke. It's a bit like being an alcoholic. If you're an alcoholic, you're always an alcoholic, whether you're drinking or whether you're not drinking, because it takes the one drink to get you back on it again. So I've actually given up two of the most difficult things that there are. I mean, there are other things you can give up, but I'm going down that route. I should go. I like making cushion covers. And I was watching a programme on the telly the other day, and there's this woman, and she hangs around council tips. And somebody will be emptying something out of the boot of the car, and she'll go, oh, can I have that? And they go... Yes, of course you can, strange woman with the film crew. And so that she sort of takes all these things, and she knows all these little artisan people, and they bring them back to life again. And it's really... And then she goes back after she sold them and says, listen, do you remember I bought your rocking horse? Well, here it is now. And look, and they go, oh, that's amazing, she said. And I sold it, and there's £100. Because whatever I mean, sometimes they don't make 100. The other one the other day got 240 quid. Because one of her friends turned these chairs into something really fantastic. So I love programmes like that because there's an art to it. It's like Repair Shop. It's not unsimilar, except they're actually flogging it afterwards. You know, whereas on Repair Shop, they don't. So, Natalie, don't worry. It isn't difficult to stop drinking or to stop smoking or to cut down on fried food or something like that, you know, because some people just do it for an effect. You know, as really, they leave the building and they've got bars of chocolate in their pocket, chocolate here and all the rest of it. You know, and they go, oh, it's all right, Steve, I'm being really good. Look, I'm just eating cut apple. You know, I mean, I ask you. Actually, I saw where was I? It must have been in a supermarket where they were selling apple which had already been cut. You could buy cut apple. I mean, is that normal? Can people not cut apples? Is that what you bought? You bought cut apple? Lot of what? What did you say? Part of a meal deal. What's the rest of it? Packet of crisps, cheese and pickle sandwiches, and a pancake roll. But you get the fruit. Fruit's very good for you. But does it fill you up? Not really. No, it doesn't, does it? You need something a bit more substantial. I know what you mean. I mean, I've been there. Packet of crisps is quite... Actually, do you know, occasionally I do have a packet of crisps. Not very often, because I always think, no, it's just a potato. But then potatoes are quite good for me. My diabetic doctor said to me the other day, she said, because my blood sugars go a bit all over the place, especially in the early hours of the morning, she said, why don't you have a sandwich? I said, can I have a sandwich? She said, yes. You know, bread is carbs and stuff like that. And I had some potato the other day, which I just did with little miniature sweet corn. It was quite nice, actually. And I put in 6 Brussels sprouts. I thought, push the boat out, Stephen. 6 Brussels sprouts. Little tiny ones. They cook really quickly. But it was the little sweet corn that I went, oh, that's nice. But I'm still hunting around for the sausages in batter that Marks and Spencer's do with the curry dipping sauce. They'll be going home with me in the trolley, let me tell you. But I'm taking a break. God, Lord above, honestly. Pushy on a blooming Sunday. We're supposed to be just relaxed. I mean, what was that song, you know? I'm easy like a Sunday... Not on this programme. No, is she tense? Oh, dear, here we... Curse of Steve Allen hits again. I could have sworn... I don't know why. There was a picture came up of Mikhail Gorbachev. And I said to the boys and girls, I said, I think he's dead. And they went, no, he's definitely alive. And it was his wife who died. I think she died a few years ago. How old did we say he is? He's 89. 89. But unlike Michael Parkinson, Gorbachev has sort of put on weight, so his face has filled out a bit, whereas Michael Parkinson went sort of quite gaunt and thin, because people were talking about him on the internet and saying, Parky's, he's looking his age now, and then it seems to work for sort of different people. But anyway, all very nice indeed. So, Eamon and Ruth, actually an awful lot of people on Twitter are saying, well, we're not going to be watching the programme. Well, let me tell you, people will continue to watch the programme. They do. People do. I've seen it happen over the years. They say, so-and-so's been taken off this programme. I shall never watch it ever again. And people do, because you just get used to doing it. What else have we got? So, Cliff Richard, his verdict on rap music. He said it'd be great if only they could sing. I agree. I've got a hip, did you hear me? Up jump the boogie. I remember Rapper's Delight. Sugar Hill Gang, you see? Even doing a bad impression like that. Oh, dear. Catherine Zeta-Jones and her 20-year marriage to Michael Douglas must be like being his carer, I should imagine. And also, Aled Jones. Lovely Aled. He claims he can down a pint in 4 seconds. I've never drunk a pint, so I wouldn't have the faintest idea. The brothers who paid off their parents' mortgage by playing computer games. They invent computer games. People are clever like that. I am not one of those people. And then Megan Barton, I'm sure I must have read this wrong. Megan Barton Hanson, she was some person who gets her boobs out. They reckon on this group called OnlyFans, she earns, it can't be this much, she says 800,000 a month. What, just under 10 million a year for getting your sad old boobs out? I don't believe it. It must be about 8,000 a month, maybe. You don't want to Google it. I don't want to Google it. But thank you, Jake. So, it can't be 800,000 a month. It's just, 80,000 a month. So, 9 million? No, it can't be. Is that? No, I can't believe it. The tax man's going to love you, sweet cheeks. He's going to be having a field day with you. You think it's 800,000? Who are these people who pay for that sort of thing? Really? It's a bit tatty, isn't it, really? Also, calling all scouts. Get your woggles ready. You can join a round the world challenge. I never got as far as the scouts. I only got as far as the Cubs. First Hong Kong troop. And I was used to get my little shorts, my woggle, and I didn't get any badges, no. We sort of left Hong Kong before I got round to it. Although I was very good at identifying leaves and trees and knots and stuff like that. Nobody could do a sheep shank like me. I was sort of there, and you get all these sort of different things to do. And I didn't get any badges at all. Otherwise, my mother would have sat there religiously sewing them on my uniform. And then we came back to this country, and then I didn't bother with it. I'd sort of grown up a little bit. I was about 12, and I just didn't want to do it. I don't know why. Because I think it's very worthwhile for a lot of people to do stuff like that. And just down near where friends of mine used to live, in Chelmsford, the house there, they have all the Scout jamborees there. They also have the V Festival on the same site. And I remember thinking, that looks quite good. And they brought in all the Scouts from around the world, and they all sort of camp. Boy, did they camp. And it was all very nice, actually, but I just got as far as the Hong Kong troop. And what you do with your uniform, I've got no idea. I'd love to see it now, just out of curiosity. It looks... I think it was... I can't remember. I just remember we had this thing, and you put it round your neck, and you put your woggle on, and I think I was probably wearing khaki shorts, probably with a khaki shirt. I would imagine it could have been a white shirt. I'm not even sure if there's any photographs of me. Chris says, now you've mentioned Gorbachev, he won't be with us by the end of the week. Can you imagine? There you go, young members. It's very worthwhile. To be honest with you, young people nowadays, they're a bit lost, aren't they? They're a little bit lost. But all their shirts were green, but whether it was in Hong Kong, I don't think it was, actually. I think I was probably khaki. But it's a great... It makes sort of people think. Makes people think you can do good jobs. And you can... look at that. Uniform. Related it... Oh, blimey. That was me. I didn't have long trousers. I think I was only short trousers. Only 10 at the time, so I definitely would have had short trousers. Definitely. Which actually is not bad. I went to school when I was 14 in short trousers. Another story. Steve... Says Matthew, talking of Peter Sutcliffe, can you believe there was a 6-page pull-out him in yesterday's Sun? There's pages on him today with the wife, who used to go to visit him all the time, and I still think living in the same house. I still think living in the same house. Steve, I watched a few snippets of Fives Company on YouTube. Forgot what a fun show it was. Didn't realise you were up for such a laugh. Yes, I was. But for some reason, I did all right on Fives Company, which had Esther McVeigh and Nick Knowles and, there was, well, 5 of us. But there was a rotating team, which was very nice indeed. But because it was a new programme on the television and they wanted celebrity interviews, they used me, because I was the only one who was actually on the radio doing celebrity interviews. So they were able to say to the PR companies, well, Steve Allen's doing it. So they went, oh, right, so we know. So that's why we got lots of interviews, which is good. Another one here. I read an article saying that on Christmas morning, instead of special shows, ITV are giving us the usual programming with Holly, Pip and Lorraine. Yeah. I mean, do you think it's live or do you think it's going to be Memorex? Because so many Christmas programmes are Memorex. And Pip's not got anything to do, has he? He doesn't have a boyfriend. He doesn't have a wife. So there's just himself and the daughters and the ex-wife. So I'm assuming, perhaps he'll just drive back afterwards to go and have Christmas lunch. You don't think it'll be live? See, I'm not too sure about it now because somebody could catch them out quite easily. Because most Christmas programmes are pre-recorded. Dale's Christmas show, it used to be Winton's Wonderland, was recorded back in November. Beginning in November, they'd all go into the studio. It's like when you do a photo shoot for OK Magazine for Christmas. Christmas arrives in the back of a lorry, and they bring the tree in. It's all decorated. They've got fake presents. They bring round jumpers and all the rest for you to put on. Then they photograph it, and then that forms part of their Christmas stuff. It's never done for Christmas. You could have sort of done it back in Easter time. It does spoil it, doesn't it? I went past somebody's windows. It might be Harvey Nicks in Knightsbridge. And it looks as though it's snowing in the windows. It looks very, very impressive. I like Christmas lights. Will you be having any up this year, Joe? Will we have a tree? Big tree, little tree, sort of medium tree. What's fake? I know. This is the first year in a long, long time I've had a fake tree. I normally have real trees because I like the look of them. And we've got 2 trees, which I think Paul Cooper sourced, and they're really nice. When you see a tree, sometimes they're a bit naff. But they're both really nice shapes. Very nice shapes. So, anybody else be having a real tree up? Will you be having a real tree up, Jake? Will you have a real tree this year, or? Sorry? It's up? Up already? Lord above. It's unlike you to be in advance of everybody else in the world. So you've got your... That wasn't your tray. How big is it? 8 foot? Good Lord above. Is it inside or outside? How big are your ceilings? 8 quite high. Living in a church still, are you? Flat with high... I've never heard of a flat with high ceilings. And you've got an 8 foot up? Well, I'm very impressed. Very impressed. Good Lord. I couldn't get an 8 foot up. I really couldn't. That's very impressive. And you have coloured lights or white lights? That's the thing, isn't it? That's the trick. Coloured lights. Yeah, I like the colour ones. I bought one set of lights the other year and they were just green and red, which I think are very festive colours. But then I've seen blue trees and I think I quite like them. So on this tree that I've bought, when I actually put it up, yeah, white looks classier, doesn't it? Yeah. There's no point trying to compete with the neighbours who've got the inflator Father Christmas and the inflated Rudolph on the roof of the house and all the rest of it. I always wanted a snow machine. I wanted to bring one in over Christmas. So my brother comes up on Christmas Day morning and he goes to his wife and he goes, "It's snowing." They go, "No, Stephen's just rented a snow machine." Yeah, I'd love a snow machine. Did you ever see the Christmas tree that snowed? A friend of mine, I saw one in a shop window and I thought, oh, a Christmas tree that snows. And do you know all it was? It was a Christmas tree. It wasn't a very good Christmas tree. And the middle of it was a hollow tube with lots of holes in it. And it's sitting in like a bin thing with lots and lots, billions of little teeny tiny polystyrene balls. And what happens is the balls get blown up. There you go. They get blown up the tree and they come out the top and it showers all the way down. There you go. We found it on YouTube. Look at that. You haven't got one of those, have you? Yeah, it is a bit tacky. Look at the size thing that you've got underneath it. Can you imagine trying to pick up all those polystyrene balls at the end of them after you've dropped them? Oh, what a nightmare. Pretty, though. I nearly got one, but I remember buying a fibre optic tree, and my producer at the time, I said to myself, I've just seen this tree in a shop. I said, I've got to have it. And so I made him walk up the road. I gave him £40 and he went up this road and staggered back with this fibre optic tree. He was very impressed. Not. Steve, what's your take on Cummings? Did he walk or was he pushed? I've no idea. No idea. I suspect it was probably mutual decision. That's how these things generally work. They sort of go, listen, you want to go and we'd like you to go. And that's what they do. They sort of have a negotiation. I mean, whether or not it changes anything, I've got no idea. Still got loads of places to go to, haven't we? Steve, what's all about this car keys shirt nonsense you're on about, says Jeremy. Car keys. Oh, car key shirt. Oh, dear, honestly. The trouble is, yeah, you're barred now, actually. Steve, what was the name of the Christmas tree? They don't have a name. Well, the other one was, let's say, Santa Best. Santa Best. Which, I mean, you must be able to buy them all over the place, but I mean, this one I bought from QVC, which is lovely. Jake says, my name, Milford in Broomfield Hospital. Or is this Jake here writing into the programme? It's even more bizarre, isn't it? Is this you? No. We had this the other day. Was it Luke wrote in to the programme? He was sitting here, he wrote into the programme. Because I get this thing saying, oh, Luke's very good looking, isn't he? And I went, you've just written this and sent it into the show. Yes. And Jane says, what colour scheme will you be dressing your tree in? I don't dress them. I just go on the lights. I just have lights. No tints. No, everybody thinks tint. No, I don't have, but it's too fiddly to hang them and then take them off and then put them away. And so, no, just light. Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. It's 10 to 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is Sunday. Steve, I love a train going around the bottom of a tree. I think it's an American thing. Well, actually, you know those trains that go around the bottom of the trees? You can pick them up for about 15 quid. They're very cheap. They just run on a battery and you just put it around. Well, I've got a tree train and you connect up the track to the actual tree. It clips on and Santa Claus goes round. We used it on Channel 5. In fact, the one that you've seen on Channel 5 when I was doing the Steve Allen Grotto, I've got that. And I've got all the decorations that they hung up that move. They turn round and things like that. I like things moving. But the tree actually goes round, and you can have their Father Christmas on his sleigh with music or not with music. But the trains that go around the bottom of the tree are really quite cheap as chips. About 15 quid if you want to. And kids like that. Animals hate it. Cats and stuff like that. They've been pouring it and trying to knock it over and everything. But it's still quite nice and festive. And I always like it when people have their trees in the window and then other people can see it, because there are other people that don't have Christmas trees, and because they don't have the room or they can't afford to put one up. So when you put yours up in the window, people get the benefit of that, and I quite like that idea. You know, you could be selfish and not show it and draw the curtain. I'm not showing you. Shut the curtains again. It's like here, I wish we had little curtains here and I could push a button, all of a sudden they close. You know, that'd be quite a nice idea, wouldn't it? I quite fancy that idea. But Matthew says, I can't have a tree as my cats would repeatedly knock it over. Well, you could get rid of the cats and sort of banish them from the room, because they'll play with the balls. They like sort of hit it, because I suppose because it's shiny and something like that. But no, I mean, listen, why not? I know some people hate it. There was somebody who wrote in to a friend of mine who works for one of our other radio stations, and they were talking about putting the tree up for the kids. And sort of saying, and somebody wrote in and went, oh, please don't say you're putting the tree up. And he went, yeah, of course I am. Why not? If it makes people happy, goodness sake. I used to explain it away to people that there are some people, who've got somebody ill in the family and they might not be seeing Christmas, so they bring it forward a little bit, and I think that's worth it. Vicky Pattison. Who? I know. I didn't know either. She says, on I'm a Celebrity, she will shower if you pay her enough. OK, let's not pay her anything at all, and then we don't have to put up with it. Let's have... who can we have showering in I'm a Celebrity? Shane Ritchie, I think, will probably win. If he doesn't, there's no justice. Vernon Kay could do quite well. I bet people are waiting for him to stand under the shower. But Vicky Pattison, I'm sorry, love. It's very sweet of you to volunteer, but no. Then there's a mum. She's been on a diet. She lost 10 stone. How did she lose 10 stone? I mean, it can't be just this. She ate 6 punnets of strawberries a day. 6, I mean, good Lord above. And then she must spend most of her time in the bathroom, I should imagine. Prince Charles is going to give a speech in German. No surprises there, as they are a Germanic family. And the BBC gave Martin Bashir promotion to editor role that was never advertised. He became sort of like religious affairs editor or something. And people are sort of going, how did he get that? And they go, da-da-da, backhander. Of course, Martin Bashir apparently is thinking of retiring. That'll be nice. We'll never find out the true story, will we, of Diana? Never. And how lucky that the BBC have just found a letter from Diana saying how pleased she was with the programme. God, that was lucky, wasn't it? I thought they'd never find it. Gemma Collins is in one of the papers, not really worth bothering about, forcing an assistant to push her like a piece of luggage on one of those trolleys you get in the hotel. You know, you hang your suit up and then you put your suitcases on this thing and the bellboy will push it up to your room. That one. You've probably never done that, have you? No. It's a trolley in a hotel. You always get them, they're sitting outside hotels, and it looks like it's a flatbed trolley with sort of brass or something like that. It's an American thing. We have them in all the hotels here, though, because otherwise the poor bloke's got to pick up your suitcases and your suit jackets and everything else. Do they do that where you're from? They still do that in the Travelodge, do they? It's marvellous, honestly. It's such a service. Such a service. No, I mean, I quite like the sort of the trolleys you can sit on. Then they push it into the lift and then they take it to your floor. No, you've never had... It's not your sort of thing at all, is it, really? No. Just got an 8-foot tree, you know, making the rest of the neighbourhood shame, I should imagine. So we've got 2 weeks to sort out Christmas. Well, 2 weeks to sort out the country. Otherwise, Christmas is going to be off this year. You won't be able to go out, you won't be able to do things. And I, for one, want to do things at Christmas. I want to go and see family. I want to go and see friends, because that's what we do. We do it and we have a nice time. I mean, I cannot just sit there, you know, clutching my Groovy Gang glasses, of which we have just a few left. There's over 5,000 that we've sold of these Groovy Gang glasses, which is all down to you. And if you want to see them, go to the LBC website, go all the way to the bottom of the first page, I think it's the bottom, and click on LBC Presenters, then you'll find me. And then you click on that and it will show you the glasses, and there's a link so that you can buy them. And lots of people have bought them, and lots of people have sent in their pictures of them raising a toast, which is very nice, and all the money goes to a very good cause. So we solved 2 birds with 1 stone, or killed 2 birds with 1 stone, which I think is probably better. Another one here that says, Steve, I told you about last year when I put up the Christmas lights around the window and the neighbour complained when he was watching me putting up the lights this afternoon, says Shane. Oh, some people just hate Christmas, don't they? I don't know why. I don't know. One here says, Steve, I'm very worried about going into work today because I think my 2 friends will have forgotten it's my birthday tomorrow for the 3rd year in a row. What can I do not to have my spirit crushed? Should I keep saying words associated with birthdays? No, just tell them, it's my birthday, where's my present? That's what you've got to do now. You can't have... you've got friends who don't know when your birthday is. Good Lord, I start mentioning my birthday 2 months in advance, just to make sure people know by the time we get to the 17th of March, people know it's my birthday. Definitely. Steve, and I shall find out today if my IVF transfer works, says Natasha in Peterborough. She says, I love listening to you, always make me smile. Oh, if only it worked round here. Seriously, honestly, it's like pulling teeth sometimes, you know. It's like, I look on it as a bit of a challenge. You know, can I make the team smile today? You know, sometimes, yeah, you've got another 2 hours to sort of raise a smile. Leave your hair alone. You spend what is it with people playing with their hair? You don't find me playing with my hair sitting, yeah, all right. And, you know, I could if I wanted to. You wait till it all drops out. You wait. I'm going to look forward to a few years' time, probably next year, and all of a sudden you're going to come in here and I'm going to go, oh, you look like Prince Harry. No hair. Although somebody said it looked like he'd had a bit of a transplant. Do you think he's had a bit of that spray candy floss? You can get that stuff now. You go, I think it's called Million Hairs, and you shake it on. I've seen it being shaked on the television, and then you're lost without touching it, aren't you? I can tell. Do you think it's an addiction? There you go. So there's Harry. Harry's gained a wife but lost some hair. Not surprised. Sorry, I could do a very rude joke, but I'm not going to do it because that's not that kind of programme. But he's definitely losing it. Definitely losing it. I mean, I think he's going to end up having either a hair transplant or something like that. You don't need it, though, do you? I mean, I always think, if it's going to go, let it go. Let it go, let it go. I'm at one with the wind and hair. Let it go, let it... I've just ordered Frozen 2, the film, because I liked Frozen 1. And I interviewed, years ago, Idina Menzel, who is the voice and sings, and she's fab. Because my friend is the producer of Wicked, and she came over from America. What a voice. What a voice. I got tickets for my brother's daughters to go and see Wicked via... I have contacts. And so they went to see it. I was amazed that when we went to see it, how many of the girls, and it's predominantly girls in the audience, knew all the words to all the songs in Wicked. I thought perhaps literally, people were singing all around us. People were singing along to it. But, in Wicked? Oh, because she's the Wicked. I don't want to sing them. I don't for copyright reasons. And but she's very good because on the one of them she goes, because she's green, poor soul, and they literally take her up. So she's on the stage singing and she's trying to get away from it. She goes, ah, and as she does that, she rockets up into the air and looks down at all these people. It's a fantastic show. But I stood on the stage. Not that I was destined to sing any of the songs. Well, I was doing an interview with all the cast for one Christmas. And the rake on it, have you ever stood on a theatre stage? You can't see the rake from where you're sitting. But this one is literally, you've got to lean backwards to make sure you don't fall over. The rake is the incline on the stage so that everybody can see. If it was all flat, you wouldn't see everything. Miss Saigon used to have potholes all over the stage to represent craters from the bombing. But yeah, the rake on the stage down at Victoria Palace, whew, quite something. But Idina Menzel, God, what a voice. It was so funny. She tells I haven't got time to tell you the story. She tells a very good story about her singing in the film and her son going to school. And a little girl is saying, I know all the songs. And he said, Sunday morning, it's the 15th of November. To be honest with you, if you are inclined to do a Christmas tree, now would be the time to start looking for them, I think, because some of these shops, I never thought I would be sitting here and saying Greggs are going to lay off 800 people. So they've said unless they lay people off, they're in danger of of disastrous things. Ridiculous. Steve, you talk about Christmas for 10 months, Steve, maybe 11 and a half. I do. I absolutely love it. And it's there it was. You hit the wrong button. It's a thing from childhood. It's a thing from childhood because we all, as you will realise, when you don't have your parents anymore, when they've sort of passed on, you remember what Christmas was like with your parents. And so I remember the tree that we had in one of our houses. I can remember actually the house. It's so funny when you look back and you suddenly realise that, goodness me, you've lived through lots of things. We didn't used to have a colour television. Because everybody rented, because they were way too expensive to buy. Now you can buy colour tellies really cheaply. But we had black and white, and then we brought in a rented colour television. The tree would always be a real tree until my mother saw a fake one, which actually at the time looked lovely, but when I saw it years later, it looked ghastly, really awful. So I was quite glad when we were able to sort of get rid of the blooming thing. But I remember everything like that. I can remember the decoration. See, Joanne has put hers up. She said, don't blame me, it's all your Christmas tour. See, now that's what I call an impressive erection. This is seriously, that's something you can... Is that 8 feet? Oh, so that's what Jake's looks like. Probably not as nicely decorated, I should imagine. You see, I think that's lovely. Do you know what that's missing, Joe? You know what that's missing? And it's this stuff called lametta. Have you ever seen it? Lametta, put it in and you can have a look at lametta. And you literally just drape it over the branches. It comes in silver, gold. I'll tell you where you buy it from, the Pound Shop. Poundland sell lametta. Have you never done it on yours? No. It's this stuff here. Look, see on the right-hand side, that tree there. All that stuff hanging down. Sorry? Well, it's messy in so much as it's just, I generally throw it away after I finish with Christmas and buy. It's only like £1. But you drape it over the branches and it gives the tree that sort of lovely shimmery effect. We used to put angel hair on. My parents had this angel hair, which I think was fiberglass. And when the light shone through it, it gave you this lovely prismatic effect. It was really quite pretty. But we used to have, and I keep meaning to go back to China, but it's a long way to go to get a set of lights. And they were little Chinese lanterns, each one made out of pressed brass or something, with little coloured gels inside and little tassels on them. So it was Chinese lanterns, but in miniature for the whole tree. Gorgeous, absolutely. If ever anybody finds them, let me know about them. Could you say something in Mandarin or Cantonese? Well, apart from the gong ho fat choi, which is fairly usual. And I used to be able to count in Chinese. I learnt it off the telephone dial, which was terribly useful. What, counting? Oh, Happy New Year, which was fairly good. Tom and is it Kel in Abu Dhabi? we've taken the day off and we're putting our Christmas tree up. Very exciting. So love from the Emirates. Love the tote bags and the Prosecco glasses. Well, I can't begin to tell you how lovely, you know, the amount of glasses that you bought. You know that I worry about this all the time because there is, you know, there's so many calls on people for money and for getting through Christmas and getting through this terrible time. Terrible time. And so if we can get through it together, and that's why you've got me on Christmas Day and Boxing Day for breakfast between 7 and 10, and I think on New Year's Day, so as you're all sitting there going, my head, you know, it'll be awful. But of course, there won't be any pubs open, will there? Not till that time of the morning. Normally Leicester Square. One time I came in, I was working, doing breakfast 7 till 10, and the car had to drop me over in Covent Garden. I had to walk because there were so many people out. You couldn't get through the streets or anything. And always, and luckily I'm sort of quite immune to it now, so I don't drink on New Year's Eve. What is the point of drinking when you've got to come into work and it's, you know... So I just don't do it. But you see people slumped in doorways and you think, you're going to have one hell of a head later on today. Cold, wet, miserable. And there's always one girl holding a tinsel wand going, I loved him. I love Brian. You know, and you think Brian's long since gone with Cynthia. Happy birthday to my mum, Eve. And happy birthday, Andrew Castle. Because it's Andrew Castle's birthday today. It was Eddie Mayer's birthday the other day. Have you taken the age off? Do you know, I wouldn't even know how old Andrew Castle was. 35, 38, something like that. He's fit, isn't he? He was playing tennis the other day, and I know he was playing tennis because a friend of mine was playing tennis with Cliff. And in the background, I could see it was Andrew Castle. I, of course, don't play tennis. I do swing ball and shuttlecock. And I'm quite happy doing that, and I see no reason why not to. Steve wanted to put a tree up, but as we have a real tree, they don't seem to be available till the end of the month. So thank you for the company. Natalie in Oundle. Where the dickens is Oundle? I've never heard of that one. She says, I'm getting married in the morning. Shout out to the Original Spikers group on Facebook. But so in Oundle, we think that's quite nice. Quite nice. So it's what? Oundle? Where is it? In Peterborough. Oh, right. Isn't the internet marvellous? You can find out anything. You can find out anything you want, actually. Northamptonshire. Oh, right, Northampton. Oh, doesn't sound as exciting, does it, really? Right. Oh, that's quite... Oh, it's very oldie worldy. Oh, I like oldie worldy. Look at that, and nobody there. The town where everybody died. There it is. There's nobody out in the street. It's lovely. Liking that a lot. Oh, ye oldie. New homes for sale in Oundle. Look at that. My goodness, that's very nice. Look at those. You see, I could live there. I could put a Christmas tree in the window and the neighbours would be so jealous. I'd have the bubble-blowing Father Christmas. They'd love me up there. They'd go, somebody's moved into one of the houses. Oh, is he good fun? No. He's put up a fake Christmas tree and he's got a bubble-blowing Father Christmas. I'd be hounded out. They'd be all round banging on the door going, go! You've ruined it for everybody. I've just discovered an amazing programme called The Joy of Painting with Bob Ross. Oh, they used to do Nancy Kaminsky. Nancy Kaminsky used to have a programme in the afternoon, painting, because I can't paint for toffee. I mean, I can't even do a tree. You know, just splodge. And I was always... The only thing that I was ever jealous of with Rolf Harris is when he had his programme on the BBC, and he would do a big painting, but he would do it with not a brush, but a knife. And he would put the painting on, and you never knew what the painting was until he and the camera pulled away from it. And I remember watching him doing this painting, splodges of white and black and all sorts of... And you look at it, and we used to think in the time, I wonder what that is. And then the camera pulls away, and it was an Aborigine standing by a billabong under the shade of a coolibah tree. And and you remember thinking, that's do you know he still generates income, surprisingly? The other week, somebody had printed off what his company turned over. It was a lot of money. A lot of money. Did you see the launch of John Lewis's Christmas advert featuring Celeste? Never disappoints. Yes, it's the art of... They always manage to get loads of coverage. Have you noticed? Loads and loads of coverage for an advert, which is just basically advertising a shop that's not doing particularly well at the moment. They're renting off, I think, about 45% of their Oxford Street branch to turn into offices. Because they're just, any sort of space is not good. I'm delighted to tell you that there are 2 books out If you're looking for Christmas present, one of them you can't get until next year, but I pre-ordered it. I didn't want to miss it at all. And it's Disney's British Gentleman, the life and career of David Tomlinson. David Tomlinson, you'll know for so many films that Disney made, which I thought were absolutely wonderful, including, of course, Mary Poppins. Let's go fly a kite up to... Just me again, obviously. I must be the only one who was at supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. And he also did the Bedknobs and Broomsticks. He did tons and tons of films. But Nathan Morley, who used to feature on my programme over in Cyprus, has done it. And known to millions for this sort of perplexed expression. And when you see a picture of him, you can pre-order it on Amazon. It's called The Career of David Tomlinson. Comes out 1st of April next year by Nathan Morley, who the last book he had out was about the Naffy. The Naffy. So you can pre-order that one. And the other one, which I'm going to sneeze. I've just got this. I'm going to sneeze. Dear, honestly. But ridiculous, isn't it, honestly? Very butch sneeze. I said, well, I told you the other day I sneezed in the car. I sneeze on odd occasions. I don't have a cold or anything like that. I thought the driver was going to drive off the road. I thought he was going to pass out. But the other book is hardcover. It came out on the 29th of October, and it's called A Year at the Chateau, a scene on the Channel 4 show. And this is Dick and Angel. Dick and Angel. I mean, seriously, you must have seen the show. You must have seen the show. They've been on the programme with us. They're really charming. Seriously, they're just such a lovely couple. They really are. And they've turned it around. I hope that life is good. I mean, like many couples, I think Dick and Angel had long dreamt of living in France, but where others might settle for a modest bolt hole, they went for a chateau. And then they had to put a lift in. In fact, one of the programmes the other day, Angel was sort of saying to this woman, they go and help other people out who have chateaux because they've got the experience, and they turn them into wedding venues. And theirs is very good, and they were booked because my brother said, "Oh, we'd love to go and stay over there." I said, "It's fully booked." And so when they came in, I said, "Oh, my brother would love to come and sort of stay over there." They said, "Well, just let us know and we'll see if we can sort something out." But they had a lift put into the chateau to get, because they've all got lots of stairs, and you can pick these places up relatively inexpensively. And then they turned it into a programme. And very good it was too. He's obviously brilliant with his hands. She's also equally brilliant. And they've got their own range of bedding. They've got all sorts of things. I mean, they've really done very, very well indeed. So I love watching it. I've got some musical decorations because I gave my friend Ian over in America a Christmas tree. I can't remember where I bought the blooming thing, but buy it I did. And he's also got one of these Father Christmases in like a globe type thing, and it snows. You push the button and it blows the glitter all the way around it. It's like a snow globe, but it's not a globe. It's sort of, wait a minute, sort of like that. It's good, isn't it? Music's a bit naff, but, you know, what can you expect? Oh, and I've got one as well, and yeah, all right. Make a big deal about it, honestly. Why can't they do Christmas carols? That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? And I've got these lovely Christmas cards, which I bought because my friend Helinka found this card, and it's a musical animated card, and it's got a couple skating. You open up the card, and you push the button, and it skates round the card. They're not cheap. So I bought them, but I haven't given them to anybody. I'm too frightened to give them away. They're so nice. And anything that's animated and works on magnets, I'm all in favour of. And it goes round there. I bought them on Amazon, but I don't know what they're called. I think they're sort of animated Christmas cards, and they're about 12 quid. They're about 12 quid. So I went without food for 2 months, and I bought a few of these cards. They're really lovely, and there's about 6 different designs. And then you can just lift this thing off. It's sort of cardboard, and you just sort of, it's got the magnet. Have you found it? No. Would it be animated Christmas card? Did you try animated Christmas card? We found the Christmas cards. Music box card, 12 Days of Christmas. They're really nice. They're not, as I say, they're not cheap. They're really not cheap, but they just entertain me. They're so cute. And when I first saw it, I thought to myself, well, I've got to get hold of them. So I immediately sort of started tracking down. That's the advantage of having the internet. You can find all sorts of lovely things. And then it just folds flat and you pop it in the cut. How much it costs to send it, I've got no idea. But the trouble is, once the batteries run out, it doesn't work anymore. You can't get into it. It's a sealed unit. But it's blooming good. Blooming good. Sophia says, I'm glad you mentioned Bob Ross the painter. I love him. So relaxing to watch and so talented. I'm seriously impressed with anybody that can paint. I've met no end of people over the years, and people have sent me in things that they've done. And I remember thinking, how lovely to have a gift like that. Steve, you can get Christmas cards with real flowers in, says Jackie in Watford. And Steve, you can leave some birthday satsumas for Andrew Castle, says Harry, for his show after yours. Oh, I don't know. I mean, he's a sports person. I don't think he'd be eating satsumas. Have you eaten satsumas? Have you eaten a satsuma? Are they all right? You eat... Yeah. Oh, do you eat? Oh, right, okay. I was just thinking about when I used to play football, and you'd have, a cut orange or something. Orange slices, yeah. Well, they did sort of segments of orange, and that was quite nice when I used to play football. When I was 6. Yeah, when I was 6. Certainly wasn't recently, put it that way. It's like, so after I had my American Express card many, many years ago cloned, and they obviously shopped in a well-known sports shop. Every morning they went shopping in this well-known sports shop. And so when I phoned up American Express, who were about as useful as a chocolate teapot, it has to be said, because they kept thinking I'd spent the money but didn't want to pay them back. And she said, have you bought much sportswear? I said, listen, if you saw a picture of me, you would not be asking that stupid question. Of course I don't wear sportswear. Steve, I think it's funny because all the real Christmas trees will be dead by mid-December, so people buy another one. No, Jane. No. No, the real Christmas trees, mine last for the whole of Christmas and into January. Yeah, the real ones, if they're outside. If you have them inside, they dry out. And nothing worse than a dried-up old twig, is there? You want something that's sort of firm and is going to sort of stay looking a bit moist and a bit nice. Real outside. Well, this is the first year fake indoors. Normally I do real all over. Real all over, so I have 3 every year. But this year, only deux. Steve, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Are we having a poem this morning, says Bill in Accrington? No, not Sunday morning. We've never had a poem on a Sunday morning. We only do it Monday through Freitag. We don't do it any other time, I'm afraid. I don't know why, actually. Somebody else says, I'm glad you mentioned Bob Ross. And somebody says, I'm really glad that you're on Christmas Day. Always, for the last number of years. How many times a week, says Angela, did you play swing ball and shuttlecock? I don't know what the answer is to that. I mean, sometimes I have a busy week. And sometimes I don't. This week I don't. So I haven't. You ever played swing ball? Swing ball's good, isn't it? I quite like that. It sort of became the game to have. And shuttlecock was dead easy, except we had to keep moving it around the garden because you'd end up wearing the grass out. And, didn't look right. I mean, the orchard at the bottom, the swimming pool, the gazelle, all the other bits and pieces. Steve, locked into the spike after watching an old Star Wars movie. Do you know, I can't get into Star Wars movies at all. I don't know why. I have seen a few of them, but then that just became a little bit too many. Petula Clark, says Shane, is 88 today. Love the song Kiss Me Goodbye. I don't know that one. I used to like Round Every Corner and, oh, crikey. I know a place where the music is bright and the lights are always low. I know a place where we can go. She was one of our most popular singers. I think she had more hits in the charts, Petula Clark, than anybody else. I went to a party once years and years ago and she was there. She didn't know I was there as well. It was all a bit embarrassing, really. Steve, do you use the lametta on the Christmas tree? We do on ours. It gives an effect similar to Cary Grant's tree in the film The Bishop's Wife, says Duncan in Hampden Park. I think it's lovely, actually. I think it's cheap, and especially if you do it all in the one colour, gives the tree and some sort of effect. Perhaps we should get some for Jake for his little tree. Although I think you need quite a few packets of this stuff if you've got an 8-foot tree up. I mean, I've only got a 6-foot one, but who cares? Listen, we're not doing one-upmanship. Not just yet. We will be. Everybody else now wishing Andrew Castle a very, very happy birthday for today. Steve, you're quite right about Idina Menzel. I remember your interview. Not sure if it's still there, but until recently, Channel 4 had her on Undercover Boss USA. Need a full box of tissues, though, says Paul in Manchesterford. Oh, I love the Undercover Boss. How they never realise it's a boss. Have you ever seen Undercover Boss? It's a bloke who, say, owns a pizza delivery place, and he goes in there to see how the company's operating. So they put them in wigs and prosthetics, but I mean, they just, and they're being followed around by a film crew. What do they think it is? And then he gets friendly with the people, and then he goes, "Oh, Bertha, you're absolutely special," and, she's trying to put her son through school, but she's having to work 4 jobs. So they then give them money. It's cheap publicity for the company, so it's cheap whatever they actually do. But it's still good. Apparently. Sorry? I could do that, yeah, I could do that. Oundle is very nice, especially Creed Road, and we would welcome your bubble blower and lots of lights with gusto. With gusto. Nobody does anything with gusto anymore, do they? So we got rain, snow and gales on the way. It's not very nice, is it? We've also got the newspapers, and you've got the England boss, Gareth Southgate, secretly battling COVID. Eamon Holmes and Ruth Langford say they've been left on the scrap heap. No, they've not. They only had 1 day a week. They've not been left on the scrap heap. Bosses have given their weekly Friday presenting show to Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary. And they want to make Alison a regular host, part of a diversity drive by the chief executive. They seem to have quite a few chief executives. I only know Martin Frizzell, but there's another one called Carolyn McCall. Which, to be quite honest, I think it's quite healthy for a programme like that. There's a lot of double entendres. We wouldn't sink as lower to do a double entendre on a programme like this. Pfft, how cheap would that be in radio terms? Definitely not. Steve, if you cut an inch off the bottom of the tree and water it, it'll drink about 1 litre of water a day and not dry up so much. Yes, I mean, you're right. I don't think an inch is going to do it. I think we're going to be looking for a bit more than an inch, aren't we? I mean, for Christmas. And also you've got to make sure that you don't just water it. You sit it in you can buy, like a stand for your tree, which is like a bucket and a screw thing, similar to the thing I've got holding my microphone together. And then you fill it up with it'll do about 2 litres a day. But I've got a little fountain in my sitting room anyway. It's this candle. Do you remember I bought a candle? And it's called a candle water fountain. And it's got a light in the middle, and it looks like a fake candle, quite a big, thick candle. And you fill it up with the water, and you turn it on. I've got a little remote, and it bubbles away. It's like a little fountain. Very nice. So as usual, I bought 2. 1 for now, 1 for a spare, which is good. Philip Schofield's marriage is a work in progress after he came out as gay. What sort of work in progress could that be? If you're coming out, don't tell me it's going back inside again. I couldn't bear it. And here she is, Vicky Patterson, showering on the show 5 years ago. She said, "I'll shower if you pay me enough." No, we're not bothered, dear. We saw it first time round, and frankly, we weren't that interested. Tony Parsons talking today about, what's he talking about? Matt Hancock. Series 4 of The Crown. Everybody's watching The Crown except me. I'm the only one who's not watching The Crown. I don't know why. You watch it when you get home? Really? I'm obviously missing something, aren't I? Everybody keeps saying to me, "Oh, you've got to watch The Crown, Steve. You'd love it." But I'm not sure. I'm not even sure I can get it on my television. I think I have Netflix. I'm not too sure. I'm not sure if I've got Netflix. I've got loads of other things to watch before I get round to. And also, is it on box set, The Crown? It's all online. Have they not released it on DVD or something like that? No. I'd quite like to watch that if it was on DVD. Yeah, we'll find out. Meghan's privacy case judges to take charge of Colleen Rooney's Wagatha Christie libel trial. That one is supposed to be starting next week. Also, the final days of the Yorkshire Ripper. To be honest with you, I couldn't care less. I know it is out on DVD. Woo! Perhaps I should get it. Perhaps all 3 series. How much is it? Is it very expensive? 20 quid. 20 quid each? Oh, I don't think I've got enough money for things like that. I'll have to save up. I'll have to go without food for another month before Christmas to afford to get it. All 3 series. How many series have there been? 3. Thank you. I thought it was a stupid question as soon as I said it. So Sutcliffe in desperate last calls to his ex-wife. Monster even blasted Boris on the COVID response. And his wife, Sonia, she gets tax-funded trips to go and see him. How'd that work out? And then somebody was saying that we'll be paying for the funeral. Why? Why would we be paying for the funeral? I don't understand that one. That's not going down very well. Friends of Princess Diana claim fake evidence used to secure her Panorama interview probably led to her death in a Paris car crash. I still think that was odd. Still people think it was it was a conspiracy that was going on because they couldn't find the person who was driving the Fiat or something like that. They weren't sure what was going. It was all just a bit convenient, I think. And Steve, the disguises on Undercover Boss are absolutely ridiculous. Well, you just know that they're wearing toupees. You just know, you can see they're wearing a toupee or a prosthetic. And also, they're far too old to come in as, so I'm in here just to see how the business works, hopefully to get a job. What? What rubbish. Actually, surprise, surprise, I'm the MD of the company. Are you really? Well, we sussed you day one, didn't we? Who's this a picture? Oh, this is Megan Barton Hanson laughing all the way. No, it is. 800,000 a month she claims she's earning. The taxman's going to be loving you, sweet pea. I tell you, very foolish to say things like this. Oh, is he signed up? She says, doing the site has definitely helped me buy my dream house. What, 10 million quid a year? Your dream house? What are you living in, darling? A palace? Honestly, nothing worse than delusional page 3 people, are there? But she says, I can't believe how well I've done. No, I'm fairly surprised myself. I mean, who pays for that kind of... Put your hands down. Honestly. It's just... I don't get it. Oh, look, here's a lovely picture of Michelle Scherzinger bending over to show you her ample bottom. I mean, so she's in a park in L.A., and there's a photographer there, and he's managed to get a picture of her bending over. Shouldn't this photographer be sort of arrested under some police perversion act? You can't start taking pictures of people unless it's a setup. And that's exactly what it will be. She says, who knew my whole world would change a year ago? Because she met Tom Evans, who apparently is some sort of rugby player. You'll find him on the internet, Joe. He's on the internet for all the wrong reasons. But it's lovely to see a picture of Nicole bending over in a park with a pervy photographer taking a picture. My goodness me. Not any more of that, do we? Thank you very much indeed. Also, X-Files Gillian. This is Gillian Anderson on playing Thatcher in The Crown. She looks very good, actually. This is also part of The Crown. Oh, right. I might have to... I can't afford to spend £60 on something like that. I've got Christmas around the corner. I've got a turkey. I'm late, I know. But £60, perhaps I can sell something. I'll sell something. That'll be good. Let's have a check on the news headlines, shall we? The Space Heavy Company, he says, bouncing his way through Sunday morning. So it's birthday boy Andrew Castle with you at 7 o'clock this morning. A little bit later. Exactly what he's going to be talking about. The wife of Box and Tyson Fury has become a loose woman after she was a knockout guest. Well, she wasn't. She was dull and boring. I mean, honestly, what do they get? Oh, it's a loose... Well, who's actually going? They must be getting rid of somebody or cutting... Oh, don't tell me Ruth. Couldn't bear... They've already said she's staying on Loose Women. A show inside has said, this will be her agent, Paris proved a huge hit. She really impressed the bosses. What, because she can speak? I mean, what do you mean? What does she do? Sort of origami or make a cake in front of everybody? No, she impressed them. They loved how she showed she's a strong woman. What a load of garbage. Have you seen Loose Women? God, blimey, I tell you. It's like, I mean, a psychotherapist would have an absolute field day on that show. But Loose Women airs every day. It's unfortunate at the moment it's turned into some dreary programme. It's not half as exciting as it used to be. They all seem to be sorting out their own problems on it. So now you've got somebody else and they prove they're a strong woman. Well, why don't you just stick on the Spice Girls, because they'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want, and that's to get rid of... I mean, some of them are fairly past it by now, aren't they? I mean, listen, if they managed to get rid of Eamon and Ruth off this morning, you could have a clear out on the Loose Women panel and put some people on there who don't just want to talk about themselves. I mean, the other day we had, what was it? Stacey Solomon was saying, putting a mask on with all her makeup and then taking it off to see how much makeup remained. Well, that took up like 10 minutes of the programme. I was suicidal. It was horrible. Well, then I tried Steph's programme, and I can't watch Steph's programme. The only thing I watch on Steph's programme is when I'm trying to work out what their budget must be, because they must have the budget of all budgets, all these naff, unfunny comedians and chefs and cooks and people that they seem to dredge up from cemeteries. They bring them all in, and Steph sits there. I mean, obviously, they can't even trust her to present the programme, but there again, they couldn't on the Breakfast Time programme. And she's obviously got friends in very high places because the programme is pants. It really is. It appeals to who? Nobody. Nobody at all. There was some comedian who's just not funny on there, whose name I can't remember. He's that unfunny. Could be anybody, really, couldn't it? Really, there's so many of them now, and he's on there every day. And you think to yourself, I thought it was supposed to be her show. Well, it's not, because she seems to be double-heading and presenting. It's ghastly. Ghastly. The sooner it finishes, the better. I'll be very happy. What else we got? Oh, the Eamon and Ruth programme. Everywhere they say that they're said to be furious and upset, I reckon he would be more furious. She's probably thinking, listen, it's only one day a week. But of course, I don't think he has anything else. But it was recently he'd said he feared he was too pale, stale and male for the award-winning programme. Well, you know, I don't know. But he's been doing it for 14 years, and then they announced a diversity acceleration plan after the channel went an entire day. There was only one non-white face. So now, and they've done it on Loose Women, and it becomes a little bit, it's too obvious. The other day, there was one person who used to be the weather girl on television or something, and then the rest of the panel were all black, and I thought, but wait a minute, you didn't do this years ago. Why are you doing it now? You're doing it because people have written in saying, excuse me, can we please see some diversity? And so, you know, over on This Morning, I mean, since Dermot O'Dreary ended his job on the X Factor last year, he's not done anything. I think he's got a radio programme, hasn't he? But I think it's only one or something like that. But anyway, Holmes, I keep calling him Holmes, it's Eamon, we also left the bosses fuming when he was rapped by Ofcom. He made some comments about the 5G masts. Do you remember that, the 5G? And you think to yourself, but that's what happens. Sometimes people say things, sometimes they don't know. You know, Maggie says, you're right about Loose Women, but if Brenda Edwards is on, it's worth watching. Yes. Steve, did you ever do a phone-in on your show? Oh, many, many years ago. Many, many years ago. When I was young, slim and gorgeous. So that was a long time ago. Long time ago. Yes, when I first started at LBC. Actually, no, I didn't, because when I first started at LBC, we didn't have phone-ins. There was the only phone-ins on LBC. There was one in the morning with Brian Hayes. There was one in the evening with Adrian Love. And what about it? Yeah, I read the news. But then I had a programme, but again, we didn't... I learnt to fill the programme with the newspapers. I used to do a newspaper review every morning, and I suddenly discovered I'm very good at reading newspapers and trying to find stories while I'm basically talking inanely into a microphone. But I can manage to do that and make it entertaining at the same time. That's what my boss said. And so that's the way it works. So I have done phone-ins. We've done phone-ins all over the place and sort of enjoyed doing them. But there are other people who do it better. It's like I'm watching a programme at the moment on the television where they make pottery. They do pottery. It's the most boring thing under the sun. It seriously is. They've got Sarah Cox, yeah. I mean, she's very pretty and all the rest of it, but it takes 3 people to present it. 3 people. It's like watching Bake Off. 4 people presenting that pile of rubbish. I mean, seriously, it's ghastly. I mean, why don't they just cut down on these sort of things? So, yes, so that's it. And somebody says, please would you point out that Eamon and Ruth are still doing the holiday cover? We've already done it, Sue. Open your ears up. Nothing worse than somebody who's deaf and can't hear properly. People who may not have read the articles. Well, then they're very stupid and slow, aren't they? You know, God in heaven, there's always one, isn't there? Today's snowflake. Would you please tell people well, don't worry, you've got to wait till the middle of next year. By that time, you know, I think nobody will really care about it. So we'd already done it, darling. We'd done it about 3 or 4 times. I'm sorry you're a bit late coming to the party. Perhaps we'll try and help you out a little bit more. Or as I heard, what did I hear Nick Abbott say to somebody who'd written in complaining about something? He said, I'm going to send you one of my colouring books that you can colour in. And I thought, that's it. So I'm not really bothered that Eamon and Ruth are covering in the summer. People may not have read the articles. Well, they should have done if they listened to this programme. As I say, you're just late and interfering. So there you go. But as Maggie said, Brenda Edwards is good on Loose Women. They just need to have a clear out. It's like when they do it on EastEnders. You have a clear out on EastEnders. I mean, I didn't know Shane Ritchie wasn't on EastEnders anymore. I thought he was still on there. But he said that they've left the door open and he could come back. Steve, I've just bought the Penguin Dancing Christmas card from Amazon. It's great. I bought it for my autistic brother. He'll find it great. He likes watching things like that. Well, you love it. It's absolutely... It's really lovely. So you've done very well. Very well on that. Nathan Morley, nice shout out. Read the books on the NAFI. David Tomlinson, look forward to reading it. Yeah, unfortunately not out till next year, April the 21st. But as I say, I've pre-ordered it. I'm a big fan of David Tomlinson, which is good news. Sunday People axed Ruth and Eamon get booed from the swing. Well, it makes it sound a bit dramatic, doesn't it? You know, when you say axed, get the boot. No, they might have, we don't know, because I don't know what their contractual situation is, but they obviously got to the end of a contract and they decided not to renew it and put somebody else in. I don't actually see it as axed. I see it as they're having a change. And the change is that they want to put somebody else on there and keep it going like that. Ruth is still going to be on loads of other things. I don't think Eamon's on anything. He's not on the radio, is he? Eamon Holmes, he's not on the radio now, is it? No, he was for a little while. But that sort of finished as well. And Ruth does her... I think she did the whole day the other day on QVC selling her clothes. They seem to do a whole day on Ruth. Seriously, sorry? She's got a range of clothes. Yeah, oh God. To be honest with you, I think people think she makes them at home on a treadle. But definitely not. And Roger says, you can read stories from the papers, read out texts and tweets and make the whole thing amusing. Who said men can't multitask? I don't know, but whoever it is, they need to bump into me. Sue said, I've listened from the start and you jolly well haven't. Oh, go away, you're boring. In fact, I tell you what, I'm going to put you out of your misery, Sue. See the first one? We're now going to make sure that Sue doesn't, because obviously she's not in the real world, unfortunately, like the rest of us. So it's the top one there, and there it is. You haven't listened from the start. Don't tell lies. Didn't your mother ever tell you? Don't tell lies. Nothing worse. Nothing worse. New green card deadline, apparently. 2030. They're thinking of bringing out a Bentley that is, I always call them battery operated, but you know what I mean. It's one of those... an electric car. I couldn't think of what it was, actually. Steve, Miriam Margolyes makes me hide behind the sofa when she's being interviewed, but kind of love her. Oh, she's fab. She is fab. She's very rude. Very rude. She's told some very rude stories in the past. I've seen her breasts. And, yeah... She was waiting to be interviewed. She sat outside the studio, and I'd known her for some years. And I was talking to a guest in the studio, and I happened to look outside. I normally looked outside, not these studios, but other ones, and I would wave at the guest to go, "See you in a minute." You know, you do that. And she turned round and she lifted her top up and her bra. I was going to do the same, but then I thought, no, definitely not my kind of thing. Mag says, who does the animated cards? You'll find them on Amazon. What do they come up as? I can't remember what they came up as. Animated... wait a minute. They come up as 12 Days of Christmas Music Box Card. This one's only $9.95. Positive bargain. Oh, this is from the Diabetes UK site, because on Amazon they're a bit more expensive, aren't they? So perhaps... But yeah, go to Diabetes, because I'm a diabetic, and you can help us out. And then after you've done that, then you can go and buy some Prosecco glasses. That'd be nice. So we can raise a bit more money for people who've had a terrible, terrible time. What else we got here? DIY stores turn us off. Not me. I love a DIY store. They say they're our least favourite shops for buying home appliances. Are you serious? I love a DIY store. They do everything. Packets of screws, packets of nails, picture hooks. Actually, picture hooks I go to Poundland for, because you get a whole packet for £1, which is very good value. Apparently, John Lewis was favourite for home appliances, followed by AO.com and independent stores in the Euronics network. Homebase and B&Q were second and third from bottom in the survey. This is done by Which, so I mean it's a good survey, but they're wrong. And even though you get sort of a long extended warranty if you buy from John Lewis, I like wandering around the DIY superstores. They're fab. The company Steve, Greggs are shedding jobs because they refuse to accept cash. That's a load of old rubbish, Jared. I go in a Greggs every day and pay cash. In Greggs. Every single day. Honestly. Ian says, my friend Stephen and I watched a great thing with Miriam Margolyes where she was hilarious, but we thought we were watching the person who played Grotbags in Emu's Pink Windmill till I googled the show and discovered Grotbags was somebody else. Yes, Grotbags was played by somebody called Carol somebody, and I can't remember what it was, but no, definitely wasn't Miriam Margolyes. Miriam Margolyes was the voice of the bunny that was lying under a tree, Chocolate Bar. She got a very sexy voice. She does that sexy voice about the bunny. I can't remember what it was called, but anyway, that's what but we remember that because you probably bought the Chocolate Bar. Yeah, It's lovely. Steve, I think Eamon's on Sky News Breakfast. Don't be silly, Kath. He gave that up years ago. Years ago. It's not been on Sky Breakfast since they went up market. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody's saying the Bentley is 300,000. Just too much even for something this special. Oh, no, I think it'll be a bit cheaper. A little bit cheaper. Steve, after these boring programmes are finished on set, do they all congratulate themselves on how good they are? Well, they don't just congratulate themselves, they watch it back. They watch it back. When Dale used to do the lottery, at the end of the program, just when you thought, oh, you can go out for something to eat now, because by that time I'm starving, and they'd all have to go and sit upstairs, and they would have to watch the programme back, as if you could have done anything. You can't change a programme that goes out live. They go, oh, so how would we do it different? No, you rely on the presenter to do it. It's like, I can't change this programme after I've done it because I've done it. And you can't change it beforehand because there's no point in being something that you're quite clearly not. Ronan Keating wants to climb Mount Everest. Good, well, you go and do it then, dear. You go and do it. Wasn't he the one described as the one who couldn't sing in the group by Louis Walsh? Always used to make me laugh, actually. Also, Gemma Collins looks off her trolley. She turned up on Celebrity Juice the other day. Not even funny, not witty, not anything at all. Just looked... It must have been filmed ages ago because nobody was self-distancing. So they must have loads of these things. Because there's loads of... I saw a programme with Jane McDonald on the television yesterday, and I love Jane McDonald, but nobody was socially distancing. At all. Nobody was wearing masks, nobody was wearing anything at all. And there was an audience. So it must have been filmed ages ago. Because everything that we do, we're all socially distanced, aren't we? Completely. We have to be separated by thick plate glass in here. Thick plate glass. What else we got today? Nick Ferrari doing his column in the Daily Star and also features in the Express. And talking today about, for only the second time in the last 20 years, a local authority has effectively declared itself bankrupt. Where is that? Croydon. Croydon Council in South London have imposed emergency spending restrictions as it's admitted it can't balance the books. Wow. The council has sought to blame COVID. Utter tosh, writes Nick Ferrari. It's been handed an extra 23 million in the pandemic, but its fiscal irresponsibility takes your breath away. You see, that's the trouble now. People blame it. It's people who don't, we must do this, we must do that, we must do that. And, of course, it turned out to be part of old rubbish. So that's why. Yeah. Exactly. It's very easy to blame everything on COVID, isn't it? It's all collapsed because of COVID. And yet some people are doing very well. Obviously not Greggs, I shouldn't imagine. But for somebody to sort of say they don't take cash, well, I'm using cash every day in Greggs. I don't think I've ever used a card in Greggs at all. Yeah, I use cash in Iceland as well. That's the shop as opposed to the country. And Marks and Spencer's, I sometimes use cash and sometimes use card. It depends. I don't have a Greggs Premium card. I didn't know there was such a thing as a Greggs Premium card. Have you got one? Oh, thank God for that. Oh, Stormzy's got one. Oh. Is that supposed to be a recommendation? Stormzy's got one. I should ask. I should have a card. Robbie Williams was abducted by aliens, according to a man who claims he was taken at the same time. You know that Robbie Williams likes to believe in aliens. He believes in little green men. But Russ Kellett claims he met the angel singer on a spacecraft. Oh, so stupid. Honestly, there's nothing worse than people who tell blatant lies. He said, I was on my motorbike in a place called Druid's Altar and I went through a tunnel. The next thing, I was in a chair and something was injected in the back of my neck. Oh, God, honestly, these people, the doolallies of this world. Oh, did you meet E.T. up there and all the other people? Who are these stupid people, honestly? They sort of wander about, don't they? They go, yeah, I was on a spacecraft with Robbie Williams. Really? Do you remember there was that woman? They actually put her on this morning. Frankly, I'd have turned the interview down immediately. She claimed she'd been having sex with a ghost and she was getting married to him as well. And then at the last minute, she decided to call off the wedding. Mad as a fruitcake. I mean, seriously, why they put people like that up on the television is totally beyond me. Totally beyond me. But they like to put them up there so we can all have a good old laugh at them, I suppose. Oh, look, Dolly Parton. I like Dolly Parton. Lily Tomlin turned up the other day on Ellen DeGeneres' show. And then here's a picture of Shauna Phillips. Who in God's name is that? Love Island. That's it, is it? She's on her search for the one and why she's in no rush for marriage and babies. Riveting. You're 26, love. Getting a bit late to leave it, aren't you? She's from Love Island. If in doubt, they're in Love Island. But again, it's all a bit fake. Having watched a thing the other day, so funny. It was Towie, but again, must have been filmed years ago. Because Joey Essex was going out with one of the Fair's sisters and ended up bursting into tears. Sitting there with her and saying, oh, because I want to go out with you and all the rest of it. But quite clearly, he's not a very pleasant person. So they've shoved him back on. I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. This is the really stupid one on Towie, who sort of made a fortune out of pretending he was thick. Because he can't tell the time. In fact, there actually isn't really a lot he can do at all. It was a bit like Jade Goody used to milk the fact that she was a bit dim. And then people would say, because she's a little bit dim, she doesn't know about all these things, does she? She started playing up to it. You could tell it was getting to be a really bad act, I'm afraid. Also, Christopher Wilson writing in the Express today, talking about, he's the royal author, of course, the tragic story that Charles never loved his wife and cruelly betrayed her, becoming now entertainment. So there's anger at the Crown for its painful and intrusive portrayal of doomed love. But that's what television is. That's how they do things like that, don't they? They have to do it because people are fascinated. And you'll never know the true story. I mean, the other day, there was one bit. I'm surprised the papers didn't pick up on it, actually. It was Charles's 72nd birthday in the Magic Circle, because he's a member of the Magic Circle. They wished him a very, very happy birthday, as did Prince William. From Harry, nothing. Nothing at all. I'm sorry, perhaps he's forgotten. I'm sure he must have been busy, obviously, because nobody mentioned him. They just mentioned William and Kate had wished Charles a very happy birthday. There was no sort of firing of guns in Hyde Park, because we can't do that, because we're socially distancing. But nothing from Harry at all. You'd have thought he'd wanted to wish his father a happy birthday. Shy and retiring person in the States now. Must have really gone pear-shaped in that relationship, mustn't it, really? Poor soul. But never mind. Listen, he's made his bed. I'm sure he'll be fantastic. Charles has got a message of peace, and as he calls for an end to tyranny. But there's a nice picture of him and Camilla arriving at an airport. Charles and Camilla shared a picture of the smiling prince wearing a kilt. Lovely. I thought he was the Prince of Wales. Why does he keep wearing a kilt? I don't quite get that. But he did send best wishes to those celebrating Diwali, marked by millions of Hindus. Not in this country, it's not, because nobody can do it. Also, protesters covering a naked statue to the mother of feminism. This is Mary Wollstonecraft. And why on earth she was depicted naked, I've got no idea. Even I couldn't work that one out. That was a very odd one. Also, the final insult, say the Express today. I've only read this in the Express. I haven't seen it anywhere else. It just says the taxpayers face paying for Ripper's funeral. He'd asked to be cremated, and his ex-wife, Sonia, to scatter his ashes in Paris. Well, who's paying for that? They say up to £3,000 of his basic funeral expenses may now have to be covered by the prison service if surviving relatives refuse to have anything to do with him. Well, I don't think we want to pay for that, do we? Thank you very much indeed. That would be the final insult. Also, what else did I see a minute ago? There's something else. I saw a story and I remember thinking, that's an interesting story. Might have been Nick Ferrari. Talk about, because next week, one of the greatest stunts in the history of booze. The Beaujolais Nouveau farce. Do you ever do this, the Beaujolais Nouveau? What they do is they go, the French have got all this wine they want to get rid of. And so basically they go, and we're now going to have a competition to see who can get it into this country quickest. So years ago, we would do it on LBC. I used to do it on LBC. The Beaujolais Nouveau run. And it was basically offloading all this rubbish wine. But of course, the joke was, it didn't come from France at all. It's sitting in warehouses here. It really was the biggest con in living memory. I thought we'd actually forgotten about it. But as Nick said, it's come back again to haunt us, which is not very good, is it? So do not be fooled by... Restaurants used to put notices up in the window. We've got the Beaujolais Nouveau in. Ugh. No, thank you very much indeed. No, thank you. Also, millions of us are putting ourselves at risk of internet fraud by oversharing on the likes of Facebook and Twitter. Do you overshadow on Facebook and Twitter? I don't know what overshadowing means, actually. Oversharing. What does that mean? Does that mean that you're saying too much about yourself? See, I don't do that. I hardly mention myself at all. I don't do... Well, I certainly wouldn't do Facebook. I've got about 3 or 4 friends that I do Facebook with. You know. What? What are you looking like that for? Still waiting for the invite to do the FaceTime. Yeah, I do FaceTime. I do it with a few of my, but not too many. You know, a little bit too much of a good thing is not good for you. But, and on Twitter, I just do little things like, you know, weather's miserable. I'll be your ray of sunshine tomorrow morning. So here I am. You know, this is me. This is me. Zoos face extinction because of red tape. London zoos had to close again. They need money to keep the animals being fed. And Brian Connolly here has revealed he'll shed a tear for struggling stars when he finally returns to the theatre next month. He's a married father of 2. His daughters are delightful. I've met them. They were at a lovely party I went to a short while ago. But he's playing Scrooge in A Christmas Carol. Brian is 59. He doesn't look 59. He really doesn't, actually. But he says, I feel as I won the last ticket to Disneyland. So I'm sure he'll do very well. Ronan Keating, dreading the prospect of being separated from his father this Christmas. That's 2 Ronan Keating stories we've had. And Keir Starmer says he used to live above a massage parlour. Well, don't we need to know about things like this, do we? Do you know, I hate massage. I know loads of people like it. And Furious Eamon dropped from the weekly stint. It was only once a week. He's said to be pretty furious about the move. But it doesn't, to be honest with you, 14 years of something, that's actually not a bad run for television. But I mean, welcome to Sunday, 15th of November. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7. And it's Andrew Castle's birthday, so I'm sure that when he starts this morning, he'll be sending in birthday greetings to him. Steve, I was abducted by aliens during the night and forced to watch the Emily Atack show. Horrifying, I know. I think from another planet. I watched little bits of it, and I thought, I don't know, actually. Prince Harry apparently appeared on the television last night, says Helinka. Well, there you go, you told me something new. And the statue of Mary Wollstonecraft did not show her naked. The naked woman is down to be a generic woman and timeless. As the sculptress said, if she'd put clothes on her, it would have set her in a particular moment in time. It was a tribute to Mary's ideas about feminine. Said David walking around Taipei in Taiwan. There you go, you live and learn. It's still naked, isn't it? I mean, we don't expect to go through a park and see pictures of naked people like that, do we? Well, I do. But I mean, that's just me. I don't have a problem with things like that at all. I mean, I wouldn't do it myself. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, really like Alison Hammond, but she can't read auto cue. Could be a problem. Not overly keen on Dermot, though. No, I mean, Dermot it sort of popped up on a few things, and I remember thinking, I don't know, but I didn't realise he'd not been on television since, because they can't do any of these socially distanced type programmes, can they? But all the stuff I'm watching at the moment, there's an audience. So, as I said before, when I was watching Jane McDonald's programme, there was an audience. She was close to all the people. It must have been filmed ages ago. Ages ago. So, there you go. There you go. Does it matter? Probably not. Probably not. Somebody says, do you not think Philip Schofield is on TV too much this morning? The Cube, 5 gold rings, soap awards and adverts. No is the answer to that. I don't think he's on too much. I mean, to be honest with you, some of that, I mean, you could lose the Q, 5 gold rings. The soap awards he's good at, and this morning he's good at, and he can do his adverts. But mind you, even Eamon and Ruth have got an advert running on television, which is them sort of trying to help people, you know, look after their feet. It's basically an advert for a vibrating machine to get Eamon, presumably off his fat bottom and out there doing a bit of exercise. Perhaps he could do that. Perhaps he could. He's got more time. When this thing starts, I've got no idea. They haven't said anything. Albert says, so we have to pay for the Ripper's funeral. Well, I think what we have to do is we have to pay a percentage towards it. If nobody from the family come forward to actually pay, then presumably it comes out of coffers. To be honest with you, I'm not really familiar with things like that. Not really familiar at all. Steve, on this morning, my old folks quite like Ruth and Eamon, but when Alison guest presented with Dermot, they loved it. So it's a no-brainer. Yes, I mean, I just sort of think, you know, we don't want somebody who's going to laugh all their way through it. There's got to be areas where she can be serious. But the trouble is, because she's not a terribly experienced presenter, I know she's been on the programme for ages and ages, it's a case of, our taxpayers may have to fund the funeral unless the family make alternative arrangements. Well, given the choice, I'm sorry, would you like to pay for this? No. I mean, I don't see there's going to be any choice. The prisons have to offer to pay a contribution towards reasonable funeral expenses for inmates who die in custody. This goes back to 2011. Reasonable expenses include the cost of a coffin, burial or cremation, hearse and funeral fees. So in other words, that's all of it. What else is there? You need a coffin, even for cremations, and for burials, and you have to pay cremation fees. You've got a hearse, and presumably there will be family, but, you know, given the choice, you know, would you like to pay for this because somebody's dead? The answer is probably not. I mean, up to £3,000 may now have to be covered by the prison services. Could they not find a cheaper version? There is one advertised on the television at the moment. Have you seen it? It's a no-frills cremation. Well, as he wants to be cremated, why don't we do that one? I mean, surely they should look around, shouldn't they? I don't think anybody wants to say... Well, when I say no... To be honest with you, I'm quite sure that the funeral service are going to really have... They're going to have to keep it quiet. Any funeral director that decides to take on the funeral or the cremation of Peter Sutcliffe is going to be lambasted by other people going, well, if you were prepared to do that... We've had it before, haven't we? Didn't we have it before with Jimmy Savile? And the funeral director had to sort of keep fairly quiet about it. So there's, you know, and for Peter Sutcliffe and for what he did, people might not want to get involved. So where it goes from here, I don't know. But that's what the law is, that we have to pay for it if the family don't want to pay. In the same way, the other day, we were told that Caroline Flack, who took her own life, didn't leave a will. So her money that she left, which I'm told was about $2 million, after they'd taken off death duties and money showed, it was about £850,000. And her parents, I think, had said, or her mother had certainly done an interview in one of the papers, saying they were going to give to a charity, but how much, we don't know. You know, they might say, well, you know, she left $860,000, we're giving $60,000 to charity. We don't know. Because, to be honest with you, it's not our business. You know, what somebody leaves. I'm assuming, A, she worked for it, and B, that would include a property. Because property in London now, it's very easy to have a property worth £600,000-700,000. It's not difficult at all. 84850, Sue says on Form as Usual, surely Sutcliffe will get a pauper's funeral. No, it doesn't sound like a pauper's funeral. A pauper's funeral certainly wouldn't include, you know, all the things that they're including on this. Pauper's funeral would be, I mean, and also where would you... Well, he's going to be cremated, so you don't need to worry about the burial side of it. But it's whether the family... it's whether the family actually want to contribute. It's all going to charity, is it? Oh, wow. Well, that was some turnaround. The other day, they were saying they were going to give to some of her favourite charities. I don't know what the charities would be, but that's their business. That's their business. So £860,000. That's what you call a good day. I'd love to find out what the charities are. I've got a feeling I know from some of them. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Nobody seems to be particularly bothered about Eamon and Ruth leaving this morning, whereas I think they're all right. I think they're okay. I mean, admittedly, he's a bit grouchy and sometimes he switches off. And then when they're cooking the food, boy, does he like the cooking of the food. In fact, he actually can't get it down his throat quick enough. I was watching a programme the other day. Is it Man versus Food? Where he goes into a restaurant. This was an ice cream parlour. And he managed to eat, I think it was it 100 milkshakes? Whatever it was, I remember thinking, why would you want to do this? I mean, it looked lovely. Some of them, this ice cream parlour is obviously very successful, even in the middle of winter. It was very, very successful. But I remember thinking to myself at the time, this can't be good for you to eat all of this stuff. Not good. But they do watch it. Jane McDonald's show was filmed in 2019, says Howard. I wondered why, because I was watching it, because they must have loads of stuff that's sitting on the shelves, mustn't they? Where they go, we can put this out, because I'm watching a lot of 8 out of 10 Cats, Countdown, wherever you see the audience there, that's obviously filmed long before we went in, so that means it's a programme that's pre-March, at least. So, some of the panel shows are done without audiences. They have screens, yeah. But I watched Countdown the other day, and the audience were there. You could see them. The one with Jimmy Carr, who does Countdown. Although, do you know they waste nearly 10 minutes at the beginning of each programme while he sort of tells you about the project. We've seen all the people on the panel before. We don't want to be hearing about them all over again. Thank you very much indeed. Excusez-moi. Harry and Meghan have faced criticism for taking the Netflix millions. Basically, they've taken money from a company who's taken the mickey out of his mother. But obviously it doesn't bother them too much. I should imagine that Meghan will probably have said, listen, it's a long time ago now, let's move on and take the money. And so they've done it. We're still waiting to find out whether he wished his father a happy birthday. And they've also just hired staff. They've hired a press officer and all these other things, so they obviously love the publicity, don't they? What was the other one? Oh, William. For some reason, they're showing you girls that William went out with ages and ages ago. Also, the Human Rights stopping the Home Office kicking out 4,000 criminals. Cliff's version on the rap people. They can't sing, which is good. The run on the crooks escaping from the courts at the moment. The amount of crooks who get into court and then just do a runner. And they get away. Apparently, there's quite a little epidemic going on of people running away. Like that, Also, Aled Jones, I can't believe this one. I mean, honestly, you'd have thought butter wouldn't have melted. He says he can down a pint in 4 seconds. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Amateur. And 4 seconds for a pint. Good to say. I've never drunk a pint in my life. I could be sitting here for an hour. Easily an hour. I'd be sick even thinking about it. That would be absolutely terrible. Beverly Callard, late of Coronation Street, says she's going on I'm a Celeb to prove that older women can. There was no other word that finished up at the end of that. It was just older women can. We don't know. I don't know. I was waiting to find out. Also, the Scouts. People still Scouts. I see no reason why not. You get to wear a uniform and it makes you a useful purpose. Alexina Graham starts Christmas unwrapping. No, I'd never heard of her either, but apparently she's a Victoria's Secret model, so there you go. So she's used to getting all her bits out. And can you believe the story? Thousands of Britain's babies are weaned on avocados. When's that? I'm sorry. So, I want mushroom stroganoff. No, you've got avocados today. Is that what they do? Is that what they do when they sort of mix all these things up? Total Scout membership in the UK is 390,929. That includes Beaver Scouts, 103,000, Cub Scouts, 140,000, Scouts, 113, Explorer Scouts, my favourites, 31,000, and Scout Network members, 2,048. I don't even know what they are. Explorer Scouts, would they be people who sort of go explore? To be honest with you, I don't really know what they do. I've never fathomed that bit out. I've heard of sort of Beaver Scouts and Cub Scouts, because Beaver Scouts are the junior members. Well, I was never a beaver. I think I was just called Junior Hong Kong First Troop. I don't think we were ever told whether we were beavers or not. I just remember sitting on a mushroom. I don't know why we sat on a mushroom. I think it was some sort. They said, "You sit on a mushroom, Steve. You'll be very good sitting on a mushroom." And June says Harry may well have congratulated his father privately. Don't be so silly. They never do anything privately. It's all done for publicity. Always, 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 always. Do you ever watch Naked Attraction? Did you see the bloke the other day? He gets on the programme and he's never seen, he's a virgin, and he's never seen a naked woman in his life. And he had to leave the set. He found it a bit too much that there were 5 naked women in front of him. So he left the set. I mean, it was too much for him to apparently... So he didn't get as far as taking his own clothes off or finding anybody to go out with. He'd never seen anybody naked before. How he got through the vetting process, I've got no idea. I said the clue is in Naked Attraction. You know, the word naked, unless he's particularly stupid. But he'd never seen anybody naked. And, I mean, he was really, really odd. Really odd. Steve loved David Tomlinson, certainly had a varied life. Sadly, his first wife not being able to bring her 2 children, David's stepsons, 8 and 6, to the UK to be with him. Oh, right. Well, I can't wait to read the book. If Nathan Morley's doing it, it'll be a cracking book. And Albert says, I was a former gravedigger, been put in the ground, cost thousands. Cremations cost hundreds. So where does £3,000 come from? Well, it's the car, it's the coffin, it's the cremation costs of the chapel. I mean, and also, you know, having a hearse and a car to take mourners, that could go for £3,000 easily. In fact, my mother's funeral was about £3,000. And that was 1 car, 1 hearse, cremation and the fees and the coffin and everything else. We picked the coffin out because you don't need a really super duper coffin because you're going to be burning the thing anyway. And that was about £3,000, and that was years ago. So that's where £3,000 goes. So that's the only way I can explain it, because I'm not too sure. It's the time this Sunday. What a miserable Sunday, honestly. Coming up at 7, our own ray of sunshine with Andrew Castle with Weekend Breakfast. He'll be asking what Boris Johnson can do to regain people's trust and discussing a new testing scheme for care homes. Then at 10, it's Tom Swarbrick with Swarbrick on Sunday, looking back at a chaotic week for the government and asking what happens next. And when they say chaotic week, they mean chaotic week. All of that coming up later this morning, right here on LBC. Steve, how can anybody over the age of consent not have seen a naked woman before, says Roger. I've got no idea. I just know that it made all the papers. So they obviously decided to sort of transmit bits of it to say, look, this is him. And he was sort of saying, oh, I can't do this. Strange, isn't it? Very odd. Yes. Just a minute ago. No. Well, you might have imagined it, but I certainly read it. You were reading. Oh, right. How sweet. Steve, I've just purchased a set of lights for the Christmas tree. You can turn and off and change into multiple colours with your phone. Oh, I bought these weeks ago. Where have you been? They're called Twinkle. I bought them in John Lewis. And you can connect up all the sets, and they're colour-changing bulbs, and you can program them on your telephone to, have your tree going and doing all sorts of things. But the one that the tree that I bought, they're also colour-changing bulbs, and they've got 116 different functions, which I think is quite nice. Steve, he did take his clothes off in the West End and went on a date with a man-eater, says Jane. Really? He's never seen a naked woman. I think he must be getting mixed up with somebody. Steve, I only watch Ruth and Eamon. Love them. Can't stand Holly and Philip. Oh, isn't that funny? But a lot of people have said that they're not going to watch, when they go. But people will, because what else are you going to watch at that time? There's nothing else on the television at that time of the morning. If you're a person who's addicted to... You'll have to listen to the radio. Good Lord above, the old-fashioned wireless. Daily Star, Celeb Bev, this is Bev Callard, ready to tackle I'm a Celeb's haunted castle with the help of Deirdre Barlow's ghost. She said, I ain't afraid of no ghosts, of course, because they don't exist. It's just made up. It's made up by this castle because they want to be, somebody who's very busy, and people they go, oh, I saw a headless horseman riding through the front. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. It's like that Looney Tunes person who said that they were abducted with Robbie Williams in a spacecraft. I mean, what are these people on or something? It just makes me laugh, really. The backdrop might be different, but the bugs are back. They've started filming already. Vernon abseiled down the cliff. I should imagine, actually, Vernon would be probably about the fittest person in there. And then he had to answer a quiz question. Shane Ritchie is marvelling and saying, I wonder where the fridge is and the bar. As they moved into the sleeping quarters, Victoria Derbyshire lay down on a rusty camp bed and moaned, it's as hard as nails. And somebody called Jordan North says, I've never seen a more horrific bathroom. I mean, most of the people on it appear to be people who are sort of working for the BBC, which is, it's not a BBC programme. I can't work it out. What do you want to use Victoria Derbyshire for? Any credibility she might have had has gone right out the window. Nobody's interested. And Giovanna Fletcher. I didn't know she was either. She apparently is Tom Fletcher from McFly's wife. So she's dumped the kids off on him and decided to go on the television because she's obviously on some ego trip. And... yeah, it's exactly, a celebrity. Apparently she's a blogger or something. I don't know what they call her. Vernon Kay. I mean, he's been around for ages. He's been on sort of television and radio. Shane Ritchie fell out of his hammock. And that's about it. But they've obviously started filming little bits and pieces that they can sort of drop in. But to be honest with you, I mean, I had to say the other day, I had no idea who Jordan North was. I really didn't know who he was at all, and why somebody from the BBC is appearing on an ITV programme when nobody knows it. It's supposed to be people you identify. You go, oh, it's a celebrity. Who is it? Giovanna Fletcher. Who's she? Then you have to explain to somebody who it is. Oh, Steve, I love Eamon and Ruth. It's Pip and Holly that need to go. Well, there's no chance of that happening. No chance. They are the mainstays of the programme. They are the mainstays of the programme. Steve, I was on a diabetes website and it asked if I would accept cookies, which I thought was some sort of test. I got that the other day, actually, on something. It said, we have cookies on this. And, of course, I didn't know until some years ago, but now I'm fine with things like that. Somebody else, Shane says, did you say you had to sit on a mushroom? Well, we were only little. We were little children. We were sort of 9, 10 years old. And Tony in South Ealing says, I've just checked the Sussex's Twitter. They managed to squeeze out a very minimal happy birthday to his father. A lot going on there. Oh, there's an awful lot going on, actually. There's probably a lot going on that we don't know about, which is probably just as well. So, also, somebody else loved David Tomlinson, which is good. We like that. And somebody has raised the point, who actually paid for Sutcliffe's victims' funerals, and the answer is probably the families, I would imagine. But I don't think we should pay for him. But that's just my opinion. You know, when you think how many people lost their lives to this man, mind you, when you think what a dismal failure, I think the police should pay for it out of their budget. The amount of cock-ups the police made on this thing. They interviewed him about 8 times, and the only time they actually got him is when they got him it was on a car issue, and he wanted to go to the toilet, I seem to remember. And they went, he sort of got out of the car. It was a false number plate on the car. I seem to remember, they showed it on the telly the other day. And they went round to the corner where he said he went for the toilet, and they found the hammer. And then when they got back to the police station, he said, I know what you're going to ask me. He said, am I Jack the Ripper? I said, yes. Yorkshire Ripper. And in fact, LBC ran that person who pretended to be him. Do you remember there was a tape doing the rounds? Hello, it's Jack here. We ran it, and it was the most eerie thing we'd ever run. And it turned out that this is John Samuel Humble. He pretended to be the Yorkshire Ripper in a hoax audio recording. That was between 78 and 79. He sent out a taped message in a Wearside accent and 3 letters. When we got it in at LBC, I can remember somebody saying, we've actually got the tape, and we played it. We must have played it in the course of a day 20 times. Without realising that it was a hoax. Nobody knew, because you didn't think anybody would be that stupid. But he died, actually, only in 2019, alcohol abuse. He was convicted of 4 charges of perverting the course of justice back in March 2006. But it was eerie listening to it. All the journalists were crowding around listening to this tape of somebody pretending to be this sort of man. It was exactly the same in... When Jack the Ripper was around, he used to write letters to the police officers, sort of saying, you're no nearer catching me. You nearly caught me the other day, but I was too quick for you. And they've still never sorted it out, have they? Still never sorted out who it actually was. We've had various people coming up with theories of who they think it was, but never actually getting there. Chris says, I also love Ruth and hubby on Friday. Won't watch the new duo. Can't bear Alison. You've got to give them a chance, though. Got to give them. Mind you, see, I was one of those people when Fern finished on Can't Cook, Won't Cook, Everybody Else Cooks. I didn't want to watch it because it wasn't the same without Fern. I thought Fern was fine. Steve, on a serious interview, Eamon's very skilled. Says, well, he should be. He's in the business long enough, for God's sake. If he's not skilled, there's no point. It's just that sometimes he takes the mickey out of her. But I don't think it was for that reason that they got rid of him. That nobody's sort of maligned him on his interviewing or the fact that they are particularly popular. It's just he doesn't have a job now. He only had 1 day a week. He had a radio job, and that went to somebody. Somebody told me it was scripted. Somebody told me that his radio programme was... I've never heard of a speech radio programme being scripted. Imagine how tedious that must be. Have I missed the page? Oh, in the script. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard of that before. I've heard of people reading auto cues, and that's quite an art in itself. But, you know, to actually script a programme... Mind you, I used to know people over the years who could only do interviews if somebody had read the book or done their research and then done a list of questions. And that's how, of course, I mean, my favourite was Pete Murray. Pete Murray used to have a guest coming in the studio, bless him, and if he didn't know who it was, but he'd say, listen, just write down 6 things you want me to ask you. And so they would write down 6 questions. Seriously, I kid you not. I mean, he was the past master at it, was Pete, and he'd do the crossword. Do the crossword. You'd say, if you walk past the studio, Pete would be in there. He's still around, he's still with us, bless his heart. Love him to pieces. I remember bumping into him as I was coming back from Fleet Street one day, and Pete used to have a jacket with his name on it, Pete Murray, and the LBC logo, and he's walking down, and as he draws level with me, he said, see you on Monday, Steve. And I went, where are you going? He said, home. I said, Pete, you've got another hour to go. Oh, bugger, he said. Turned round and came back into the building. He'd forgotten the last hour of the program. Where the producer thought he was going, I've got no idea. June says Giovanna Fletcher is also Mario Falcone of Towie fame's sister. He's not even on that anymore, is he? He's finished on that one. Apparently, Giovanna Fletcher has a brother. Yes, Mario. Stephen in Birkenhead says, I'm still none the wiser. Listen, there are people now, you see them on Towie, they sort of show one of these old programmes of these sort of people, and you go, who are they? I don't know who they are. We know Chloe Sims, because she's about 73 at the moment and still dragging herself around, and she's got a sister who might or might not be called something, and there's a few other little bits and pieces, and then they seem to have got rid of loads of it. You've still got Gemma Collins, who's now single again. Can't find anybody to go out with for love nor money. Nobody wants to go out with her. She's desperately trying. Demi and Frankie Sims. Demi because she's not the full ticket. She's only a demi. Such an old joke, but I had to use it. I'm sorry. Quite topical for me. Frankie Sims is... Am I going to get this wrong? Is Frankie Sims gay? She's not. Is she bisexual? Can you find out during the... Because I'm sure that one of the Sim sisters went out with somebody else. And I'm trying to think who it was. I never remember these things, but it's just as good. So there's a few pictures in the Daily Star today of people you've never heard of. One is called Amber Turner. But she's tackled... they're obviously all working out. They've got to try and find something to do. And as most of them don't appear to have any talent. So her sexy looks helped her land a big money deal to be the pace of some fake hair. I've never quite understood the addiction to fake hair. Maura Higgins says she struggled to cope with criticism on the skating show this year. Well, you better get used to it, darling. You're going to be hearing loads of it. Loads and loads of it. And the rise of celeb culture will be the focus of a new documentary series looking at famous faces who had an impact on the world. You know, somebody said to me the other day, no, it was yesterday, they said that Donald Trump could be standing for president again in 2024. I said, oh, Lord, how embarrassing. Is this in between him sort of appealing for money? Terrible, isn't it, really? Steve, I think the Sims sister was on a Z-listed Celebs Go Dating with Megan Barton Hanson. Yes, and it was... Which one was it? Demi. And says Stephen in Birkenhead. And, yes, I mean, to be honest with you, I think that's one of the most stupid programmes I've ever seen, Celebs Go Dating on the television. How tragic. How tragic to actually sort of admit that you can't find anybody. But then, now we know it's just all sort of... It's just for money, isn't it? It's a gig. Steve. What age is Pete Murray? I think he's about 95. I remember going to see him at a department store with Mum Lois. We got his autograph, says Chris. Woo! Yes. Do you know, I don't think I've got any photographs. I don't think so at all. Yet I should have, actually, because we worked together for years. Years and years and years. Bless his heart. But he was a big fan of tennis. And he's also a water rat, I believe. But 95 is going well. What else in the paper today? This is, somebody else talking about Bake Off. Is anybody watching Bake Off? I know we're supposed to be really into... Oh, you're watching it. Oh, you're not watching it. Lots of people, I know. It seems to be one of those sort of programmes that people watch. I think there's too many presenters, actually. Highest rated Channel 4 show for many, many years. Riveting. And does a place in the sun count as escapism on television torture? As Jim Bowen nearly said, it's a case of look at where you could have gone. Some of the would-be expats are absurdly fussy. A woman once moaned that the property she was looking at in Spain was too Spanishy. What did she expect? A view of Red Square from the ensuite bog? Apparently, Andy and Neil from York had £150,000 to spend and wanted a place near the beach, plenty of bedrooms, an outdoor pool, a barbecue and a working matador in the garden. We may have dreamt that last bit, by the way. Is beachside living quite as idyllic at the height of tourist season, though? Squawking kids, sunburnt beer bellies, late-night pavement pizzas. No gracias. Because I've watched all these programmes about people who want to go move abroad. 90% of them don't. They just do it because it's a freebie holiday, isn't it, really? Also, industry does for the square mile what Martin Bashir did for Princess Diana. What a bunch of bankers, says Mr. Bushell, writing his little column. He says, this one here, BBC Two's financial drama, opened like The Apprentice, 5 candidates being interviewed for jobs. See, The Apprentice, they haven't done, have they? They axed it this year because basically it's the same mad people who go on there and go, yeah, so they've had to show highlights. But it's all a bit embarrassing. Nigella Lawson, I quite like Nigella Lawson. And how old is Nicole Kidd meant to be on The Undoing? He looks 12 but talks 15, going on 30. Well, there you go. And more crooks fleeing the courts, and a Dalmatian had his paws cut off. Oh, dear. And this is a lady called Misha. She wants to end the dog meat trade after rescuing a mutilated dog. I mean, who are these sick people who do... I mean, seriously, I can't begin to tell you, because I'm not allowed to, what I would want to happen to these horrible, horrible people who sort of do it. I mean, I can't imagine anybody wanting to eat dogs anyway. That's just one of those dreadful things. Nicole Scherzinger doing another sort of thing, bits hanging out all over the place. And move over, Fat Boy Slim, and put your hands in the air for Fat Girl. Yes, the legendary DJ's 10-year-old daughter, Nelly, became a lockdown star in the summer. And now 2021 looks like being her year. Fat Boy Slim, I can't believe he's still going. The proud dad said his girl had played to more people in one fell swoop than I played in my entire career. Riveting. I don't think it's very good for kids like that. She's 10, I know. See, I don't think at 10 you should sort of do anything like that. There's a new book out by Robert Mattson on Audrey Hepburn. There's loads of books that are coming out. Have you noticed? I mean, everywhere you turn now, there's another book that's come out about another famous person, which is quite interesting. Pouring down, says Matthew. I think I'm going to have a lazy Sunday, watch the Kemps and Sunday brunch. Oh, no, you should listen to the radio. So much more entertaining. So much more. Andrew Castle said it's birthday today. Birthday. I mean, I was just going to see the cake that they bought him. There were so many candles on, I couldn't get within about a mile. I had to say, goodness sake, honestly. But it's tipping down here in Leicester Square. But they did say that over the weekend. They said, oh, don't worry, it's going to tip down. And all I kept thinking about, why can't we have a sunny day? And then I thought, no, we're not going to have a sunny day, are we, at all? I mean, to be honest with you, it doesn't really make any difference. I just don't want to sort of get back to the car dripping wet, which I probably will. Sunday magazine, it's Denise Van Outen, way too much makeup. And she's talking about her life. And Charlotte Aspley from Lichfield, she was born with mosaic Down syndrome. And doctors said she'd never walk or talk. Well, she's proved them wrong. She's a supermarket key worker and she runs marathons. So there you go. Here's Her Majesty the Queen. Always looks amazing. Always looks perfect. I mean, it must take some effort, let me tell you, to look as good as this. And she looks as good as that all the time. Also, you've got Ant and Dec heading to Wales. Well, they're already all there, aren't they? So today they'll just show you them arriving. There's also, I can't remember what day this is on. This might also be Sunday, 5:30. Rock on Tommy, the Bobby Ball story. And I think they've said here 5:30 ITV. He died last month, aged 76. But I mean, he was the funniest. But in every double act, you've got to have a straight man, and you've got to have the comedy person, and the comedy person would be Bobby Ball. I mean, he appeared on loads of things: Going Out, Benidorm, the Cockfields. What did I see him on the other day? Oh, he was on Heartbeat. It's because a lot of comedians went on to do things like that. Omid Jalili's got a new daytime quiz show. We like Omid Jalili. And also How to Spend It Well at Christmas with Pip Schofield. He's presenting his guide to toys. I think there's a limit how far you can push Pip's career. He visits a school to see if the classic Rubik's Cube can compete with modern equivalents. Biggins plays a new board game, and Matt Evers road tests inline skates. Who's Matt Evers? Who's he? Why do I not know these people? They're using them on television. I'm supposed to know about these sort of things, but I obviously don't. So, you've got Philip Schofield doing yet another programme. That one, who is he? An American pair skater, model and actor. Well, aren't we all? He's 44. He began... who cares? He's not British. That's all I need to know about. Also on Friday, November the 20th, you've got Royal History's Biggest Fibs with Lucy Worsley. I like her on the television. I like people who know about all these things that go on in history. That's one of my favourite. Anything that's a documentary on history, I'm there. Plus Johnson to bring forward the ban on sales of petrol cars. Why don't they just concentrate on finding a cure for COVID? Why don't they just sort of get on with it and just leave the rest of us to our things? Shoppers being urged to treat themselves after a bleak 2020. This is from Tesco. They say here that there's no naughty list of things we shouldn't eat or drink. I don't. They say that the festive season marks the occasion when people push the boat out a little bit. I don't think so this year. I think people are going to go easy on it. I think you have to. You know, to be honest with you, it's so much easier to not go mad. I mean, I can go round a supermarket and pick out all the food on the shelves that I want and just sit at home and pig out on it. But, I mean, that's not the way forward, is it? So, well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe this year. All I want to find is the little tiny cocktail sausages in batter with the curry sauce dip. I don't care about anything else. Probably eat a whole packet of those. Connie in Stockwell says to listen to Steve Allen and Nick Ferrari in the mornings is much more entertaining and interesting than to watch any of the rubbish on television. There you go. Thank you. Stay safe today. Well, not only stay safe, stay dry. Because we're obviously all in for an absolute dousing. I imagine it's the only time the car looks clean. You know, you sort of drive along with it. What's on the goss? Oh, Kerry Katona and Ryan Mahoney are going into business. Oh, God, poor old Kerry. I thought we'd dispensed with Kerry Katona. I had no idea she was still hanging around. But apparently, the reality star has set up Kerry Katona Limited and then made Ryan its director a month later. The firm will be used for the performing arts and artistic creation. What do you know about that? What does she know about that at all? But the new business will be like a performing arts school for her ever-growing brood. Yeah, not really, dear. Not really. Very sweet of you to make an effort, but to be honest with you, I don't think we'll be inviting you any time to do anything like that. Liam Gallagher is performing a one-off Celestial live performance down by the River Thames in December. He says the performing tracks from 2 #1 solo albums and some Stone Cold Oasis classics. Can't wait. I think he might sort of change his attitude to his brother. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, at Christmas, if they actually spoke to each other and had a little bit of a chat. But there you go, kind of everything. And Connie Huck was talking at photographer Rankin's launch of his Lost for Words digital exhibition. And humour is a really good coping mechanism for grief. So they had people there, Ashley Walters, Jeff Brazier, and Malin Anderson. Jeff Brazier, what are they doing there? Very odd. But it's lovely. James Haskell says he's been in a scrum or two. He'd written a book, actually. He's married to Chloe Madeley. You remember her track history, don't you? Oh, dear me. Not good at all. 7:15. It's 12 minutes to 7. Birthday boy Andrew Castle with you at 7 o'clock this morning. I'm not sure about this story of this mother who claims that she lost almost 10 stone eating 6 punnets of strawberries a day. Alison Gregory would never leave the house without the fruit. She said, I went crazy for strawberries, eating after, with and between every meal. Her weight went from 20 stone £6 to 11 stone £2 over 4 years. 4 years? God blimey, you could have just sort of done anything to lose weight. I don't think it was strawberries that helped you lose the weight. Full of sugar. Also, 2 sides of the number 10 row over the Boris fiancé. There's always rows, aren't there? Why are they rowing all the time? Goodness sake, I'm sure it's not like this in other country. But we never know. Charles's Unity Call speech in German. He's going to give this speech in German and English. I wonder how good. This is at the Bundestag today. He will say the nations must reaffirm our bond. I wonder how good his German is. I wonder if it's. I mean, I know that they are a Germanic family, but I wonder whether or not he would still speak German. I don't know if the boys speak German. Not at all. But more than a quarter of mums opting for avocados in a poll. Thousands of babies are eating avocados. I've never heard of such a thing. Carrots, bananas and potatoes still top the list of babies' first solid food. More unusual choices, lemons and lime, pitted olives and sprouts. Sprouts? Well, they must be liquidising it. They can't be eating sprouts, surely. That is just unbelievable. The Yorkshire Ripper, we are told, was offered a free funeral by a pal who took pity on him for having no cash. Well, he's got a wife. There's a house. There must be family members. In fact, there are family members, aren't there? So that's what we've got to wait and find out about. Plus, the BBC, it is claimed, gave Martin Bashir a quick secret promotion to a cushy editor role that was never advertised. They say he got the religious editor role in December 2017, 15 months after he became religious correspondent. A source says it's a job for the boys scandal. It goes to the heart of the BBC. He's been promoted within no time at all. Something smells rotten about this case. Yeah, it's only allegedly in the papers today. The Director General at the time was Lord Hall. Interestingly enough, this one is still going. The BBC said the job was upgraded after a wide-ranging review. It's not right, is it? Something's definitely going wrong here, and we don't know which bit it is. Also, Dominic Cummings, where does he go now? Book, I should imagine. I think there'll be a book. Do you not think so? He's always said, of course, it was always part of the plan to make himself redundant and to leave the job. But then he would say that, wouldn't he? I mean, that's what people say. Much has been made of the fact that his exit was forced by a bunch of people, and perhaps it's people who know best, says Karen Brady, writing in her column today. And also, love the photos of Victoria Beckham. It's another posy picture of her kissing Harper goodbye. Harper, going off to school, which is good news. So that's nice. And Vinnie Jones wants to try his hand at comedy. Oh, God. Please don't. Please don't. He says, I could throw in a mixture in the pot. It would be Only Fools and Horses meets Minder, The Avengers and The Professionals. Oh. He's teamed up with an aftershave over Christmas. He says, and he talks to John Fashanu. He says, he encouraged me to moisturise. Oh, Lord above, honestly. Give it up now, please. So don't do the comedy thing. Nothing he's ever done has made us think, oh, yes, comedy. That'd be a good one. Also, Professor Green has cleaned up his act. So that's good news, isn't it? He went a bit quiet recently. He's launched his own brand of healthy tipple. Really? Why do these people do it? Money. They do it for money. That's what it is. It's an endorsement. And so it's vitamin shots. It's not snake oil we're selling. It's the real deal made with scientists. I'm sorry, I can't buy into any of this stuff. I really can't. If I'm going to buy anything like that, I'm going to do it, properly through the proper channels. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, we're in lockdown and depressed, and the TV is more or less wall-to-wall war stories. Is it? Well, you're obviously probably watching the History Channel and stuff like that. And another one that says Matt Evers was Gemma Collins' partner in Dancing on Ice. Nope, none the wiser, I'm afraid, on that one. And because we didn't know who he was, so they were just sort of putting him into context. But also, that's Gemma, who didn't actually dance on ice. She just sat on her bottom on the ice. That's all she did, waving and flailing her flabby arms around. There was no dancing. The whole programme is called Dancing on Ice. She can't dance. She's got no sense of rhythm, although actually the old Towie that I watched the other day, Rami, I think one of her ex-boyfriends from the past, turned up. She went, "Oh, Rami, I can't believe it." That one finished very quickly. And she was still sort of being hounded by poor old Arj, who said, wanted to go back. She says, no, listen, we just have to be friends. Now I don't even think they're friends anymore. I think they've actually given up on that one. Poor soul, honestly. As she hits the 4-0 halfway to 80, I always say. Plus a lot of people talking about the toxic texts that did in Dom. And, Charles calls on the world to fight hate, which is good news. And do you remember the mum of the missing RAF airman, Corrie McKee, says she was told a man had mugged him and pushed him in a bin the night he vanished. This is the man who they've never found. He just disappeared. He was 23. They thought he died after drunkenly climbing into a Greggs bin, which was then emptied into a lorry. Police traced his mobile signal, and it showed it travel around 14 miles in a vehicle shortly after 4 a.m. So they searched a rubbish dump in Milton, Cambridgeshire, ended without success. They've now accepted the fact that he's not alive, but they just can't find him. The lady phoned to say her husband, a taxi driver, had picked up Corrie on that night, heading towards his base. He started being sick, and the driver stopped and tried to drag him out. He ended up hitting him over the head with this bat, dragged him out of the woods and let him go. He's got his wife to clear up the sick, and so it goes on. But this is years ago now, isn't it? This is 2016. And I remember when they started doing all the searches, they suddenly realised that they were absolutely achieving nothing at all, because if he'd been in the back of a bin, lorry, they empty the things in, and then everything gets pushed to the front. So in theory, he could have been emptied in to a bin, into the lorry, which then it's got like a pressure. I mean, he wouldn't have stood a chance. The thing pushes you together to the front of the vehicle so they can get more stuff in there. And then it just goes to the rubbish tip, and then they empty the whole thing out. They wouldn't be looking for a body or anything else like that. In fact, they wouldn't notice anything like that. But they did do a thorough search, and at the end of the day, they found nothing. Nothing at all. Terrible, isn't it, really? Who does the sausages with the curry sauce? Well, it's part of the Christmas range at Marks and Spencer's, but I'm led to believe that Tesco's could be doing them as well. Because, seriously, they need to come up with some interesting stuff for Christmas. This is the sort of the little stuff that you hand around, the little canapes and things like that. So, you know, quite nice, I think. Quite nice. I see no reason that we shouldn't be eating stuff like that. Somebody else telling me that Matt Evers was Gemma Collins' partner. Poor soul. And Sue says, was Anton smashing on the telly last night? Not really, no. Tony Beak sort of starts passing judgment. Front page of the People, poor old Eamon and Ruth. But I just think they weren't axed. It's like if somebody's contract comes to an end, the contract comes to an end. So she's all right. He needs to find himself a job, and I'm sure that because he doesn't work at Sky now, he doesn't work on the radio, he doesn't. I don't know what he does really. What is it? He must do after dinner speaking. He's probably very good at that. Of course, we don't have any after dinners, do we? So there's no point doing after dinner speaking. Perhaps he could do a fitness no, not the fitness program. DVD for Christmas, Eamon's Fitness. You know, I don't know what he could do now. I've really got no idea. It's a very interesting scenario that she's got probably as much work as she can shake a stick at, because with loose women, with her clothing and all the other bits and pieces she does, she must be absolutely dying for the rest. It's only one day a week they had. It's not like they did 5 days a week. But we'll wait and see. Perhaps he could be a contributor. Eamon could be a contributor. And now over to Eamon Holmes, and he'll show you how to eat a pizza single-handedly. Because he was always very good at... I used to laugh about it, because the moment Phil Vicker or whoever it was cooking, Eamon would be over there like an exocet, which was fantastic, actually. And when you've got somebody cooking there and you can smell it, why not? But what he's going to do now, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And also the celeb pull-out. There's all sorts of celebrities, 90% of them you've never heard of in the newspapers today. Because if they've been on Love Island, you won't know who they are, because there'll be a new Love Island starting in a few months' time, and that'll be with another bunch of people. And again, you won't know who they are either. So we just have to go, oh, it's somebody from... It used to be, we used to laugh when they turned up on the telly. We'd go, oh, they're in Brookside. Now we go, oh, they're from Love Island, because they can't be from anything else. I'm in a strange kind of mood today. You know why? I spent money yesterday. I don't normally spend money on a Sunday. It's not normally a spending money day. But it was, because, you know, those cards I was telling you about, the Christmas cards with the magnetic movement and all the rest of it. I bought another load of them yesterday. I'm still not giving them away. I bought more. I know. I'm still not giving them away to people. I just like keeping them. I think they're just fun to have. But it's got to be somebody really special to get a Christmas card. I mean, especially a Christmas card that costs like 13... No, nobody here. Especially a card that costs like 13 quid. I mean, 13 quid for a Christmas card. I'd expect Father Christmas himself to come round to your house for 13 quid. I wouldn't be expecting anything else. That's a lot of money to spend on a Christmas card. I used to send out loads of Christmas cards years ago. We used to send them out from the programme. We got them printed. Diabetes UK have a printing service, so you pick a card and then they print it, and I think ours just said, with all best wishes from the Steve Allen Show, LBC, blah, 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 whatever year it was. And we did it for about 2 or 3 years, and I suddenly realised we were spending a small fortune on these cards. And so I used to send them out as well. The only people I send cards to is my brother and his wife, and my godchildren. Because otherwise you're sending out like 150, 200 cards. Biggins sends out loads of cards every year. I mean, he must send at least 400 cards out a year. He has a company that sort of does them. I think I wouldn't like to state. I mean, some of them are personalised, but some are just Biggins. And it's always been a good picture of him and Neil and everybody else. So, you know, for the Queen, she must send out loads of cards every year. And they have auto pen. I can't see the Queen unless they were personalised. Diana used to write hers, but personalised. And then the Beatles did the auto pen one, which is a pen, but it just copies the signature, so it looks as though it's the real thing, which is quite clever, really. But I haven't sent Christmas cards for ages. It just seems like an awful... I give them sometimes to the producer. You know, that might be it. So Corey and Thomas got one, I think, last year and the year before. But normally speaking, I wouldn't. I go to Costco and I buy a box of those handmade cards, which are quite nice. You know, they look good. They're a bit different from bloody robins sitting on the top of a spade in the middle of a snow-covered field, you know, or choristers standing round the Christmas tree, you know, singing whatever, oh, like that, which is all very cute and all very sweet. So this year, I think I might go and get a box. I don't know. Should I get a box of? Or failing that, I've sent out these e-cards, which are very good. The Jackie Lawson ones are brilliant. You buy them. You pay a subscription for the year. Don't quote me on this. It's about, say, £10 for a year, and she's got hundreds of cards. And what you do is you pick out the card you want, either for Christmas, birthday, and there's loads of all different ones in each range, and you scoot to the end of it and you personalise it. So you go, you know, to Jack, have a great Christmas. To Jake, have a great Christmas. Lots of love, Steve, blah, blah, blah. And then every year it will remind you, you send a card to Jake and you pick the card you want, but they're animated. When you open them up, they were all based around the village where this woman lives in, Jackie Lawson. And so you've got a little house on the village green, smoke coming off the roof, and the windows light up. And then you click on a star and a Christmas tree appears, and then the dog goes galloping across the village green. They're really good, actually. Really, really good. And it's an easy way of doing it if you can't be bothered, provided people know how to open up cards, you know, which is a lot easier. Woohoo! Thank you. Can you pick up my cap as well?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Just like a permanent servant. It's so exciting, honestly. I haven't had servants since we lived in Hong Kong. And so they're quite exciting. I'm quite enjoying it. So Jackie Lawson's cards, and then you can program in loads of them. And the writing is beautiful. It's beautifully, you know, scripty writing, as I call it, sort of posh writing, the sort of writing none of us can do, but we aspire to it. We've sold more glasses. Very pleased about that. Very, very pleased about that. So thank you very much indeed, because we just want to help people, and through Global's Make Some Noise charity, we've managed to raise a lot of money just on this programme. Think of all the other programmes that we've got and all the other radio stations, and it's really good. So thank you very much indeed. Very pleased about those. And then, as I say, Des O'Connor dying. Actually, I got a thing from Bonnie Lithgow the other day. And she was sort of telling me, because eventually she's coming back to this country. When, we're not too sure. And I go, oh, wait a minute, come here, you stupid machine. Sometimes machines never go where you want them to go. And so it seems to have a mind of its own. But in fact, she was telling me that she had a party. And Des O'Connor went. She said, he made my birthday last year, where so many of my friends were there to spend fun time with him, because he was absolutely charming. He was literally, I mean, I think his nickname was Dimples. And he married Jodie, and I think he's got one child, I think, called Adam, and he's got 3 other girls with his first wife. He was lovely. Seriously, he was Mr. Entertainment. 88, he fell over. And if you fall over when you get to a certain age, it doesn't bode well. And he fell over. They thought he was going to be okay. And then he just slipped away from them about a week later, which is not very good. But, I mean, he's got some really good... he's made the front page of the Times, which I'm really pleased about. They said, described as the last of the all-round variety entertainers. Well, I mean, I suppose he would be before... Oh, he's made the front page of The Guardian as well. Oh, wow. That's lovely. And he doesn't make the front page of the Eye, but I mean, who cares? But he's made the front page of all the other papers, which is lovely. But he was, I suppose, Brucey would be another one of the all-round entertainers, you know, from the variety days. Bruce, I thought, was an all-rounder, but Des, he had Chatcher for 45 years. He reigned supreme. Funny thing was, when I did my one-man show, I did Queen's Theatre and Hornchurch and all the other, and following us on was Des O'Connor. He was also doing his sort of one-man show. The difference was he sang and I didn't. Thank God for that, I hear you saying. But he followed us around. So, of course, I knew exactly how much he was making on each show, because we were doing the same, except we had lower overheads, much lower overheads. But it was good fun. And he was so nice. And he came in here, and I think he's probably still on the In Conversation list. I don't know whether or not it was 6 years ago. Might have been, actually. A little bit less than that. But if he's there, Joe will find it. And he was lovely. But he did get... I remember one of the things, I asked him a question and said so-and-so, and he started giving me this long answer, and then he got halfway through the answer, and he went to me, he said, Steve, I can't remember what the question was you asked me. And I thought, that's the sign of a trooper. He just sort of ploughed on. Is it not there? Oh, no. Oh, I feel almost disappointed now. Almost disappointed. But never mind. Jim Dale also wrote the words to Georgie Girl. Did he? Well, you live and learn. Steve, you can buy Dick-a Dum Dum on Amazon Music. But I wanted the Jim Dale album. And that's not available. And I also wanted the Des O'Connor album, which had it on as well. Shame, isn't it? Matthew says, I had a McDonald's in Richmond yesterday, a double cheeseburger and large fries. A double cheeseburger. My God, that's pushing the boat out, isn't it? I had a double cheeseburger, Steve. It were champion. Double cheeseburger. Thanks, Poppet. Sorry. Thank you. I've had a double cheeseburger before, actually. I used to have in McDonald's a quarter pounder with cheese without all the frilly muck on it. So it's called plain. So you go, and I remember the woman at, not quite that. That's a triple cheeseburger. How many calories is that? 588 calories? It's not, what do you mean it's not that bad? 588 calories, triple cheese. See, the trouble is it's got all the gunk on it. So I don't mind the triple cheese. Have you noticed how they beautifully arrange the cheese so it all falls over as if they ever look like that. They never look like that. And then it's all the other stuff on the top. And I used to say to them, I'll just have it plain. And they go, oh. And the woman at the Waterloo McDonald's, which again, how it survived. Before, there'd be queues out the door. Now there's hardly anybody queuing in there. A bit like, as we said yesterday, Greggs. Laying off 800 people because there's not the business. Isn't that funny? All of a sudden it's gone from very, very popular, very, very busy. I feel single-handedly I'm keeping the bacon baguette market going. But, it doesn't work all the time. So we just need to get out there. My friend Richard is off doing Christmas shopping and stuff like that. Also, Eamon Holmes. Now, I had a feeling this might happen. And I'm hoping that Ruth has kicked some sense into him, because you know that Eamon and Ruth were dropped from their Friday show on This Morning. The reason being they want to put somebody else. They've been doing it 14 years. And they want to put somebody else on, so they're doing Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary. I'm sure it'll work out fine. He's a little bit too sort of... He's not what I call a natural presenter. Not what I call a natural presenter. And I've heard his radio programme, and that's not a very good radio programme either. It sounds a bit affected. I don't mean that in a bitchy way. Yeah, right, whatever. No, I don't. I'm seriously, people say, oh, you're obviously jealous. I've never been jealous of anybody in my entire life, apart from somebody who's thinner than me. So luckily, I don't have anybody like that. I only work with fat people. How cool is that? What's the point of coming in being depressed? You come in and we're all exactly the same. Nobody's better looking than anybody else. Nobody's earning more. Oh, anyway. So we're all we're all roughly the same kind of shape. Yes, phoning HR now. Well, I've got them on speed dial. You have to phone them. I just go, HR, and up it comes on the telephone. But it is. There's no point in working with good-looking people. There is not. You find yourself in a very depressed state of mind for 3 hours. So I always work with people who are average. Average is good. Average, I'm good. I'm average. But at least it says my name over the shop window. What shop window? He's opening a shop. No, he's not. He's not opening a shop. Emma, I'd love to. Do you know, I did think about... I dreamt last night about opening a KFC. I've never dreamt about opening a KFC in my life. And I thought I'd have a small one because on all of the railway stations, there's no KFCs. So why not have a small KFC that's, you can just do chicken. You don't do all the fancy things, just do chicken. So you're either having 1 bit of chicken, 3 bits of chicken, 6 bits or 20. And once you've done all of that, seriously, nobody ever goes in and buys 1 piece of chicken, do they? Have you seen the Wow box? You get a chicken burger, 1 sort of mangy-looking chicken leg, a few scrubby-looking chips, and that's about it. No. Party barrel. 20 pieces, hold the fries. I don't want the fries, I just want the chicken. And in fact, if I'm brutally honest, I don't just want the chicken, I want the coating. Oh, there it is, the Wow box. A combo sure to tickle your taste buds, provided you've got the appetite of an ant. Look at that. It's a chicken thing. Oh, it's finished. Oh, until the 15th of November, only available in restaurants. So it's a succulent filet burger, an original piece of original recipe chicken and regular fries. Sounds quite boring, actually, now. I'm glad I never bought it. But I have had a party barrel before now. I've had 20 pieces. 20 pieces is like, whoa, that is super cool. Had a sandwich this morning, bacon and chicken. My diabetic doctor said, why don't you have a sandwich in the morning? So I had a sandwich. It was quite exciting, except as Zora will tell you, I nearly choked to death on the blooming thing. I don't know why. Also, we found the latest country sport. I've nominated Jake for this one, because this is a good one. As opposed to hunting with hounds a fox, you hunt a human. So they send a human out. It's a bit like kids do at public school. It's called a paper chase. You see it in the Railway Children. There's a paper chase boy. He's dropping bits of paper and you've got to chase the paper to find the person at the end. And so I've nominated Jake for a week Tuesday, and he can be the human chased. It sounds quite, because I'm terrified of being chased. It's, you know, I have a fear of a number of things. One is heights. One is drowning, which, I mean, doesn't happen too often in my life, as you can well imagine. And the other one is being chased. People used to come behind me in school, and they sort of go like that on the ground with their feet, and I'd be off like a shot. Seriously, I found it very frightening. So it's called Tally Ho No, but I think it could be quite entertaining. I'm doing a break. I'm just trying to explain about this game to people. In a minute, the racing pigeon. Hope the cat doesn't get it. I mean, it costs somebody an awful lot of all this food that's not available in KFC. What was that last one called? That sort of. The double down. It's sort of 2 bits of chicken, and then in the middle, bacon, cheese, and some sauce. But you can have it without the bacon at halal restaurants. Which, to be honest with you, I thought that 95% of Kentucky's were halal. You can always tell. There's a little sign in the window. Nobody'd notice. 575 calories. And what are we supposed to eat a day? I think we're supposed to eat about, 2,000 calories? And that's how many? You could have 4. Yeah, but you can't have anything else, can you? That seems an awful lot of calories, doesn't it? It's always the things that have got calories in. Apparently, cream cakes are full of calories. Who'd have known? Who'd have guessed? You know, something... I like those things. What do they call them? Is it millefeuille? Those things, which is like flaky pastry with cream over every layer and then straw... That's a bit nice. They're very nice. That's it. They're very nice. Millefeuille. I mean, that's the kind of thing that, you know, if you're eating with a white shirt, forget it. It's never going to work for you. They're very nice. And it's slightly different from the Napoleon. It's a pastry whose exact origin is unknown. Oh. Best not to know then, is it really? They obviously make it as one big sheet, and then they sort of cut it, like United Biscuits make... wafers, but they make it in big sheets, like 8 foot across, and they put all this gunk stuff in. Then the next sheet goes down, then gunk, then sheet, then gunk, then sheet. Then the machine just goes and cuts it, which is good. I used to like penguins. Penguins were good fun. Bourbon biscuits, but with chocolate on. That's all they are. If ever you manage to get to that stage in your life where you can suck the chocolate off a penguin, you know, then you'll see it's a Bourbon biscuit underneath it. I used to do the strangest things. I used to try and get jammy Dodgers and suck the jam out and just leave the Dodger bit. They were quite nice. Or failing that, I mean, the only thing I don't do, because it's common, is dunk biscuits. How do you eat a Jaffa cake? Shove it in your gob. I don't know. What do you gingerly eat round the outside until you've just got the... You used to bite the chocolate? Oh, right. I used to watch them making them, and they make them in Manchester. They used to make Jaffa cakes in Manchester because they were number 3 on the United Biscuits list of factories. And I went up there, and you get the biscuit thing, and it would go along, millions of them, and then a machine over the top would go and squirt the jam stuff in the middle, and then the next thing it came to, it would tip it over, and it was a chocolate bath, but on a wire grill. Then it would flip it back the other way, and then it would cool it. And there's a bloke sitting there with a stick with a spike on it, and if the orange bit in the middle was off centre, he'd get and throw them away. They used to throw them away. They got pulped, thrown away. I think they were probably given to pigs or something like that. All the pigs in Manchester were quite fat, I have to tell you. So obviously they were eating Jaffa cakes and all these other things. But they at Toll Cross in Scotland, United Biscuits, they used to make all their shortbreads and stuff like that. That was quite nice. But the smell of it all permeated everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Shane says, every time you mention food, you put ideas in my head. I'm off up the road to Kentucky. Is it open at this time? Can you get us something? Anybody want anything? Next, Shane's going to the Kentucky. He's in Sydney, Australia, so how long it's going to take? Is ours closed? Is the McDonald's not open at this time in the morning? Is that not open? No. Yeah. To be honest with you, I don't really think you can eat McDonald's at this time of the morning. You need to eat something that's like finger food, which is good. Steve opens at 6, does it? Right, let's rush through the programme as fast as possible. Queue up at McDonald's. I used to go to the McDonald's there some mornings when I used to finish... I always used to finish at 7. But if I had some conversations to record, and I would rush there. But all the people, because it was open all night, would be slumped over tables asleep. Never the best kind of thing to go to. When I opened the door of the car this morning, all I could smell was cigarettes. Obviously, the driver had been smoking. He claims not in the actual vehicle, but because it's sort of so he politely opened all the windows. At which point I nearly froze to death. It's like that in there. Talking of sports, Steve, I found myself watching rugby earlier. It's just men grabbing hold of each other, not the actual rugby ball, says Lawrence in Birmingham. Well, that's you can get away with that in rugby, can't you? There's an awful lot of touching. It's very much a contact sport, played by public schoolboys, for reasons best known to themselves. Okay, and then you go into the scrum. Everybody else stands around the outside doing their nails, and everybody else is talking about it. Then somebody throws the ball in the middle. What's the point of that? What is the point of that? I used to play it. Matthew says, Darren was very surprised when I told him I walked from Hampton to Twickenham or Richmond on a daily basis. He's a lovely man. What, Darren? He is a lovely man. He's a very lovely man. Steve, you say those KFC things have a lot of calories, but I bet you that chicken and bacon sandwich you had was also, around 550 calories. Probably was, but I've had an injection to go with it. I'm leaking blood at the moment, so who cares? Who cares? Des, says Jax, also sang a song, Des O'Connor, which listed all the Hollywood stars. He was lovely and was never rude or offensive. He was smashing. He was really smashing. And such a shame when they go. But you've got him, you can go to YouTube, find all sorts of things that feature the wonderful Des O'Connor. 25 minutes past 4 is the time. Watch Come Dine With Me last night, says Matt, and have a decision. I'm having rump steak, chips and a Pret salad on Christmas Day. Turkey's too dry, is it? Obviously, you're doing it wrong. Our turkey's always very moist. Very moist. And then by the time you've added gravy to it... Oh, no, we have to have... Although the funny thing is, it's a bit like Robins, isn't it? Turkeys are available all year round. You can go into all the supermarkets and find a frozen turkey. So you don't have to wait till Christmas to have turkey. But no, it should be moist if you're cooking it properly. Perhaps you're overcooking it. Because my mother's was always very moist. And my brother and his wife, and even my godchildren, they've always done it. And it's always... I've never had it dry. Can't do it dry. It's not the same, is it, really? Tastes, as long as... The only thing I want, though, is crispy roast potatoes. That's the only thing I want. I'm not bothered about anything else. As long as it's crispy roast potatoes. I don't like watery sprouts, but it's got to be there. Giles says, I like Kentucky, but the fries are awful compared to McDonald's. Aren't they like the Five Guys fries, which seem to be cooked with the skin on? Don't they come with it? They do. And don't they give you loads? Don't you end up with so many fries, it's like enough for 4 people or something stupid? Because, yeah, you get large. Because I went with a friend of mine who used to work here, and it was quite expensive, actually. In fact, Five Guys was very expensive. I think by the time we'd had the burgers, I think we might have had double burgers, and we'd had the fries. And we got, not just fries in a packet, they were all over the tray. I mean, we had so many of them. I thought, that's a drip, because we couldn't eat them, even though I struggled. But, and I'm not really bothered about the skin on. I'm not a big fan of skin on. The skin has to be, not there. Get my drift. It's funny. I mean, some people say it's healthier, but not as far as I'm concerned. Not as far as I'm concerned. They're always trying to convince me, oh, Steve, you should definitely try it with the skin on. I go, no, I've been there. Thank you very much indeed. Not wild about it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Bella says, loving the sound effects. Oh, what the... Yeah, or was that my stomach again? Nick Abbott's sound effects. If you put Smarties on the radio, they crack as the chocolate melts in the middle. Then you open each one and lick the melted chocolate out, says Linda. Really? Don't you just take the tube of Smarties, empty them all in your mouth and just sit there with a fixed grin on your face? Isn't that how Smarties work? I don't think you do anything else with Smarties, except when we were little, you take the red one, wet it, and rub it over your lips to make it look like lipstick. Yeah, just me again. Unfortunately, I was the only one doing that in our road. That's why the family had to move about 4 times. It was a lot easier than that. If you had the blue one, people thought you died overnight. They go, oh, poor old Steve again. He's been doing his lips. So I've never put Smarties on the radiator. But I have toasted marshmallows. I've toasted marshmallows. When we were in the youth group, we used to go away to camp. I mean, some of us didn't need to, but we used to go away to camp, and then you toast your marshmallows. That was an entertaining evening for most of us. And there'd always be that one kid who used to cry because they got homesick. We'd only be in the middle of a field in Wiltshire. We'd go, oh, want my mum. I'll toast another marshmallow. Shut your face. Just get on with it. First Christmas as a vegetarian, and you're talking about turkey, and KFC is not helping, says Gary on the way to Heathrow. Oh, yes, first Christmas as a vegetarian. Is it why? Why are you being a vegetarian? What are you doing it for? You're doing it for religious reasons? You're doing it for reasons of health and safety? Reasons that... I don't know why health and safety... Well, health and safety for, I'm assuming, the food. You know, things like that. The animals. But if it's your first one as a vegetarian, you've obviously been a meat eater for many, many years. And now you've decided to go vegetarian. Well, I'll tell you what it is now. It's nut roast and sprouts, OK? Get over yourself. Goodness sake, why do people worry about it? I mean, there's not exactly a table groaning with food, is there? Can you have roast potatoes if you're vegetarian? Is that okay or not okay? I'm not sure. Yeah, nobody's vegetarian in there, are they? You're not vegetarian? You look like a meat eater. Yeah, can always tell. I'm quite susceptible to this, so you definitely are a meat eater. Yeah. Well, you will be after the hounds have chased you. Might not want to be beforehand, but next Wednesday, we're all going to be there filming it. And you're definitely a meat eater, Joe, aren't you? Yeah. I don't think I did go out with somebody who was vegetarian once. Terribly tedious. You know, we had to go to restaurants and start going through the menu. Is there anything you can have? And it turned out that most restaurants don't cater for vegetarians. Yeah, now it's a bit more. And there are vegetarian restaurants. Little quiet places tucked away down side streets, and they sort of... excuse me, do you know where the It's just down there. OK, right, should we get... Shh, it's down there, OK? Just don't say anything. And so people slide in quietly. A vegetarian restaurant, thank you. It's much better now. I mean, and there's also the first vegetarian butcher. I'll tell you about later on. Yes, it's doing a roaring trade with false meat. After the news, which is coming... Matthew says, any idea what's happened to Jeremy Kyle? No. I mean, because he's not... The trouble is, you see, if somebody's not on the television when they've been on the television for a long while, and then they're not on the television, people just tend to say, oh, they're not on the television. Because it's not like being, you know, with a newspaper column, or it's not like being on the radio. Television is such a visual media that sort of people go, oh, where is so-and-so? And you go, oh, I've got no idea, never thought about it. Steve, just driving home from work, lots of Christmas lights in windows, and it's only November, says Paul in Cheshire. You see, you can't ruin my day. I love lights in windows. I think that shows great fortitude in enjoying the festive season. Of course, you know, what would make the ultimate window would be lights all the way round it, and then a bottle of champagne or Prosecco in the middle, and 2 Prosecco glasses from the Groovy Gang. That would kind of make it, you know, that would show a discerning household. That would show a household who had chosen wisely. The other one, of course, would be a washing line out the back with sort of Jake's clothing hanging on it, all ripped to shreds, and somebody going, it's what he would have wanted. And we put all that's left of it, we've got the clothes. What did I find the other day? We found a subterranean lake. Not just any old lake. They found this one. This is the second time they found it. This, excuse me, is in Antarctica. But the difference is, you can't see it. It's a mile down. A mile through the frost and the ice. And there is a subterranean lake, which they say could have things in we haven't seen for ages. It could be, I don't think there's going to be things swimming around in it, but it could have microbes and stuff like that, because it becomes like a subculture down there. So a mile down, they've been able to X-ray, and they've seen it. Now, not the first time that they've done things like this. To me, it brings back Jules Verne's Journey to the Centre of the Earth, which I think is fantastic. It's like discovering, you know, Tutankhamun's tomb, when they tried to find it, and they couldn't find it, and they said, oh, come back, we're running out of money. Then the last time they found a set of steps that were going down, so they brushed away the sand, and then at the end of the steps in the sand in the Valley of the Kings, there's a door. And they went, you found a door? They went, yeah, we found a door. They said, is the seal there? Yeah, the seal was still intact, which meant that the grave robbers hadn't broken in. So when they got through, they go through into another thing, and there's another wall which was been plastered up, and they cut through it, and this draft of air came out, which had been hidden inside for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and they looked through with a torch, and it turned out it was a grave that had not been robbed. So that's how they found this. That's why Tutankhamun, even though he's 18 with a very small willy, that was the reason that they sort of, got him out. We know that because they've sort of undressed his mummy. I mean, how embarrassing. And of course, I thought he was an old pharaoh, but he was only 18. He was very, very young. Very, very young. So, I mean, people were shorter in those days. But what he died of, I can't remember. They were shorter in every aspect, I know. Or as we call it nowadays, the Peter Andre syndrome. Just kind of makes people feel a little bit better about it. But can you imagine finding something like that? I've always wanted to go there. They did a programme under the streets of Rome where they went underneath the Colosseum, which is even further than you can go underground. And they've got the lifts which took the animals up into the amphitheatre to kill the Christians and robbers and all sorts of people. Amazing, isn't it? There could be another virus in the lake. Well, it's a mile through the permafrost and ice. I mean, don't say that. No, I mean, if anything, it should be fairly clear down there. Although, do you think it's just you go down and then there's all this water and then there's a very low roof on it? I mean, it must be freezing. See, it's also, if it's a lake, it's not frozen. So why is it not frozen underneath all this ice? Is it a very deep lake? Is it not a very deep lake? We don't know. Could you swim in it? Would it be warmer the further you go? I don't know. People go swimming in the Serpentine at Christmas in London, and sometimes they have to break the ice to get... Well, you wouldn't get me doing it. I wouldn't be jumping. Cold water, are you mad? The Swedes and the Finns do it, don't they? They have a sauna. So you sit there sweating your bits and pieces off, and then you run outside into the snow, roll about, and then jump into an ice-cold bath. I think not. We don't do anything like that. But it's supposed to be good for the skin. Yeah, so they say. Yeah, mine is perfect. See, I don't need anything like that. You only have to look at me to realise there is a boy who's never jumped into a cold pool, a plunger. Although I have had a sauna in Austria. They're very big into their saunas. There was a sauna over there I used to go to, and I thought it was an original Roman temple underground, and it turned out it was all fake. But it had murals and columns that have fallen over and everything else. It was lovely. Very nice. And I remember saying to somebody, it must have been very original when they found this. It's like going into a Roman bath. They went, no, it's fake. I went, is it? There's a place in London, just down the road from here, where you go down, it's near Aldwych, and you go off to a thing, and then you push a button on a wall, and the interior lights up. And they say it's a Roman bath. It's not. It's a Victorian folly, but it looks like a Roman bath. Not huge, but you push the button on it. And that's another useless piece of information this morning. Have I ever been to Bath? No. But they're fake, aren't they? They're not real. They're real. No, I don't. I thought they were fake, the Roman baths. Nah. What, a thermal spring that comes... I thought they were fake. It's real, is it? Yeah. And you know this how? How? Wikipedia told me. There you go, the Roman baths. 2000... Oh, I thought they were fake, actually. They say pavement and they've got to make the most visitor. Yeah, riveting. No, I don't want to go there. Be full of tourists. Actually, no, now would be a very good time to go there. No tourists. No tourists. In fact, now is a good time to do all the tourist attractions. Nothing's open, but you can go. You can go and have a look at the outside of them and stuff like that, which would be quite good. What else we got? Prince Charles is going to shun the latest series of The Crown. He's told friends he's never seen it. I don't think he'd want to. I mean, none of us would want that, would you? If you were that famous and then somebody makes a pictorial about your life, I don't think we'd want that because it would show us warts and all. Emma Bunton made how much from the Spice Girls reunion tour last year? She made the most out of all of them. 6 million. 6 million in the bank. 6 million squillion pounds, which is a lot, isn't it, really? I went to a party with her a short while ago. I don't like name dropping, but there's another one. And yeah, she's lovely. She was the one who used to get all the people waiting outside in the square to see her. I thought it was for me. I'd go out there and go, hi, getting my pen out, everybody blanks me completely. Turns out it was for Emma Bunton, but, can't have everything, can we? What else we got? Oh, the racing pigeon. I forgot to mention it. A racing pigeon. Pigeons sell for a lot of money. They're very valuable. This one has just been sold for 1.44 million. For a pigeon. I don't get it at all. I mean, I don't know how long pigeons live. Under the wheels of my car, about 5 seconds. But, under most people's cars, you see them in Trafalgar Square. People feed them, even though there's big signs saying, do not feed the pigeons. 6 years. Not a lot. See you later, Poppet. Be good. And also, are you one of those people who's had a problem with parcel deliveries? Now, I've had a couple of parcels which I thought had gone missing. It turns out they hadn't. The bloke could put the card through the door without realising that he could leave the parcel. And so that was something. But I haven't lost anything. I've been very lucky. And I send my brother stuff all the time. I'll stick, things in a jiffy bag, pop it in the post. And when they had a problem with their parcel deliveries down there, the post office were on a go slow or something. And so I'd phone him up on a daily basis. I go, has it arrived? You go, no, nothing yet. And I say, oh, please don't lose it. Please don't lose it. Also, we managed to catch a thug. A nice little piece of work, this one is. He was caught chatting up a barmaid and giving his phone number. So thick as well as a thug. And the police have stopped an evangelical church from holding a Baptist service. And the priest, or what do they call them at evangelical church? Are they pastors? Whatever it is, anyway. He said, oh, no, it's better that people are here. I thought, I'm sorry, we have laws in this country, OK? The law is that you're supposed to be stopping. I'm at the bus stop yesterday, OK, and I'm going to get some fruit, some little bits and pieces, be a healthy boy. And an old bloke, and I mean old bloke, I knew he was old because he's wearing his slippers. OK, he's wearing clothes, but he's got slippers on. And he sits at the bus stop, and he sits there, and he goes... and it gets worse and worse and worse. And he's not got a... he's holding his mask in his hand. And I'm thinking, some people think that, you can't pick up coronavirus in the air. I don't know where perhaps they think it's confined to buses. But anyway... Or if you're holding a mask, that sort of covers it. Yes, or it's under your chin, it's not covering your nose. So he coughs, and then he spits. So I go, disgusting. Because I think that is disgusting. Spitting spread typhoid years ago. Thank you very much indeed. Anyway, the bus comes along. Does he put his mask on? No. Instead, he says to the bus driver, he goes, it's not staying on my face. I thought, you haven't put it on your face, have you? And he sat there coughing and wheezing on the bus. And I'm thinking, I wonder how many people you've infected. Really disgusting. I was away from it. I was 2 seats away, separated by the middle door. But he was sort of, and all this. I'm thinking, you're disgusting. Small wonder we've got this thing still going on when you've got people like that. Really is bad. Really bad. I nearly made a big scene about it. I thought, no, don't cause a scene, Stephen. It's not necessary. But I thought, no, it is necessary. People are dying through the actions of people like that. They've discovered a protein which triggers hair growth. And they reckon it could bring you a step nearer to curing baldness. Now, up until now, it's been castration. And I always thought it was a bit dramatic. I remember saying to Frank Sinatra, if you had him off, you'd be growing hair on your head. And he did, because that was the only way. What, Sinatra? Yeah. I know. Did you think it looked real? I thought it looked terrible. Elton John's is sort of like a dead hamster that they've sort of put onto his head. See, I don't think it's necessary to wear wigs. I'm one of these old-fashioned people. If you're going to go bald, go bald. Grow a beard or something, because then it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. The only person who's bothered about it is you. Nobody else cares because nobody else knows about it. It's, but even Frank Sinatra with all that money in the world, and he still couldn't, get sort of a decent toupee. You don't need them. Look at Michael Fabricant, poor soul. You sort of look at and you think to yourself, why don't you just take it off and go natural? It's not, doesn't suit you. It's not for you at all. Oh, break. Don't want to miss out, do we? In fact, if I miss out on the breaks, I get sort of shouted at like, oh, have you not remembered to do so-and-so, so-and-so? And on this programme, we do forget. But it is Monday morning. It is, for some reason, I don't know why we talk about hair on a morning. Because, you see people on the television and you think, why don't you just go bald? There's no shame in going bald. Everybody looks fantastic. And I was looking at something which I saw on the television called Super Million Hair. And they would demonstrate it. So somebody with not much hair, but you've got to have some hair because it's got to hold on to something, and you shake it on with this like giant salt shaker thing, and you sprinkle and then you spray a hair lacquer on there to hold it in place. But to be honest with you, I think the bloke who's in the before picture looks better Because it always looks as though it's not quite genuinely attached to your head, isn't it? They say it's safe for all users, and it's fibre. And it's kept on by static electricity. But I'm never sure if somebody runs their hair through it, their hands, not their hair through it, if they run their hands through it, does that mean you take it off with your hands? I don't know. It could be a bit embarrassing going, I'm terribly sorry, I've just taken... Yeah, they've got hairy hands. Oh, look, I can do a carry-on film with hairy hands. But I just wish people would let it just go natural. Just go natural. It's a sign of... Everybody will think you're... look at... Sean Connery had to wear a wig, didn't he, for the Bond movies. And I'm a bit... Cause I didn't realise, because it was only like a piece, but it looked okay. It's when you get to the Michael Fabricant stage, where it's a complete head of hair. I mean, surely he didn't look at a picture and go, oh, that'll be the one for me. I mean, surely not. It was always rumoured Terry Wogan had 3. And each one was a little bit longer than the other until it got to that stage where somebody'd say, oh, you need a haircut, Terry. And he'd go, do you think so? And so the old Wogan would go off home and he'd come back the following day with another one on that was a little bit shorter. Yes, oh, really? Hair stayed on. Yes, it was... I mean, there are a number of people who've got it, but I don't think it makes any difference. I keep always reassuring people. They go, oh, look, I'm losing my hair. And you go, listen, it's only when you try and do a cover-up that it makes it look a bit sort of bad. I mean, look at poor old Harry. You know, all those millions from Netflix and still bald as a coot. You know, he'll have to do something about it. But, of course, in America, they've got all of that kind of stuff. Steve, laughing about the old man on the bus. Hope it wasn't in our borough. I would have said something. It was in our borough. It was in our borough. It was the fact that he coughed and then spat by the bus stop that I thought was the most... And I always say to people, filth. I don't, because they can't tell it's you speaking because of the face mask. But and then he gets on the bus and then sits there without it on, telling the person in front of him that he's ill and I'm thinking, and you're getting on a bus. God, no, there's nothing more stupid than people like that. I didn't see the Bobby Ball tribute yesterday. I probably should have done. And I thought, but I know what his career was. I know what the career is, you know, and I've seen him, and I could tell you stories about Bobby Ball. I could tell you stories. Not all good. Steve, King Tut was said to have died of an infected mosquito bite. Only 18. They must have had to work to get that sort of grave done, unless it was somebody else's grave. They reckon there's still undiscovered tombs in the Valley of the Kings that have not been found yet, because they took them ages to find his, and then they took stuff out, and then there was allegedly the curse of King Tut, and all that kind of thing. But his body has been put back in the grave, because you wouldn't really want that, would you, at all? Steve had to come up to London on Friday last week, take Mum to hospital. Whilst there, we thought we'd make the most of visiting Costco and Adrian Halls. I thought I'd do a bit of name-dropping and mention you, hoping for some discount, but the girls want to check. You didn't even want to check. Didn't even know who you were, says Ian and Wendy in Somerset. Well, I should imagine they would. Why would they? That proves you come from Somerset, doesn't it? Honestly, further down the country you get, the balmier you become. That's like in Australia, isn't it? They go, oh, you live in Australia? You go, no, I live in London. They go, oh, do you know the Parker family? Sorry? The Parker family? They live in London. Yeah? Well, there's 9 million people. What do you mean, do we know the Parker family? Of course we don't know the Parker family. I was a very naughty girl the other day, Steve, says Tricia. I bought a sliced malt loaf, which I don't do malt loaf. I had 2 slices, then 2 more slices, then 2 more until I ate the whole loaf. I should be going on a very long, brisk walk today if it's not raining. That's what lockdown does. You see, it wouldn't bother me. I don't do malt loaf. I've had it before, and it was never my sort of thing. Too dense. Yeah. Give him a party barrel of 20 pieces of Kentucky Fried Chicken, and that's not dense at all, is it? That's very exciting. Yeah. I always have to say no to the fries, because I always think that's taking it too far. That's like the people who go in there go, OK, 20 pieces, fries, and Diet Coke. You know, and you think, like, that's going to make a difference. That's going to cancel it out, isn't it? No. Helena says, why don't you cook your own Christmas dinner? Why don't you mind your own business? What stupid things that cook your own Christmas dinner? What, when there's staff? Are you mad? Of course we don't. I go to people who cook. Restaurants and family and stuff. I don't cook. What, waste electricity? No fear. No, that's pointless. Absolutely pointless. Steve, in stitches yesterday, says Matt, about the 15 quid train going around the Christmas tree. They're very cheap. You put it's like a battery-operated train. You just put it round the bottom of the tree, and it just goes round and round and round. It doesn't do anything else, but it's good. It's good. Quite like it. When a celebrity dies, it's always a huge shock for the fans. I can't believe, says Connie, that I won't see Victoria Wood again. Rest in peace, Des O'Connor. Oh, I love Des. He was such a nice man. Seriously, he was such a nice man. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says that Jim Dale and Barbara are the only major Carry On stars left, I think. They all seem to die young. Absolutely nobody of their like anymore. I watched Carry On at your convenience. Boggs and Co. Kenneth Williams. He was so arch, we used to say. Arch. Anybody know what's happened to Jeremy Kyle? We'd love to know. Thank you very much indeed. And is there still a letter on the lid of the Smarties? Yes. You know when you take the lid off the Smarties, there'll be a letter under. What for? I can't remember. Was it so you could play Scrabble or something? No, it's all different letters. I don't know what it's there for. I can't remember. But we didn't do anything with it. We just... Am I right? Oh, we're finding out. Oh, finding it now. We're consulting the Smarty department. The Smarty department will be telling us. Apparently, what was the other one about? The Prime Minister's forced to isolate again. Oh, there you go. Smarties are chocolate bean. Oh, chocolate beans. Interesting. There you go. Sometimes letters and numbers were added to the underside of the lids as a useful teaching aid, making them highly collectible. Oh. Are they not there anymore?
No, it's made of cardboard now.
Made of cardboard? What, the lid? Well, the tube is made of cardboard, but I thought that the lid was plastic. You think it's cardboard? Well, I think that's a swizz. I want to go back to plastic. I don't know what you do. So it was an aid for children, was it? Oh, there you go. Oh, right, oh. How disappointing. Yeah, you just flick it. Oh, it's not the same. The plastic lid was... Why do they keep changing things? I get so cross, don't they? Dick-a-dum-dum, a dick-a-dum-dum. Dick-a-dum-dum, a dick-a-dum-dum. Take a walk to Piccadilly. Got a Piccadilly. Oh, so different sorts of Smarties. They go, love to share. Not with a pandemic on, I don't think. I'm sorry. Put your dirty, filthy hand in here, OK? Want to put your hand in? Yeah, go on, Granny. You have a... Yeah. I mean, if you're going to have Smarties, eat them yourself. Don't bother sharing them with anybody. I mean, a tube, there's not enough in there to share. That's just a mouthful. You take the cardboard bit off, you tip it into your gob, and off you go. Oh, dear me. So much better. Steve, I spent Saturday afternoon, says Joe, raking leaves off the lawn. Woke up yesterday to find them back again. Can't wait for the spring. I know. I quite like, actually, that. I mean, you should get a leaf blower or a sucker, because that's the best thing to do. Although somebody told me it's quite nice to have leaves on the lawn because it keeps the grass warm. And then you should aerate in summer. You should get spikes that go on the bottom of your shoes, and then you walk all over your lawn, and that aerates it. Just me again. Just me. You haven't got lawn? No, we haven't got lawn either, but I mean, yeah, balcony. Not quite the same on concrete, is it? You kind of do your feet in. But today's Monday. And you know what's good about Monday? It's Monday. Monday is a good thing. It means that we've had the weekend. It was so miserable, the weather yesterday. You probably had terrible weather where you were. And then we get to Monday and we go, right, are we ever nearer Christmas? Yep, I'm going to stick my tree up. Next weekend. Next weekend, I think it'll start going up. We've got the lights up in Twickenham. They're not all working, as usual. So you get sort of like 6 running, and they're very pretty, and then you get 3 nothing. No, I think they're different from last year. Different. But 3 of them not working. So hanging things in trees not coming on, and a couple round the lampposts are not coming on at all. And obviously turned the Christmas tree lights off fairly early, so I haven't got to... The lovely shaped tree. I like a good shaped tree. It's a proper shape of a tree. I like trees. They're quite nice. But I always think, what a shame we have to cut them down. Oh, that music means the news. I'm in such a good mood today, actually. Sometimes on a Monday you can't wipe the smile off my face. Don't know why. It was that thought of Jake going out there being hunted by hounds that kind of amused me no end this morning. When I told him, he looked a bit crestfallen. I thought to myself, oh dear, he's obviously not happy with this. But I mean, who cares? We can give him roller skates. We can at least give him a head start for these sort of things. More of your texts and emails. Wendy says, Steve, be sending you your own holly wreath soon. So excited. So excited. Listen... Anyway, nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Paul says, people see my face mask because it has an LED screen on it and you can program any message. Oh, that seems like... I mean, to be honest with you, I'm quite taken by that idea. Although I used to have a jumper No, it wasn't. It was a T-shirt. And on it came a little screen on the front, and it had lights built into it, and you could do all different patterns. And a friend of mine, Dale, hated it. He said, don't put it on. He said, it draws attention to you. I said, I can't help it. It's one of those sort of things. Mentioned by LBC, you can still buy limited edition cheers from the Groovy Gang Prosecco glass from LBC's Steve Allen show. Please buy some more today. We did... up until, I think it was last week, I'll have to check with Corey actually this week, but I think we've done over 5,000 glasses now, which goes to prove what an amazingly generous lot of people you are. Happy birthday to Willie Carson. He was the Queen Mother's favourite jockey. 78 today. 78. They never grow to be very tall jockeys, do they? You can't have tall jockeys. It's something. Have you ever been to racing? Have you been to a race meeting? I was so disappointed. They were like My Little Ponies. They look so spindly and so... I've been to quite a few. LBC had some race meetings years ago at Sandown and somewhere else, which was quite nice. And but we had a special LBC tent, and we had our own bookmaker in there. Somebody who was doing the tote for us. And we used to have a guy called Eddie who worked in our commercial production department, and he knew everything about horses. So I was trying to find out what he was betting on, thinking... And in the end, you just do guesswork. And so for the sort of the Grand National, I just guess. I get a feeling about things. And if I get a feeling about it, I go, right, I'll put some money on that. If I like the name, I'm strangely drawn to it. I look at the name. And 1 year I was good. I got 2, 3 and 4 on there, and I walked away with a little bit of money. Not a huge amount of money, because I don't bet, might be 20 quid here, 20 quid there. And I'm not really sort of a great gambler, mainly because I cry in there if I lose. So it was, ooh, like that. And it was not very good, is it? They go, can you take him out? They go, no, he's just going to cry outside the front door if he doesn't win. It's not that I'm bitter. So if somebody wins a lot on the National Lottery, I never cry. I never worry about that. I'll go, well, don't worry, because the next time it could be me. And, of course, the next time it isn't me. So, again, I go, ooh, I could have won. Ollie Murs goes naked, but not really. They always say that, but he's sort of covered up. I mean, you'd see more if he was on a beach in a pair of swimming trunks. Ridiculous. Eamon Holmes reckons that trolls plotted to get him sacked. I mean... If this story is true, and I'm hoping it's not, he's not doing himself any favours. Trolls didn't plot. You can't plot to get somebody sacked. You really can't. It does not work like that on television. They don't take a blind bit of notice of what people say. If it's a survey they're doing, then that's fine. But it wouldn't be somebody going, oh, you must get rid of him because he's this and that. Because he was, perfectly acceptable for Sky News. He was perfectly acceptable for the radio, neither of which jobs he has. And so when he does something like that, they were just right. They obviously decided they want to be a bit more diverse. And so Alison Hammond was the ideal choice. They tried her with Dermot O'Dreary. And although, he's a bit like somebody on sort of trill budgie food or something, bounces around, a little bit too animated for a man who's heading towards 50. He's 48 now, I think. Yeah. Which is it's getting on a little bit, There's a limit. It's like being a children's television presenter. There's a limit to how many years you can go, hello. He's 47. Yeah, well, that's 3 years away from 50. But he still thinks he's probably mid-20s. Trousers way too tight. And he's got those, what they call skinny trousers. Skinny jeans. Yeah, they're not jeans, they are actually trousers, but they're meant to, I can't get them beyond my knees. I just look ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Steve, just coming to the end of 2 weeks spent in the Scottish Highlands, and they're very hot in all public places on the wearing of mandatory washing your hands and wearing masks. Why in the south of England is the mask wearing and hand cleansing not being treated the same way? On tubes and buses, it's still free for all as far as mask wearing is concerned. With many, the mask is worn without covering the nose, which makes the wearing of it pointless. Get your fingers out. It's in our hands to follow the procedure like an adult. Absolutely. And that's why, if we don't sort it out in 2 weeks, you ain't having Christmas. It's as simple as that. And then you get this stupid old man on the bus the other day who might have been infected with coronavirus and now has infected other people, sitting there coughing his lungs up. Terrible. Steve, I was born when I Pretend by Des was number 1. My mum used to try and record it off the radio, and every time it was on, I used to cry and scream. Years later, I used to request it for her on a local Radio 60 show on a Sunday. And the radio host used to speak all over it to my mum's disbelief. Sadly, my mum died 4 years ago. It was one of the songs, says Caroline. one of the songs played at her funeral. Yes, I think I'm just having Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead. I think that'll kind of cover it, actually. We've already got it ready, actually. Or I used to use Elton John's The Bitch Is Back, which I thought was very funny, actually. Yeah. We used to get it was a combination of all different bits of music. The first bit was "Wake Up, It's a Beautiful Morning," da, 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 which was ideal. And then go into "And the Bitch, and the Bitch, and the Bitches," Steve Allen on LBC, which of course wasn't my image at all. I bought a candle the other day. Guess, I don't know why we moved from that to that. But I was in Waitrose. I was looking around at candles, and I buy big tea lights. They last about 8 hours, because I use them for sort of melting things. You've got to be careful with candles. If you've got candles at home, be careful, especially if you're elderly. Melting thing. I put melts in there. I've got a thing. You've got to sort of scrunch your candle up to get it in. But I bought a candle, and I went, because somebody had mentioned it the other day around here. And the scent is Parma Violets. Oh, it's fabulous. It's fabulous. So I might go back today and go and buy another one, because they had 2. I should have bought 2. Parma Violets. Smells delicious. It's either that or vanilla. I've got a thing about vanilla. I don't know why. What is it about vanilla that gets it? It is possibly one of the most bland smells you could get, but there's something lovely about it. There you go. No, it's not in a tin. I don't do in a tin. This is in a jar in Waitrose. And I think it was not cheap. I think it was about £18. So it was quite expensive, but I'm expecting it to last for a while. But it's, here we go. Oh, Parma Violets jar count £12. Oh, so it's not available. Well, mine was 18. Oh, there we... I've got a lovely... Oh, they've got that one at the end. John Partners and 18. Just go up to the top. Just go up to the top. And then across to the right. Across to the right. That one there. Snow Scene Gel Candle. Now, I've got these as well. It's a little village inside a gel candle. Okay? But I warn you now that you cannot burn the whole of this candle, because these are little houses put inside there. And so it'll only go so far down. But it'll half look pretty. And the wick looks like smoke coming out of one of the houses. I bought them from a company called... Yeah, it's coming out the chimney. I bought it from a company called Grand Illusions. And I bought, because they turn out to be listeners, which always helps, but I bought years ago, about 6 or 7, I gave one to my friend Ian, because he loves Any Dewy Christmas. And it's you can just get it out and put it on the sideboard over the festive season. But the Parma Violets candle, that was lovely. I'm definitely going to go back today and go and buy another one. There'll be a race around Waitrose. It'll be like Trolley Dash. Don't you dare pre-order. Don't you dare. Don't you... I'll tell you, it was really nice. Really nice. Steve, in the news, says Roger, Zora said motorists might be charged for using the roads. We already are. It's called road tax. Yeah, not everybody pays it, though, do they? Congestion charge. I pay the congestion charge. Well, I don't have to pay it because I get a car in. But 7 days a week we're now being charged. So I have to pay on the Sunday, but till 10 at night, which is useless for me. I finish at 7 in the morning. I mean, it's another tax. I think it starts at 7. Whatever it is, he's done it to annoy me. He's done it specifically to really annoy me. And it's worked, because it's really annoyed me. I'd like to find out. So I'd like to move in next door to him and decorate the entire house with coloured lights all year round. Bright 500-watt lights all over the place. He won't be sleeping. Yeah, Christmas songs playing all over the place. Steve, as a London bus driver, unless exempt, I tell everybody to wear their mask or they ain't getting on, and they get told, says Paul. Yeah, I mean, people go, I'm exempt. Well, I don't believe them. I think they're lying. Not everybody's exempt. Otherwise, they'd all be... I mean, most of these are young, idiotic-looking people who sort of sit there on their telephones, and you think, no, it's like somebody's got their mask, but it's under their chin. They're not exempt, they're just stupid. I get so cross with people taking advantage of it. Put it on, or there's a very great danger you could contract this, and you don't want to get coronavirus. OK, simple as that. I can't explain it anymore. Families everywhere switching on the Christmas lights, and the I'm a Celebrity. I think the Beverly Callard, she got a cockroach in her knickers or something, in her trousers or something. Can you imagine? Have you ever seen cockroaches?
Never died.
Oh, cockroaches. I can remember once that they had a thing where they lifted up, or they moved a cooker out in this house they were renovating, and there were hundreds of cockroaches behind there. Oh, in Hong Kong we used to have big cockroaches. They were like, at least 4 inches long. Absolutely ghastly. Dreadful. And on reaching 100 years of age, the Auschwitz survivor who says his revenge is to be the happiest man on earth. And there's a picture of him. I'll tell you all about him a little bit later on, bless his heart. Plus, what was the other one? Trump says Biden did win the election, but he cheated. Oh, get over yourself, you silly old man, honestly. Go sort your hair out. Ridiculous. Every time you mention him, for some reason, there are people in this country that seem to support Trump. Yeah. You should get that super millionaire hair. But it's always... But why is it that people in this country, you hear them, you know, they go, why are you always criticising Trump? He won that. You think, what's it got to do with you? You're not voting in America. Some very silly people. Ray Clements has died at the age of 72. And there's a crew inside an ambulance. They're treating somebody. And some tow rags steal the ambulance. I mean, what sort of people... Why are these people not sent straight to prison? I'm sorry, you're going to prison for 10 years. It's as simple as that. Stealing an ambulance, you stupid people. What was it? They just take them, drive away, and they rob them of all the things inside them. I'd have them inside Nick so fast their little feet wouldn't touch the ground. Perhaps they're missing something. Also, what was the other one that I did like? Oh, yes, an egg a day linked to diabetes. I don't eat eggs. Ever since the Edwina Curry thing, for some reason I went off eggs. And then I got diabetes. Ta-da! How fantastic is that? And what was the other one I was going to do a little bit later on? The heartbroken parents of people who are vulnerable, mainly children, begging to be reunited for Christmas. Well, not if we're going to get old people sitting on buses, coughing their lungs up all over people, infecting everybody. Seriously, if I was the bus driver, I'd have said, sorry, mate, get off the bus. Get off the bus. If you've got a certificate saying you don't have it, no, get off the bus. Simple as that. Plus, what was the other one? Oh, Ryan Giggs' ex-girlfriend, seen with a bruised lip the other day, but she was obviously out with a photographer. So somebody obviously stood in front of her and took a picture of her. She went, oh, that's all right. What's the matter with people nowadays? It's bad enough, isn't it, when you see pictures of the GC, who said she will happily give up her fortune and everything else, because apparently she's multi-millionairess, believe that, you'll knit fog, and she'd give it all up to find somebody who wants to go out with her. Because if truth be known, nobody wants to go out with her. Seriously, she's been on the television for ages, and who she managed to find? Some poor old soul who frankly, had obviously worked his way through Essex, and then ended up with her, an Arge, who, if he wasn't going out with her, was in rehab. She better get real. The truth is, dear, watch yourself back on television. That'll tell you why you're single and destined to be so for a long time. T5:20. I have to repeat it because sometimes people go, I wonder what the time is. I nearly fell asleep in front of the telly again this morning. I woke up in plenty of time and had a shave. Then I thought, I was ready, actually. I was all ready to go. And then I thought, I'll put my feet up. Well, that's the fatal thing to do. The moment you put your feet up on the settee, you're out for the count. Jenny in Edgware says, morning, Steve. I've just been tested positive for COVID and I'm devastated. Please tell idiots that won't mask up or do social distancing how stupid they are. I've no idea how or where I got it. You'll get through it, don't worry. You'll get through it. Listen, they're very good at dealing with it now. You've caught it. You've been caught, you've caught early. You've caught early. But you're right. Listen, Jenny, I could sit here till I was blue in the face, telling people to mask up. This stupid man sitting on the bus, and I'm sorry to say it, but he was a complete and utter idiot, coughing his lungs up. A bit like that, actually, but worse. I mean, really, really coughing. And I remember thinking, you shouldn't be on a bus with other people. You shouldn't even be out. He said he had to go out to get a loaf of bread. Well, find a neighbour, dear. Find a neighbour. Really ridiculous. Also, apparently, Dennis in Grantham says, if you've got a home bargain store, they have a gingerbread candle, which they only have at Christmas, and it's only $2.99. You see, the funny thing is, you say that. Gingerbread candle, okay, fair enough. I quite like the smell of gingerbread. But you see, only $2.99 I'm not influenced by something. If I like something, I'll buy it. I'll buy. My friend Richard, oh, that's it, there you go. Oh, it's out of stock. It's a lovely colour, though, is it? That's that colour of butterscotch. I love that colour of butterscotch, but it's a gingerbread candle. I've never made gingerbread men or women, or people, or persons, but persons, are they? They're persons. Hugh Broom, remember Hugh Broom? Used to do our travel here. He's got a farm. He does eggs, and it must have expanded, something chronic, and we love Hugh Broom to pieces. He says, I hope you're well. Happy Christmas. Well, I am well. That's the good. I trust you and yours are as well, Hugh. We hear from him about once or twice every year, which is quite a nice time to sort of catch up, which is good. And but no, I'm not particularly bothered about the price of candles. I've spent a lot of money on candles because I, as you know, buy Joe Malone's candles, and Joe loves candles and things like that. I just like scented candles, and I also like the packaging. You pay for what you get. You know, $2.99 candles, very nice. I bought all sorts of candles over the years, but this one yesterday, the Parma Violets one, the moment I took the lid off, I thought, I'm buying it. I didn't even care how much it cost. I was just going to buy it. Another one here. Please help me understand this. If somebody dies with COVID-19, what have they died of? COVID-19. They've died of COVID-19. They've died of the symptoms that it brings on. It's like HIV. They've died of the symptoms from HIV. If somebody dies, you don't die of HIV, you die of the symptoms that it brings on. And in the case of COVID, it can be all sorts of things. The one thing that people would tell you, first of all, you start with the cough or the temperature. So every morning, I can only advise people to go and buy themselves on Amazon a thermometer. Not the old thermometer where you stick under your tongue. Get an electronic thermometer. You either put in your ear or you put it onto your forehead. And I paid about 25 quid for this thermometer, and I keep it with me on the settee, and I use it every morning. I'm watching the television, do my tablets, do my bits and pieces, turn it on, and I'm 36.4, 36.5 almost every day. So I'm, temperature-wise, I'm absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. But that's what it is. It's that, and then it goes to that stage where you can't breathe. You literally can't breathe, and that's why it frightens people. You know, people go, I woke up and I all of a sudden discovered that I can't breathe with it. So that's why when they put you in hospital, everybody's got face masks on because it's helping you to breathe. And that's why. So that's what you die. But they would tell somebody in a family. Of course they would. You can't tell strangers. You can only tell family. You can't just, go in there and go, so-and-so in the next bed to me died. What did they die of? They're not going to tell you because it's confidential. Confidential information. Trump's the greatest man on earth, says Carl. Carl is self-isolating at the moment and is in cloud cuckoo land. Do-we-do-we-do. As Nick Abbott said the other day, I'll send you one of my colouring books and you can colour that in. That'll obviously amuse you. Poor Ollie Murs was done by Anton Deck and ended up in a skin-tight plastic one-piece suit. Sadly, Steve, it looks like he's able to give Peter Andre a run for membership of Dinky. I know. Poor soul, honestly. Thank you, Simon, in Essex. And somebody else was saying, you're talking of racing. I go to Ascot, Sandown, Epsom, and the like, and once met Frankie Dettori in the Carlton, and he gave me a lovely black and gold umbrella. Did he? I want a black and gold umbrella. I love black and gold umbrellas. How nice. See, back in the 60s, we used to save Smarties lids, and we used to put them onto our bikes. Or between the spokes of the bike wheels. You know why? We used to get a piece of cardboard and a clothes peg, and you'd clip it onto your bike wheel, and when you went around it went, and it sounded like an engine. No, just me again. Wendy says, I know you love Christmas, Steve. I wonder what Christmas will be like this year. In my house, it'll be exactly the same as it is every other year. I'm determined to enjoy. Even if, I'm not able to go and see people, I'm still going to enjoy Christmas. It's as simple as that. Nothing is going to spoil Christmas for people, apart from the people who are going out without wearing masks. Shane says, I had a young fella behind me on the train, no mask, sneezed. He never covered his mouth. Everybody shouted at him. I wanted to shout at this old man on the bus. Get off. Get off, you're disgusting. But then somebody would have gone, leave him alone, he's an old man. You think, seriously, it should be policed more. They should have the police getting on to the trains and the buses and go, where's your mask? I can't get off the bus. Get off the bus now. You've infected. It's like the people who get on the bus holding the mask, thinking that obviously works. Thickos they are. Thickos. Stupid people. And then they sit down and then they attempt to put it on. So having infected everybody walking onto the bus, then they put it on again. Stupid people. Seriously, how are we supposed to get through this if there's idiots out there? But then, of course, we know there's idiots out there. Oh, a poem. I've got a poem. I completely forgot. Chosen specifically this morning by Jake. It's by Nicholas Gordon. It's called Once I'm in My Bubble Bath. Oh, we've got the jingle as well. Here we go. Oh. Poem of the day. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Have to do all your own jingles on this programme at the moment. Anyway, so it's once I'm in my bubble bath, chosen by Jake. Very impressive. It goes as follows. Once I'm in my bubble bath, I like to stir up more. Half the suds go in my eyes and half go on the floor. The fun is in the bubbles, 'cause they giggle on my skin. And when I stick them on my face, they dangle from my chin. And when I splash them hard enough, they pop and disappear. And then my bath time's over, 'cause I've made the water clear. Oh, nice. That's good old Jake's come up with that one. That'll be an HR story, I tell you. Although he did tell me he hasn't had a bath for ages. He said he doesn't have a bath. He said all the places he's ever lived in, they've only got showers. Because I like showers. But I've got a seat in my shower. I know. Sounds a bit orthopaedic, doesn't it, really? But I'm quite happy. You sit in the shower. I mean, yeah, you sit there. I mean, you can reach your feet and anything else. And it's so much easier. And also, it's more comfy. You know, so you can have the shower on, you know, drenching yourself. And then you just sort of soap yourself up. And it's lovely. There's something nice about it. I don't know why people go, I mean, why would you want a bath? You sit in all that dirty water. That's not fun, is it? And two people sitting in the bath is ridiculous. Somebody gets the tap end, and that's not what you go, I should say, I'm sitting at that end. I was talking to nobody, just myself. I said, I'm sitting at that end. I sometimes like to get sort of rose petals. It does actually look like a proper chair. It doesn't look like that, but it's obviously made of sort of plastic and rubber. It's quite nice. Now, I'm not going to sit on a candle, am I? Not just yet. Steve, you mentioned name-dropping and Emma Bunton. Nice one. Nice girl. Have you had a night out with Amanda Holden and or Paul O'Grady? No. I bumped into Paul in loads of places, though. Loads of places. I mean, I've known him because we worked together years and years ago. So I've known him for a long, long time. I tell you now, what you see is what you get. He's like Alan Titchmarsh. What you see is what you get with Alan Titchmarsh. There's nothing grandiose or anything. They're just very ordinary, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. It's like Des O'Connor. He loved show business. He was Mr. Showbiz. He was just fantastic. Really great. Steve, on Amazon, there's Parma Violet Sweets, diffuser, candles, and posh-looking Parma Violet candles also, says Stephen in Birkenhead. I love stuff like that. All of a sudden we get different scents, don't we? I like vanilla, too. I like vanillas. Vanilla's very nice. And pomegranate. Yeah, that's a Joe Malone candle, isn't it, pomegranate? Yours was Aldi. See, there's obviously sort of a bit of a... Yeah, £4. Yeah, Joe Malone's 36. In fact, might even be a bit more, actually. I'm not sure now. I haven't bought... Because the Joe Malone shop in Richmond's closed. Obviously, people don't buy candles in lockdown, whereas I'd have thought that would have been exactly the sort of thing that you're doing, especially after a lot of people not going to Greggs. If they're going to lay off 800 people, that is quite a workforce to lay off. And the truth of the matter is, apparently, business is so bad they can't survive. So they've got to lay off 800 people. So the shops remain the same, and they just sort of bring out trays of sausage rolls and stuff like, which is quite nice, actually. Steve, you are cheering me up. Self-isolating, says Kim. This is for the third time. Track and Trace has informed me I've been in contact with someone with COVID. I unfortunately work on a supermarket checkout. 7 days left to go. See, that's the problem, isn't it? If you're on a supermarket checkout, you don't know who the person is in front of you. And I nearly had to say it again, Waitrose seems to have a problem with people, and it's elderly people, who come and stand behind you. I've put my so there's somebody there, okay? They put their stuff on the conveyor belt. They're then the next one through, so I'm here. So I put my stuff on the conveyor belt, and I stand my ground. And I had somebody the other day going, excuse me, can I put my stuff on the conveyor belt? I went, I'm sorry, have you heard of coronavirus? There's a big sign on the ground, thickhead. Why don't you stand on it? And he looked at it and he went to another checkout and stood behind somebody else. And I thought, he might be infected as well. What's the matter with you? I told a woman off the other day. She said, sorry, can I put my basket? No, you can't. That's why there's those things on the ground. We're self-isolating, dear. 2 meters. Honestly, hopeless, isn't it? I'm so wound up now, honestly. Calm yourself. See, John Lewis sell Joe Malone candles, and Greggs, well, Iceland sell their pastries, so why go there when you can get it delivered, says Abby. See, the trouble is, I mean, I'm not sure if John Lewis do sell Joe Malone candles, because Joe Malone is Estee Lauder. Joe Loves is Joe Malone's new company. And so that's why they would actually probably sell it. And also Greggs do the not the pastries, but they do the pasties, which they sell, and their sausage rolls and stuff like that. But what was the other thing they did? It was like a corned beef slice or something. I can't remember what it was. It looked quite nice, and I thought I might sort of go for that, but I didn't. I didn't in the end. Steve, legendary entertainers, not many around now. They were a legacy of the first generation. Popular TV light entertainment from the 50s. One great name, of course, Bob Monkhouse. I know there's nobody there. Somebody said, Jimmy Tarbuck, but he wasn't variety. Jimmy Tarbuck was the comic, swinging, all that kind of stuff. But he was not what I call the last of the variety entertainers. Des O'Connor would definitely be a variety entertainer. Steve, what would be your reaction if you woke up in an alternative world and the producers had staged a coup d'etat and Corey made himself Prime Minister and Jake was the Chancellor of the Exchequer? I would know it was a dream. It's as simple as that. So couldn't be anything else but a dream. I mean, you couldn't have Corey as Prime Minister. He's not big enough to be a Prime Minister. You'd have to be sort of a junior minister and a coup d'etat. I'm not sure about that. Shane says, have you ever seen the UK show called A Fine Romance? Of course, Judi Dench and Michael Williams. And she adored him, absolutely adored him, which I thought was lovely. I've never met her, actually, but I always thought she was fantastic anyway. I bought a candle last week, Christmas scented. It was a crackle wick. It's a wooden wick, isn't it? And if it's wooden, so when it burns, it sounds like it's a crackling fire, but I mean, it's not, obviously a very small crackling fire. It's quite nice. You buy them in sort of these nice shaped jars, and they do vanilla and all sorts of different things. It's an odd shaped jar. It looks like sort of it's sort of fat, and then it goes in a little bit, and then it comes out at the bottom. Quite nice though. Quite, not sort of uninteresting. And yes, it's like an hourglass figure. Or if it's Joe, maybe not an hourglass figure. But I think they call them crackle wicks or something like that. But it's a wooden wick in it, and it's the burning of that makes it sound like, as opposed to just a normal wick. I love them. I love candles. Nobody ever buys me candles for Christmas. I suppose because it's a personal thing. Yes, there's a hint there. There you go. Candles for Christmas, thank you. And somebody says, have you seen that show? Yes. And then somebody else says, Pete Murray playing tennis every day at 95, a broadcasting legend. Yes, absolutely. And playing tennis. I'm very impressed. So Des makes the front page of all the papers today. The last of the all-round variety entertainers. He told jokes, he sang, he interviewed. He was just great. We loved him. And they say, all the papers, I mean, nobody had a bad word to say about Des O'Connor, which I'm very pleased with. They say, farewell to TV's enduring Mr. Nice Guy. He leaves behind 4 children. But Jodie, his current wife, I think was the one, they worked together on Take Your Pick, didn't it? Was it not Take Your Pick? I can't remember. The thing that did the yes-no interlude on, I can't remember what it was called. Also, I'm a Celeb Wetty. Apparently, Jessica Plummer's cried already. Yeah, but, why do they make such a big deal about these sort of things? It's a case of, somebody goes onto a show and they go, oh, I don't want to do it. Well, then don't take the gig. You must have seen these programmes before. The whole idea was that you go on there and we laugh at your misfortune. This whole idea. AJ reveals his black pants as he climbs into the shower. The shower looks a bit of a ramshackle affair. It's got a curtain in there, but I mean, who cares? He's been the first one to get his kit off, which actually, no surprise. But when you're as slim as he is, that's what he's doing. That's what it says. He says he's the first one to get his kit off. Bless his heart. But wearing black pants. So I'm assuming you can then wash your pants and then sort of hang them up to dry. You can't keep wearing the same pants all the time, can you? Definitely not. But they say there's a storm which may force the move to new shelter. Jessica's already weeping. Oh, grow up and get over yourself, honestly. I'm sorry. I've very little sympathy for any of these people who are doing it for money. They're not on it. Nobody's picked them and said, right, you. Oh, I don't want to do it. You, here. You're in this. They do it now because their agent has agreed that they'll do it because it gives them an opportunity to restart or kickstart a career. It's as simple as that. The name of the candle is Woodwick. Woodwick candles. Steve, if this virus is still around in a year or two, says Roger, well, I think it might be, actually. It'll be hard to wean people off social distancing and masks. It'll be with us forever. Oh, I have no doubt. I've already said that it'll be with us forever. It'll be like the common cold. It's a virus. Yes. I think there's going to be hand sanitizer. I think there's going to be masks. And I think what you'll do is you will take I nearly called it the antidote. I wish it was. Only 90%, but still better than nothing. And you'll have it probably once a year or maybe once every 2 years. It'll be like an inoculation and you'll have it. And that hopefully will work. Won't work for everybody. As indeed the flu jab doesn't. I mean, every year I got the flu jab. Every year I got the blooming... Not flu, because if I got flu, it would be a major disaster. It was sort of a case of... I always got a sore throat or I got a cough or something like that. Which was never very pleasant. And I think you're still going to find people who are going to pick up the coronavirus. And they reckon even by this time next year, they think it will be a little bit better by this time next year. But even we've got to get through this year. If we behave, if stupid people like the ones I've been noticing, they're the ones who are holding it up for you, and you've got to speak up. I mean, I should have said something on the bus. I should have said to the bus driver, why have you let this old man on? He's coughing and wheezing on here. He was spitting at the bus stop. Why have you let him on the bus? Anybody sitting on the bus, if you've got your mask on, can you make sure it's over your nose? There's no good sticking it under your nose. That's just ridiculous. You might as well not take it off and throw it away. Ridiculous. Steve, clocked into the spike after watching the classic Wizard of Oz film, says Waj. Do you know, I haven't seen Wizard of Oz for ages and ages. It's quite a good film. It's black and white, then it goes to colour, doesn't it? Dorothy was, what year? Let me have a guess. 1940-something? 40-something? Is it? 39. Blimey. Bit frightening, isn't it? 81 years old. 81 years old. I know that they said at the time that Dorothy had a lot of trouble with the Munchkins. A lot of them were drunk most of the time. And in real life, on the set, they were apparently tiddled off their brains. And in fact, I think one of the last ones died a short while ago. They all lived together. A lot of the little people they used children as well in the film. And you could spot the children because they looked like they were children dressed up to be little adults. But no, there was a lot of trouble with sort of drunkenness. And not with the kid. Well, who knows? To be honest, I should imagine most of them are dead. And I think one died a short while ago. They lived in this little village where all the little people lived at the time because they found it was easier to live there. And it was quite sweet, actually. Have you seen them? You've seen pictures of some of them used to actually dress up still as the characters that they were in The Wizard of Oz. Such was the power of Hollywood, and such was the power of that film. They were up to no good at all. And now they've got one called Little Women on the television. Have you seen it? It's Little Women, little people, little dwarfs. Or little, I suppose by the very nature of being dwarfs, they are little, but they're dwarfs because they're called dwarfs, because dwarfism is their condition. And they have them, and some of them are models and some are actors. Over here, of course, you tend to forget, although I don't, because when you do pantomime, if you do Snow White and the Seven People of Restricted Stature, they were using dwarves, but of course there's no pantomime this year. These people who might only work at that time of year are not working. So they've got no income. I mean, it's affected so many different people, because it's quite rare to get 7 dwarves for Snow White because they're so expensive to rent for the season. But of course, kids like them. Kids will gravitate towards dwarves because they're the same height as them. And we're all fascinated, aren't we? Because there are a few of the dwarfs, as you know, that have gone on to be very famous. Very famous indeed. And who would be the most famous dwarf you could think of in this country? Warwick Davis, exactly. Every time he came in, he made me laugh. But it's just funny. He was explaining to me about the only problems that he has. He says, normally we don't have any problems. He said, except where it comes to these doors in big office blocks, which are operated by like a magic eye. And so somebody will stand in front of it and the door will start going round. He said, me, because I'm little, he said, I have to jump up and down. So he jumps up and down. He said, waving my arms. Bless his heart. Julie says, do you still throw your socks away every day? And, well, I can make them last 2 days now. Which is very good, isn't it? I think so. Steve just stopped at the A2 services in Gravesend. 17 workmen, in the time it took me to get a coffee, not wearing face coverings. Well, it tends to be work people. You don't see people working on building sites, people building houses, wearing masks or doing anything. Perhaps they're all immune from it. I think not. Diane in Canvey Island said it's a Woodwick candle. And Steve, I've got a wasp's nest outside my bathroom. Really? Oh dear, you don't want anything like that. That's not a good idea. Go to, if you've got the computer, go to Google and type in wasp's nest solution. You will find somebody local who will come round, and it's about 27 quid. And they will destroy the wasp's nest. Well, they won't destroy it, they'll spray it for you. They will come in, they'll put on a white uniform. We've had it twice. If it's a bee's nest, you can't do anything about it. They're protected. But wasps you can do. But it's outside your bathroom. You mean outside? Outside? In which case, I was going to say on the landing, you walk out the door, you dodge them to get into the bathroom. Yeah, get out. They're picking up the flannel. They're using the flannel. No, then you was called them out. About 35 quid now, probably. It's probably gone up a little bit since we last had them. And he will spray it. And what will happen is the wasps in it will die almost immediately. And the wasps coming back after going round, getting food and all the rest of it, they will then die when they go back inside the nest. Okay? I just say that because they're, this time of year, wasps are very angry. Very angry. And so you don't want to don't start batting them away. They'll come back at you. That's why they're yellow and black. It's to warn you that they're pretty dangerous. Let's have a check on the latest travel and... Ray Clements the other day, one of England's greatest ever goalkeepers, 72, had a long battle with cancer. He got 3 European Cups, 5 league titles in a glittering Anfield career in the 1970s. Then he got 2 UEFA Cups, an FA Cup and the League Cup, all with the all-conquering Reds before moving to Tottenham, where he continued to pick up more silverware. 72. His long-time rival, Peter Shilton, said, "I'm devastated. We were rivals but good friends." Awful, isn't it, really? It is awful. But, you know, as we say, 72 and achieved that much. You know, to achieve anything in life is a miracle in this day and age. Jackie says some beekeepers will take the bees away. Yeah, some people will, but you can't destroy them. It's they are protected. Do you remember the film that Warwick Davis was in the 80s, Willow? Yes, I do. Watched it every day as a kid. A lot of British dwarfs in that one. Without them, the film wouldn't have been that good. Yes, you're absolutely right. I mentioned yesterday, remember I told you that Nathan Morley is writing a book, well, he might have finished it, and it's on David Tomlinson, the actor. And so you have to pre-order it on Amazon because it's not out until April. And he had one of those faces. You remember him from Mary Poppins, Bedknobs and Broomsticks. He made loads and loads of films, but he had a very distinguished forces career as well. So I ordered that the other day, and then Nathan wrote to me saying thank you very much indeed, which is quite nice. And also our favourite pair, Dick and Angel, over there in the chateau in France, La Belle France. I've got a book out as well detailing their story, which is so lovely. And when they came over and we interviewed them for In Conversation, it was so funny because they said, we listen to you every day over in France. I went, oh, good. I'm so pleased. And they were really lovely. So they have a book out as well. And no doubt there'll be a book on... I think there is a Des O'Connor book. I'm pretty certain that Nathan Morley said that he'd just finished reading, I think, Des's autobiography, which I think must have come out a little while ago. Because, I mean, he really had done the rounds, and he was that variety entertainer. There you go, Bananas Can't Fly. This came out in 2002, 5th of June. Can you still get it? You can. But I warn you now, and I only say this because I've fallen foul of this before, if you don't order when you see it, the chances are, because he's now died, everybody else will be buying this thing. They'll be going, we want to know more about Dimples. You know, his first television series was 1963, and he'd worked with everybody. Sinatra, the Beatles, Streisand, Tony Blair, Spice Girls. He had ill health in London, and he was lovely. Take my word, you won't find anybody who says a bad word about Des O'Connor. He was absolutely charming and lovely. When he came in here, I remember thinking, it's only bloody Des O'Connor, isn't it? A hero. Do you like Ronnie O'Sullivan, says Matthew? I'm not bothered either way. I'm not a fan of snooker or anything like that. I think he's a great character. Well, you know what the family business is, don't you? You know what the family business is? Pornography. That's the family... I know, bizarre though it might seem, that was the family business. And Ronnie O'Sullivan, who had his own beset problems with drugs... and his father and everything else. I think he went through everybody goes through a bad feature, although I never went through a bad feature. I never understood why it was that people sort of magically turned to drugs. I didn't quite get it. Although some say that some of our biggest pop groups wrote some of their best albums whilst on drugs. Well, I'm not sure how any of my radio programmes would have turned out on drugs. I suspect they'd be even more haphazard than they wouldn't be any different. Thank you. And Steve, Jeremy James, Anthony Gibson, Beetlebum, 20 million viewers every week. Well, those were the days. Those were the days, when people got million... I mean, look how many television channels you've got now. You get somebody... I'll see an advert, they go, oh, so-and-so is doing a programme. They say, coming up on Red 7 or something like that. And I think, where the dickens is that? I've got no idea. Steve, we've been trapped in Cyprus as the UK's lockdown and BA not flying back till December 17. We've been waking up at 7 a.m. Cypriot time, which is 5 a.m. UK time, and thus have been introduced to you. Could you swap your time slot with Mr. Ferrari so we can wake up to your show when back in the UK? Yes. I'll take the money as well, thank you very much indeed. Yeah. No, to be honest with you, I think this is the most perfect time. This actually couldn't be a better time because I have been in town before when the buses are heaving, you've got to queue at the bus. I came into town once, years ago, on a Friday night. Horrible experience. Seriously, all the buses were packed, there were drunks everywhere. I mean, now there's no pubs open and stuff like that. But, I hated it. I love it to get on the bus, and at least you can pick a seat you want to. I sit by the window, writing down car numbers, and bus numbers and stuff like that. Another one here says, wait a minute. I had a wasp's nest in my garden, spent ages putting powder down. One evening went out, and every time I saw a wasp, I squirted it with my water pistol, says Nick in Woking. Oh no, wasp stings are very painful. Wasps can continually sting you, a bee can't. Because when the bee stings you, when it flies away, it leaves half its abdomen stuck in you. So I've been stung, yeah. I got stung by a wasp once. It was in my slipper on my toe. And I remember thinking, ow, what was that? And when I pulled the thing out, this wasp crawled out and nearly went up the wall. I went, ow, ow. I tried to be big and brave. Ow, ow. Then I cried. And my toe swelled up. It was terrible. No, I always think if ever you've got wasps, bring in an expert to actually sort of sort it out for you, because you're messing around with something. There's a lot of them. Also, Steve, is the lovely Judge Judy defying the years? She looks exactly the same now as she did 20 years ago. She might look the same, but now she's filmed through Hessian. Have you noticed? They don't film her through anything. It's a case of Judge... I don't even know how old Judge Judy is. How old's Judge Judy? Do you think... I reckon let me have a guess. I think she's 80-something. 86, 87, something like that. I used to like it. They've had lots of imitations. Nobody's beaten Judge Judy. Judge Judy, 80... She's got to be 80-something, hasn't she, really? 70... Oh, so sorry, 78. Do you remember Dr. Ruth on the television? She would have a little sort of voice, and she was a sex expert. But to be honest with you, you'd look at her and go, I don't think I want to take advice from you. Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Ruth was huge in America. Ruth Westheimer, and the sex expert. She's 92. I mean, she's been on everything. She was a Holocaust survivor. She's an American sex therapist. I mean, a sniper. Where does it say sniper? Sniper. Oh, really? Well, you know what snipers are, don't you? With guns, yeah. With guns. Of course. What else? I don't... I didn't know that. Mind you, this is Wikipedia, isn't it? It could be something else. She might just make cakes or something. It doesn't look like a sniper, but you could have hidden her in a beer barrel or something. But she popped up on every television programme, and she'd be her no-nonsense way of discussing sex. She says nobody has any business being naked in bed unless you haven't decided to have sex. Because nobody talks about sex. We talk about it all the time on this programme, all the time, off air. We don't do it on air because there's no point in talking about something you've got no idea about. I mean, seriously, it is like doing it from memory, as far as I'm concerned. And all it does is we just sit here like schoolboys going... He said bottom, oh, goodness me, I can't believe it. Steve, I got stung by a bee yesterday. 150 quid for a jar of honey, says Wayne. And Roger says, was Des O'Connor tall? I've got no idea. He was... Listen, in show business terms, he was a giant. He was absolutely giant, and he was so lovely. So lovely. Steve, doing my deliveries around London to Tesco and other supermarkets, I see lots of people not wearing masks. The staff in the stores have told me they've been advised by senior management not to challenge customers. Yes, I heard that, Alan. I heard that. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I think they should have people standing at the door saying, you're not coming in. It's like yesterday, there were 2 people. Des was 5'9". I think I'm 1.8 metres. I think that makes me about 5'10". But I mean, what's an inch? Who cares? Goodness sake. Yeah, amongst friends, an inch is nothing, is it? I used to think I was 6 foot. But that would be like adding at least 2 inches to me. I don't know what I'd be doing with that anytime soon. Yes, I mean, dreadful, really. Listen, we're going to take a short break for the news at 6. I know you're breathing a sigh of relief, but don't worry, there's more the other side of the news, including the kind Sun readers who paid the bin mum fine and a Brit who died having a boob job in Turkey. But obviously, she only realised she died. Stevie Company, welcome to Monday, the 16th of November. If you're good, I can tell you that the Prime Minister will let you have Christmas. If you're naughty, we won't be having Christmas this year. They might have to suspend it, like they had to cut back on Diwali. Although, to be honest with you, the amount of fireworks going off over the weekend was almost tantamount to just about every other year I could ever think of. I mean, really, really loud fireworks, very loud. You sometimes think they're actually with you in the bedroom, don't you, when they're sort of so loud. Steve, the man on the bus should have been reported to the driver. He was a danger. I absolutely agree with you, Connie. I absolutely agree. But you know what you do? You sit on the bus and you think, as long as he's nowhere near me. But I'd have thought, I mean, he obviously he wasn't, a very intelligent person, to sit there holding his mask but coughing his lungs up. And there was a person sitting in front of him who also didn't have a mask on. I mean, it's seriously, elderly people especially, very susceptible to picking up coronavirus. Very susceptible. There are people at the top of the list. First of all, a lot of black people now have gone to the top of the list. Asian people have gone to the top of the list. Diabetics, of course, were already on the list. Asthmatics, anybody with respiratory problems. There's quite a number of people. And elderly people. Anybody over the age of 65, 66, 70, 80... all at the top of the list. And this bloke's coughing his lungs up, not sitting on a bus where perhaps he'd given up. But you're right. I mean, if I was the bus driver, I'd have stopped and said, you can't sit here coughing. These people are trying to, and if you're a young person, why would you want to curtail your life? You wouldn't. The idea is you want to live as long as possible, don't you? Terrible. Steve, years ago, I lived in Balham, and I woke up one morning to find a hornet in my living room. I gave it a thwack in the general direction of the open window. It got the message and buzzed off. God, I wouldn't be messing with hornets. They're even worse than wasps. I mean, I remember you used to laugh about things like that when you used to see them on the Disney films, and the bees and the wasps had come out and sting people, and you think, oh, it's a joke, actually. But, I mean, at the moment, I think America has got an infestation of these murder hornets. They go round. In fact, some of them as well will go into wasp's nest and they will kill all the wasps in there. I think they do the same to bees. Terrible, really. I mean, absolutely terrible. I mean, they found about 500 live specimens in various stages of development of these killer. I mean, I wouldn't be putting one on my hand. There's a bloke here. It's enormous, isn't it? The trouble is, anything that's yellow and black, and if you study them not study them, but if you get one and you put it in a jar, out of the back of it, you can see the needle. You can see the thing. Look, you see that one there? Murder hornets are officially here, but blah, blah, blah. You can see its sting coming out the back of its tail, yeah. And it will sting you. I mean, seriously, did you see that thing a while ago where is it? In one of the African countries. And what a lot of the tribesmen do out there is they eat honey. But they don't know where all the nests are. So what they do is, and they showed them doing it, they capture a hornet or a wasp or whatever it is, and they attach to it a little piece of wire with a white flag on the bottom, a little tiny white flag, and they set it free, and of course it flies back to the nest, and all they have to do is follow the white little flag, which is fluttering. It's only like an inch, and the wasp is carrying this thing, and then it gets to the nest, and they go, that's where the nest is. They then get some twigs, set fire to them, blow them out, because it's the smoke that subdues them, climb up the tree, and they take chunks of this honey and eat it, and they've got wasps all over them and everything. Seriously, not for me, thank you very much. I mean, listen, if they can smell fear, this is fear. This is fear. I'm not good with anything like that at all. Horrid season for wasps in Mallorca, Steve, says Helen. Put on a clean pair of trousers the other day, felt a sharp pain on my leg, then another, and another. A wasp was inside my trousers. It was 6 weeks ago. I've still got little lumps. Oh, that's ruined everybody's day. Definitely. I'd be like that. I mean, I get lumps as well if I inject. And I do it badly, which I do most of the time, I'm afraid. I'm terribly. Also, pop star Sophie Ellis-Bextor has told LBC the coronavirus pandemic is catastrophic for the music industry. It is. It is. And not just for music, for everything. For shops, for offices. I mean, do you think Canary Wharf in London will ever survive? If you've ever seen Canary Wharf, it's enormous. It's huge. It's all the big banks and everything else. The banks are laying off people. Everybody's being laid off. It's going to be a very miserable time, and yet you still get people without the masks on. And it makes me laugh. You see people getting off a bus. They'll walk into a bus stop. The bus will stop at the bus stop. The doors open. They get off. What's the first thing they do? Take their mask off. Like all of a sudden, oh, I'm off the bus. It's now safe. You know, next thing is, oh, I think I've got coronavirus. You don't want it. You really don't want it. A single mum locked in police cells for putting her rubbish out in bin bags. Do you remember I told you about this one? The council pursued her. Stacey was taken to court for leaving bags outside her home after the bin was stolen, arrested in front of her 5 kids. She told the court she reported the theft to the council, but no replacement turned up. And somebody has paid her £350 fly tipping fine. Can you believe that the council actually went ahead with it? They actually went ahead with it. What meanies in County Durham must they be? But since then, she's had 3 new bins delivered. She's now got more bins than she knows what to do with. How mean. How mean. Here is the Brit who died. She goes to Turkey. Let me just tell you now, do not go to Turkey for cheap cosmetic surgery, OK? It's dangerous. If you remember, all of Jordan's teeth fell out. And she looked like something out of the Addams family. But anyway, Lisa McDonald, 47, died having a boob job, but only found out weeks later. Back home, she became seriously infected. She suffered life-threatening sepsis, rushed to hospital. Medics discovered she'd actually been resuscitated whilst in Turkey. She said, "It's hard to believe I died and nobody told me." But office administrator Lisa and sister Sasha both wanted boob jobs and found this clinic on Instagram. You see, they won't use the ones in this country. You know why? Because they go, it's too expensive, so they'd rather go cheap. And unfortunately, going cheap means they're not bothered about you. They couldn't care less. She paid $4,300 for a mummy makeover, including boob lifting, implant and liposuction, plus a week's hotel stayed in, you know, and all your food and everything. I mean, seriously, it's like, you know, we give you a Christmas present. Oh, and by the way, you're going to die. OK, and then we'll try and resuscitate you. Her sister paid $5,200 for the same, but she got a tummy tuck. When she went to the clinic, she said, this would have been, you know, for most decent people, the warning. She said it looked like something from the third world. Cold and dark, and the floor was covered in sheets. I'd have gotten the hell out as fast as possible. Absolutely. You know, never ever do that. That is just rank stupidity. Rank stupidity. A Channel 4 probe found many cut-price surgery firms in Turkey act as agencies for inexperienced or unqualified surgeons. I rest my case. Rest my case. Desi's second wife last night revealed that she and the 2 daughters didn't even know he was in hospital. Gillian Vaughan had 2 children, Tracy and Samantha, with the entertainer, before their marriage ended in 92. She said it comes as a bit of a shock. The first we knew was at 11 p.m. on Saturday night. We got a call from his eldest daughter, Karen, who lives in Spain. She said he'd had a fall, been in hospital, and he died. Nobody told us anything. Well, they don't, you see. If you're not the latest wife, they don't have any obligation to tell you. But she said, I was very proud of his success. He loved making people laugh. That's what made him so special. I mean, he worked with everybody. He was Des O'Connor. He was Des. You won't see his like again. But, you know, if you want to put a smile on your face, go to YouTube and type in Des O'Connor, Dick-a-Dum-Dum. And then type in Jim Dale, Dick-a-Dum-Dum, and you'll discover that he wrote the song, and he's got a version on an album that isn't even available anymore. And I wish it was. Des O'Connor, Freddie Starr. He was like, did you ever see Des O'Connor and Norman Wisdom? That was funny. That was funny. Because he was showbiz. He was showbiz. He just loved everything about it. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. 88, though. He had what they say is a good innings. A very good innings. What have we got here? Time spent playing video games apparently is good for you. I never got round. Somebody asked me the other day. Who asked me? Somebody asked me at work the other day, do you play video games? I said, do I look like the sort of person who plays video games? Of course not. Of course not. I'm an adult. Adults don't play video games. FIFA. Of course, was that a football game? Of course not. Don't be so ridiculous. I wouldn't do anything like that if it was free. Although, actually, I was in Costco the other day, and they've got a Pac-Man machine, which they're selling. It's about 300 quid for Christmas. You can play an arcade game. I didn't buy it, no. Will Guyot collects all these arcade machines. Did you know that? He's got loads of them. He's into double figures. He's got loads of this kind of stuff. Not me. Not me. I mean, I couldn't... I just did Tetris, and I did Pac-Man. But to be honest with you, after I played it and the thing had caught me a few times, I gave up. What's the point of playing something like that? I want to stand a good chance of winning. So, you know... Oh, Bagatelle. I used to love Bagatelle with the marbles. Lovely. And the only trouble... Bagatelle was sort of like a board, which had nails in it. And you could get the version in the fun fairs where it was vertical on the wall and you flicked the ball and it went up and it either landed in win or lose. Most of the time it went to lose. And if you won, you got a penny and a little bar of chocolate. Sort of like Tipping Point. No, nothing like Tipping Point. But Bagatelle, you could have your own game and it was a board which had nails banged into it. And again, you would pull the plunger, which had a spring on it, shoot your marble up. And so it was a bit like one of those pinball machines, only this was the non-electronic, non-flashing light version. And then it would land in different things. They were quite good to have. And people made them in the early days. You'd put down, this would be 100, and it would have 3 sort of nails around it, so you'd hope you get into the 100. Did you never have that as a child? What did you have? Dolls? What did you play with at home? PlayStation. There's an age difference, ladies and gentlemen. There's people listening going, Steve, what's he talking about? What's a PlayStation? Don't know what a I never had a PlayStation. I've still got a sort of a talking teddy at home. I've got to take a break, actually. I'll tell you about the talking teddy later. Did you watch Frankie Howerd on television last night? Says Paul. No, I didn't. No. I've seen him doing his sort of address to the nation, which was very funny. He was wearing what looked like... I didn't see Frankie Howerd on television the other evening, but he came in to LBC years and years ago. And because for some strange... Don't ask me why, but he'd written in to say he listened to the programme overnight that I did. And so he turned up in the reception... And we did an interview, and he said, I always wanted to meet you. And he said, you must come to my next show. I thought he was hitting on me, which I think he probably was. And all I remember thinking was, it's Frankie Howerd. You know, he was sort of, he had so many different careers. He had his sort of stand-up comedy. Then he had the carry-on, and he did a few little bits and pieces. Then he did the thing on television, which was completely off-kilter, because there he was doing ancient Rome. And it was all girls with big breasts and stuff like that. He don't like that kind of thing. Well, he was not remotely interested. Not remotely interested. But and then he got discovered by students. And students went everywhere. And his catchphrase, titter ye not. I mean, so he'd be sitting in a theatre with hundreds and hundreds of students. And he'd be doing the same act that he'd done 40 years previously. He just sort of updated it a little bit. But it was the same act. He hadn't changed anything. No, missus. And it was all scripted. So somebody showed me a script of his once, which everything was written down. You go, so-and-so, yes, why not, and all this kind of stuff. Well, I can't remember. But at one point, he did this address to it was a television address, and he's wearing, it looked like a white smock, and he did the whole thing to all the people there, and then he came down from the pulpit. It was a bit like a vicar's kind of thing. And he, yes, well, thank you very much indeed. And he turned round, and of course he was stark naked. And so you got to see Frankie Howerd's bottom, which was funny in itself. Steve, funny you mentioned FIFA game. 30 years ago, I went to visit a friend making a game. I used to play one of his bosses at Kickoff on Amiga. His boss went in to design the original FIFA game, and my friend greeted me in Football Manager 3, the joke, like you, big football fan. Do you know, I don't understand a word of that. Not one word. Seriously, I don't know nothing about that at all. I just miss these sort of things. Do you remember the film with Michael Caine called Killer Bees? No, I'm not really I get quite frightened about things like that. See, bees are all right. It's wasps I don't like, and hornets, and these things are big. Seriously, much, much bigger than you ever imagine. So Des O'Connor makes a lot of the front pages of the papers, as indeed I'm glad. The family are distraught. They didn't think he'd die because he only had a fall about a week ago at his home. And they thought he was getting better. Then he took a turn for the worse. And he said, Jimmy Tarbuck said, Des will join other late comics in heaven. He said, I'm sure they're having a bloody good laugh up there. And I would think so too. I would think so too. Isn't it funny, though, because that was exactly the same way that Cilla Black went. She fell over as well. The falling over bit is not good. Don't fall over. Also, here's a man here. He's lovely, actually. He was called Mr. Christmas. His name was Dave Edwards. He was 86. He was a local celebrity in Croxley Green. They had lots of lights outside the house, everywhere lights. This year, they put them up early because it was a bit emotional. They turned his garden into a festive wonderland because he had bowel cancer. And he'd done this for 42 years. And so they did it for the last time. They turned on the lights on Saturday after he'd made her promise that she would if he didn't make it. And he didn't make it because he died on Friday night. And so Sharon, mum to Dave's 2 grandchildren, Kiara and Amy, says, we had a 9-foot Christmas tree and people have been queuing for 3 days to hang ornaments on it. He'd have loved it. Oh, believe you me, he's seen it. He's seen it, which is quite nice. I never understand the people who don't like those things about decorating the outside of your house. I've always wanted... A friend of mine, she hates Christmas. She hates it. And I've always threatened to go round there when she nips out shopping and to decorate the entire house for Christmas. Father Christmas on the roof, reindeer, everything, nodding reindeer in the front garden, fake snow coming out the chimney. Love to do things like that. Like Elf. Like Elf. I love anything like that. The Americans do it so much better than we do. We sort of have the cheaper version of decorating the houses. But this year, you must decorate your house. You know why? Because it's a symbol of unity for all of us. Have you seen M&S are doing gold bottles of Prosecco? Oh, they've been doing them for months. Months and months. When I was drinking Prosecco, I was buying them almost on a daily basis. Steve... Marty says, here's a link to a Des O'Connor single from 1962 called Twist Drive. And did you know that Des compared the 1958 Buddy Holly UK tour? And as a thank you, Buddy gave him his personal acoustic guitar, which he treasured. He was such a nice man, really. I can't begin to tell you. I should imagine the family are absolutely gutted. And there's loads of people saying, you know, how nice he was. Here he is with Cilla at the Playhouse Theatre in Charing Cross in 2011, and they got the last picture of him in October. He was self-isolating, I think, with a sort of a thumbs up, and just lovely, with Carol Vorderman, with his daughter, and with his wife Jodie at the National Television Awards, Elton John joining him, Terry Wogan, everybody. He was just nice. He was just nice. You won't see his like it. They've done 4-5 pages on him, the life and times of a star. He did Countdown. Following year, he got a CBE, and when he left Countdown in 2008, he'd had a series on TV every year for a world record 46 years. I mean, that's nearly as good as my record. Nearly as good. He was a dad of 5. He married 4 times. I think he just liked the taste of wedding cake, and must have done actually. But he was always with Morecambe and Wise. They would always come on. And it was hilarious stuff. This was during the 1970s. He admitted he was in on the gags and actually wrote many of them. Here's actually sort of a classic. Ernie, that's the best record Des has made. Eric goes, you mean there's nothing on it at all? Eric, Des O'Connor has an athlete's voice. Ernie, how do you mean? When you hear him sing, you want to run. You know, stuff like that. Eric, Des has just done a good one-man show. Let's hope 2 turn up next time. Des O'Connor is a self-made man. Eric, I think it's very good of him to take the blame. Ernie, got some great news. Eric, what? Has Des O'Connor got a sore throat? I've just bought Des O'Connor's new album. Ernie, where from? Eric, Boots the Chemist. Ernie, did you need a prescription? Eric, I had to go to the poison counter. If you want me to be a goner, get me an LP by Des O'Connor. And so it went on, but they all loved each other very much indeed. He wrote them. I mean, he was lovely. There's a picture of him here, actually. And, here they all are. All the stars are out. Cliff is there. And Bradley Walsh, star of The Chase. Lovely. And there's Des at the front. It's lovely, actually. Very, very nice picture. Very nice picture. I think that looks like Bonnie, actually. So everybody was there. He was just... They called him Dimples, because... Dimples. But his chat show, I've been to a few times. I went with Leslie Joseph. We went up there. It was done at Teddington. The only problem was, if there is ever such a thing as a problem, because Teddington was such a big studio, they would fill up the audience from the old people's home down the road, because they would sometimes film in the afternoon, and so that they could then put it into the show, because it didn't make any difference. He would just put on the same suit and all the rest of it, and they would record somebody. If it was an American artist that couldn't arrive in the evening, they'd film in the afternoon, so they would arrive in the studio, get themselves made up, and the audience would be from the old people's home. So you'd go to the studio in Teddington, and there'd be a line of about sort of 100 people wearing their dressing gowns and slippers. They'd been brought in on a coach, and they would put them in the audience, and they would watch Des, because everybody loved Des, and they would do it, and then they'd all come out of the studio, get back on the coach, and go back to the old people's home. And then in the evening, because they never cut to the audience, or if they did, it was the evening audience. And it was just great. I saw quite a number of shows up there, and he was very good. Steve, I used to have a Frankie Says T-shirt. It had a picture of Frankie Howard on the front and the words, "Nay, nay, and thrice nay" on the back, says Jeff. As you mentioned, Teddington Studios, well, they've gone. They've gone. They're razed to the ground. What are they now? A housing estate. I know, very expensive flats overlooking the weir at Teddington. Not exactly the best place to go, because the weir at Teddington is where people end up. If they've decided to throw themselves in the river, they end up there because that's where the lock is, right next to a pub called the Anglers, which is quite nice. Well, they must have noticed their business dropping, because all the people from Teddington Studios, of which there would be hundreds, used to go there. I mean, I spent a lot of time at Teddington Studios, but no, not there anymore. Flats and high-rises, and it's all in lockdown. It's all terribly depressing, actually. Do you know, there's a book, actually. Barack Obama's got a book. Everybody's got a book out. Nathan Morley's got a book out, David Tomlinson. Then there's the Angel and Dick Strawbridge, who've got their book out about the chateau. And now you've got Barack Obama. Do you know, I liked Barack Obama. I liked him and I liked his wife. Never liked Trump. Never liked, but luckily, they're American politicians. We don't have to like them. There's no rule that says we have to do them. So parents beware. Researchers have now dismissed as a myth the long-held view that playing lots of video games leads to poor mental health. That is the problem, isn't it? That they sort of kids are in their bedrooms and they're playing games and nobody knows about it. Oh, you love this. You'll love this. The extravagance of the Roman Emperor Caligula. His house of infamy has been revealed. Beneath offices on Esquiline Hill, they found a house and extravagant gardens that belonged to Caligula. He was slightly peculiar, slightly. The glass windows in one of the rooms had to be replaced with coloured stones that let the light in but keep out the wind and the heat of the sun. Do you know, the things they are still finding? Caligula, of course, a reputation for cruelty, waste and eccentricity that eclipses, I think, even the infamy of his nephew Nero. Some of his wildest claims, such as that he planned to make his horse a consul, are dismissed by modern historians. And adoption by the man presumed to be his father's killer did little for his mental health. And it was all just, he dressed as a woman. He staged lavish events such as chariot races, plays and gladiator shows. But he did become, as he moved through his life, slightly erratic. In fact, a little bit more than slightly. He built a pontoon bridge across the Bay of Naples, marched his troops to the shores of Gaul as a prelude to an invasion of Britain, but ordered them to collect seashells, calling them the spoils of the conquered ocean. He really was mad as a fruitcake, poor soul. Here's a nice picture. Is it? No, it's not a nice picture, so I've changed my mind. Diane Abbott's had to apologise. She appeared at an event alongside a Chinese denier of human rights abuse. Why don't these people check these things before they go there? She had to say here, she disputed allegations, saying it was another lie by those people who tried to create racial war in China. She apologised on Twitter. She said, both I and the Labour Party condemn the human rights violations. I apologise if my involvement in Saturday's event sent a different message. Why don't they check these things out beforehand? I mean, she makes gaffe after gaffe after gaffe. Doesn't help, does it? Here we go. More than 1 million COVID tests a day will be possible in the new year as the government announced the creation of 2 mega labs. They reckon that these 2 laboratories, Leamington Spa and in Scotland, will double the current capacity of 520,000 tests a day, with each capable of providing 300,000 daily results. Do you know anybody who's had any testing done? Have you had testing done for COVID? Yeah, have you had? Your flatmates have had. Okay, have you ever had anything done, Kieran? No? Yeah. Flatmates as well. You haven't had it done, though? No. Are you on track and trace? You're on track and trace. See, I'm not on track and trace. So you're on track and trace as well? Oh, well. My flatmates... Oh, sorry, there's somebody... I'm reading for somebody else here. Got notified. Oh, really? So you had to isolate? Did you? Oh, yes, of course you did. You had to isolate last week. How long for? Just a week? Is that... They're all clear. Whew, thank goodness for that. Thank goodness. What else we got? Charles and Camilla at the German War Memorial. I think, actually, if my brain serves me correctly this morning, I think they're the first members of the royal family to take part in Germany's National Day of Mourning. Their attendance at the ceremony in Berlin was considered deeply poignant. They were invited by the president. Warning to Preachy Harry by Diana's closest advisors. He's not getting publicity, is he, Harry? Him and Meghan are getting the worst publicity that they could ever have, but at least they got the money from Netflix, so that's okay. Martin in Margate says, I've been to Teddington Studios for shows through Applause Store. I loved it. I mean, I just thought there was something about Teddington. There are loads of studios up there. It was fantastic. Frankie Howard was in the Great St Trinian's train robbery, says Susan. They don't make them like him anymore. No, they don't. No, they don't. They really don't. Heartbroken parents of vulnerable young people in care beg to be reunited for Christmas. Listen, you can't risk anything at the moment. These few weeks are very, very dangerous, you know, and if we don't do it properly, we won't have anything. The Daily Mail, have come up with 5 demands. All residents must get at least one relative, friend or carer designated as a key visitor who gets routine weekend testing. Also, you've got to end the postcode lottery that allows some care homes and local authorities to impose blanket visiting bans. All homes must facilitate visits. Of course they must. And then they're talking to the people who invented this vaccine, and they have to test it. They've got to test it properly to make sure before we can actually use it or go any further down the line. Also, I'm a Celebrity Get Me Out of Here opened last night with some very happy campers. Why? Because they're earning money, sitting on their bottoms whilst we watch them. It's like us watching you, watching them, watching just about anybody, and occasionally have to do something difficult like have a shower, and they all have to try and be entertaining. So, of course, for the first few hours, they all go, ooh, let me show you my personality, you know, and how exciting I am. And we sit there going, oh, blimey, this is boring, isn't it? Very dull. So they've taken on the Welsh Castle, and Jessica Plummer, Vernon Kay were abseiling, while Shane Ritchie, Mo Farah, Beverly Callard and AJ Pritchard negotiate. AJ, the first one to have his shower, which is pretty cool, because normally it's a race for the girls, isn't it? Oh, I'm going to get, I'm going to do it in my bra and all this kind of thing. Well, not this time round. They've actually got a curtain that goes round the shower. Thank the Lord for that. Loads of tributes to Des. Loads of tribute. Even Jimmy Tarbuck says he helped me as a teen. I've never forgotten that kindness. He says the best show I ever played was with Des O'Connor, Bruce Forsyth and Ronnie Corbett, the 4 of us presenting the 100th Royal Variety Show. Des, as excited as me, he was a natural performer, like all of them. Great. Bashir used the Diana chat to lure Jackson. Michael Jackson. I'd forgotten about Martin Bashir did Michael Jackson. I'd completely forgotten about that interview. How did I forget that one? He went to the house, didn't he? He went to the house because in the background was Geordie Chandler. Do you remember? And people were going, who's that? And everybody's going, it's Geordie Chandler. That's the one who Michael Jackson paid millions to. And in fact, there was a feature done on him a few years ago in one of the papers where he was saying nothing happened, but I believe it was something to do with pushy parents or something. And I remember thinking at the time, that's the trouble, where sort of money is involved. Steve, many older folks trip over loose rugs. Tell me about it. And also, if you've got a table you can fall onto... Oh, dear, definitely not. So this thing that I've recommended Jake for, this is Tally Ho No. The latest country sport is a dogged chase, not of a fox, but a human being. So in other words, you get chased. And there's a picture of a man here with a bloke with a pack of bloodhounds. Sounds a bit worrying, doesn't it, really? Also, divorcing parents who can't face each other could be harming children. Can you look your ex in the eye? If you've been out with somebody and then it finishes, okay, and you bump into them again, can you sort of go, oh, hi, and try and be gracious about it? Or do you look at them and going, oh, they're here. I came back from Vienna one time and I went to a show... Why did I go to see it? There was a show with Jack Tinker from the Mail talking about all the different theatrical shows, and there were 3 of my exes there. 3 of my exes. I was on very good terms with them after they all bought me a drink, and apologised for being rubbish. Yeah, it paid off in the end. I thought, just get judged to a cheque. Just make it payable to Steve. Okay, I'll fill in the other details. The pigeon that sells for 1.4 million. Bonnie's home. She got home from Portugal, and Bonnie. It says, Des O'Connor, very good friends of Bonnie, because I went to Bonnie's 70th birthday party and he was there. I'll send you a picture. Well, I think there is a picture, actually, Warren, in the paper today. But it was all good. But she said he was lovely and people got the chance to meet him, because everybody should have had the chance to meet, you know, Des O'Connor, because he was delightful. Why Diana was never forgiven for the toxic fallout from Panorama, and why Harry should heed her painful lesson that it's far harder to be respected as a celebrity than a royal. Yes, Harry loves the attention. In fact, they love the press, don't they? They love the press. Yes, the picture which you've sent me, Warren, is actually the picture which is in the paper today. Des and Elaine Page and Bonnie and Cliff and Bradley Walsh and Bruno Tonioli. I think I was invited, actually, but I didn't go, and I can't remember why. Anything that happens in the evening, or what? Or happens after a certain... I can't go to things. Washing my hair... You know, if I'm doing a hair wash day, you know, doing a rinse through, because I think blue's a good colour. It suits me. I don't know what you're all talking about. It's ridiculous. I could use that serious millionaire hair stuff. Super millionaire. We couldn't find it. Warren says, I took the picture. You were invited. I want commission. I was invited, I know. I didn't go. Well, at least Bonnie's back. She might have my book with her. British Circus Life by Lady Eleanor Smith. I've been waiting for this book since God created the Garden of Gethsemane. I'm doing a break. Very pushy today, honestly. It gets worse and worse, Warren. So, nice having everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve Allen's early... I didn't forget what I was, actually. Who I was. Who is Steve Allen? Peter says, who's this Warren you're talking about? Warren flies for British Airways, but he has very good social connections. Very good social connections. He knows lots and lots of celebrities. Lots and lots of celebrities. And it kind of works. So he knows Bonnie Lithgow, and she knows lots of famous people, and I know Bonnie, and I know Cliff, and I've never met Bradley Walsh. I've always wanted to meet Bradley Walsh. I know he's said before, he's listened to the program. Michael Caine talked about this programme once. He said, have you heard what he talks about in the morning? He used to pick it up on his way into the film studios. Used to make me laugh, actually, at the same time. Johnny Carson did the Des O'Connor shows. Johnny Carson or Johnny Casson? Probably Johnny Casson, I would imagine. Carson was the American chat show host. Do you know when he left doing that show, do you know what they bought him? They couldn't think of anything to buy somebody who had the longest running chat show in America. So what did they buy him? Moon Rock. They bought him a piece of Moon Rock. I think it cost like $1 million. And they bought Moon Rock, which I thought was very interesting. Steve, as a kid in the 70s, says Marty, I fondly remember the Des O'Connor show on Thames Television. Jack Douglas of Alf Ippy Tippy, I can never say it, would come on and do the sketches with Des. And Comedy Gold. What with Bobby Ball passing away? I know. Johnny Carson was paid $25 million a year in the 70s. You know why? Syndicated shows. It's like syndicated radio show. Who's that radio presenter in America who's sort of fairly... Howard Stern. Isn't he fairly controversial or something? $100 million a year. I have to tell you, not all radio presenters earn this. Some would love to. £100 million. Can you imagine You could buy a house every day. 80 million, sorry. Oh, we've downgraded him already. 80, oh, well, I wouldn't do that for 80 million. Pfft, no chance. Anybody for a bacon butty? Bacon, spelt B-A-Y-C-O-N, or a sausage bap, S-O-Y-S-A-G-E. It's a vegetarian butcher, so it's not... Oh, sausage. Sorry, sausage. Or sausage. It doesn't sound quite right, does it? I'm from New York. We have a sausage. Sausage. How do you pronounce the bacon? Is that the same bacon? B-A-Y-C-O-N. Bacon. Sausage. I'm having a sausage today. I better go to Greggs before they close the blooming place. Warren says it all started with Danny LaRue. I think that was the first person that Warren knew sort of properly. And again, Danny LaRue, ask anybody in showbiz, huge. Danny LaRue was the biggest star in this country. I went to see him at when he did the Prince of Wales Theatre. I don't know why I was strangely drawn to drag. I can't remember if I've done drag. I suppose I must have done at some point. But anyway, I remember seeing him, and he had this big staircase that he came down, and I thought he was fantastic. And I saw him on a few occasions. I've got some very good stories. I bet Warren's got better stories of Danny LaRue. But Des O'Connor, I mean, he got everybody on there. He was fantastic. Great entertainer, says Rachel. Yes, I mean, I could not disagree with you at all. But I'm not sure about a vegan butcher. How can it be a butcher if it's vegan? I thought butchery only came with... I don't know, I probably got it wrong again. But somebody's done a 2-page feature on it. Basically a free advert. Somebody called Harry Wallop. I mean, I ask you, where'd you get a name like that from? He's tucked in at the shop that's given meat the chop. And so they've got sort of, different... But they're not what you think they are. They're all sort of looky-likeys, I suppose. I don't understand it. Seriously, I like me meat, as anybody around here will tell you. So Willie Carson's birthday today. Happy birthday to Willie Carson. Also, what was the other one that I got? 1969, November the 16th, the BBC first broadcast the children's TV show Clangers. Remember that one? Sorry? They were on the moon, yeah. I thought they were slightly weird, but there you go. And in 2010, on the 16th of November, what do you think happened on that day? 16th of November. I'll give you a clue. Engagement. William and Kate. Well done. Oh, very good. Very good. William and... Oh, we're ready to pull out in the mail. Yeah, there was... I wonder why there were all these pictures of him in the mail yesterday. You're right, actually. There were lots of pictures of Williams with the girls that he'd been out before. And it was good, actually. Very good. Well done on that, Fancy, remembering that. You with your problems. And, which is very good. Also, I'll try you another one, actually. You won't remember this one. November the 16th, 1979, somebody was exposed as a spy. Somebody very famous. Well, I say very famous, probably not for you, because 79 was obviously prior to you being born. So, are you want to have a guess at it? I'll give you a clue. He worked for the Queen. He worked for the Queen. And his name was... I don't know, I can't remember. Anthony Blunt. Anthony Blunt was a surveyor of the art collection of the Queen, officially exposed as the fourth man in the Burgess and Maclean spy scandal. He was then, of course, stripped of his knighthood by the Queen. I didn't really expect you to know that one at all. And don't forget, says Warren, that Danny LaRue inspired Lily Savage... Paul O'Grady, that's where he sort of got the idea from. Bonnie, lovely Bonnie, says, I watched a fabulous show last night with Des and Cliff. It was very funny and very special. Do you know, the one thing we get as we get a little bit older is fantastic memories. And loads of you will have fantastic memories of Des O'Connor and the shows he did on the television and the people that he worked with. He was a marvellous person, and I'm quite sure that Nick Ferrari this morning is going to be doing a bit on Des O'Connor. 88. Oh, by the way, not paying the BBC licence fee is still a crime. Thought I'd tell you that now. That'll stop the bailiffs piling in. You don't want these people turning up on your doorsteps. The can't pay will take it away. Stuart McCracken turning up, knocking your door in. going, "You haven't paid your bill, Steve. We've come round to collect the money." Steve, stop talking about food, please. I'm starving. Every time I listen to your show, it ends up with my diet going out the window. It must be about as big as an elephant by now. That's it for this morning. Plus, they've unearthed a Roman villa in a field in North Wales. Now, you know I love these sort of stories. Absolutely love them. You know, when we discovered the other day that down inside, a mile down in the permafrost in the Arctic, there is an underground lake. A mile down, an underground lake. I mean, that sort of conjured up all sorts of Jules Verne stories. Jane Seymour telling you in the paper today how to stay young. Domino's have launched a novelty treat. It's a doner kebab pizza. Whoopee! Oh, I love the sound of that one. that appeals to me quite a lot. I don't have doner kebabs very often, probably about once a year. And when I do have it, I get terribly guilty afterwards. But I quite like a doner kebab, actually. What have we got? Martin Kemp admits he got all shook up about Elvis and even wondered if he was gay. Mind you, Elvis was a bit anti-gay. Somebody at some point, he was doing a dance routine for one of his films, and somebody obviously grabbed him in the wrong area, and he had a little bit of an issue about that. Selection boxes will cut plastic trays. That's what happens when you get a selection box. You get the plastic tray inside with all the bits and pieces in there. They're going to do away with those and put a bit of cardboard in, which is good. Actually, I've thought I'm going to buy people for Christmas lunch this year, if we eventually get around to Christmas lunches. Hawkins, this company do lots of little toys, wind-up toys, silly little things. They do a Christmas stocking, sealed with 20 toys in or something for 15 quid. It's worth about 20. And I thought that'd be a nice little present to give people at the table, wouldn't it? That's what I thought anyway. I thought quite a novel idea. Are healthy soups as super as they say? There's loads of slimming companies, and they go, "Oh, you know, you must if you eat our soup, the weight's going to fall off you." Psh, obviously not. Plus, they're saying you can hold Granny's hand at Christmas. I'd rather wait till I get that confirmed. Thank you very much indeed. And poor old Peter Andre can't get any work at the moment, so he's dressing up in front of a fake Christmas tree. A bit like... Sorry, I said it again. Peter Teeny Tiny Andre. And his sort of... his career, which is a little bit strange. 60 years of life on the cobbles. 60 years. Who'd have believed it? And the trans man, which I think Nick Ferrari is going to be talking about later on today, losing the father legal bid. It, in fact, is a woman who transed into a man, but then had a baby. And the court of... And she wanted to be recognised as the child's father. And the court have said, for the second time, no, you're the mother. Because I've always argued this one. I don't have any problem with anybody transing. You can trans into whatever you like, but only women can have babies. Men can't have babies. We don't have the right inner bits. Believe you me, I've looked, and there's definitely no inner bits. That means that I could give birth to a child anytime soon. Police break up church services, breaking the rules, and lots of money being pinned on Shane Ritchie winning I'm a Celebrity. Oh, they've also brought a book out, Ideal for Christmas. I'm sure it's been out before, actually. And this one is called The Very British Indulgence, The History of the Biscuit. So, and they've asked various people, you know, what's your favourite biscuit? Please don't write in with your favourite biscuits. This is not local BBC radio, OK? So we're not remotely interested in what your favourite biscuit is. More floods with climate action, say the experts. And... what's the other one? Oh, Rhiannon Sugden. Do you remember years ago, Rhiannon Sugden, who nobody'd ever heard of? She's another one. Oh, get them out for the boys. Woo, here's me in a bra and bikini, that kind of thing again. And then she had a bit of an issue with Vernon Kay, of course, and she's capitalised on it ever since. In fact, it was 10 years ago, and she's still droning on about it as she plugs another, oh, get your tits out, get your bits out for the boys. And she's 10 years later, she's still doing the same story. He ruined my life. Well, up until then, darling, nobody knew who you were. Goodness sake, honestly, get over yourself. Blimey, if every single time somebody phoned you up and sort of made some comment or whatever... you know, it was a case of, you know, you have to be sort of very careful with these sort of things now. And also, nobody knew who she was before. I mean, now you only know about her because she's dragging this up again. I mean, God help the poor man. I mean, here he is on the television. He's already got his kit off. AJ's had his kit off, which actually is quite a bit of a turn up for the books. Quite a bit of a turn up for the books. And it's a case of... He sort of got his kit off because AJ's got the body and everything else that goes with it. And he's slim and he's personable and everybody likes him. And so it beats any one of the girls going, woo, here we go, clothes off. Because to be honest with you, there's quite a lot of people in there. I have no inclination whatsoever of seeing anybody from Beverley Callard to Victoria Derbyshire in the shower. I'm sorry. I'm sure somebody somewhere, probably next door, would be quite keen on this idea, but I'm not. So when you get AJ and Vernon Kay stripping off, and I think that Shane Ritchie did as well, then it kind of evens it up a little bit. But the rest of the programme is dire. Some bloke who is a radio DJ is already thrown up on the programme once before because they wanted him to abseil down a cliff. And you think, and then somebody said to me the other day, they said, oh, you're a little bit cruel on these poor people who are having to go through this. I said, they're being paid. They're not doing this for free. They're not. And the other thing, I have to do it at the beginning of the programme because otherwise I'll forget about it later on. They were announcing the other day, in fact, we announced it, that Graham Norton's giving up his radio gig on the BBC. He does one day a week, and apparently it's a very popular programme, as indeed is his television programme. He gets the best guests. The TV programme with Graham Norton hosting gets the best guests. And he's moved to another radio station. And he's going to be doing 2 shows. And they're all going, oh, isn't this great and fantastic? And I'm thinking, yes, it is. But not for the person who's obviously being kicked out that he can replace. Nobody's mentioned that person. I don't even know who they are. We shall probably find out on the programme later on today. It's very nice when people start shunting around different... I'm all in favour of that. But spare a thought for the poor person who's going, he's not coming at the weekend, is he? Oh, God. That means I might not have a job. And they go, no, sorry about that. Never mind, Graham Norton's a bigger star, so we don't really care about you. The Falklands free of landmines, which is quite good. Unfortunately, the bad news is there's a picture of all these idiots walking about on the beach, not socially distancing, not wearing masks. Seriously, it's just ridiculous. Also, a new mum left with burns. Somebody shoved a chicken and mushroom snack in her face. It was a hot pie. And as you know, the fillings inside hot pies are hot. They're very, very hot. And this woman, it was at a race meeting, was a drunk, and her brief said, she really regrets it. I bet she does. They didn't send her to prison. It was a suspended sentence, which I'm not very happy about. Logs are on the fire. Cliff's on TV. He's going to be singing for Christmas. Corey got far too many mentions earlier on. I don't know why. Are there pictures of Corey on the beach in his Speedos or something? All of a sudden people sort of going, oh, Corey's good and all this kind of thing. Yeah, well, stop that immediately. Thank you very much indeed. Listen, he's a member of the Groovy Gang, but we can take it away. It can be gifted to somebody else. Don't want to mention any names, but Luke's been chomping at the bit, trying to find out how he can get in on the act. And don't even go there with Jake. That's really... he has admitted to me that he would wear a dress after the Harry Styles wears a dress in Vogue, and somebody then went, oh, that means he's less manly. Well, Mick Jagger wore a dress when he did a Hyde Park concert years ago, and nobody said a dicky bird. They just went, he's a rock star. That's what rock stars... He put a dress on. It doesn't make you less manly to wear a dress. It really doesn't. You can put a dress on, and I'm sure that many men have tried their wives' and girlfriends' clothes on, and put makeup on and things like that, and had their hair done. Oh, come on. I love the way... Oh, yeah, we don't know anything about that, Steve. You want to see where I'm sitting, I tell you. It's like looking at the Beverley sisters. Here they all are. Both play with their hair. Oh, look at my hair. I'm so gorgeous. I'm so wonderful. I'm so nice. Steve, just because Elvis didn't appreciate being groped hardly makes him anti-gay. I don't think Elvis knew what gay was, to be quite honest with you. He didn't do it. He didn't do a lot of things like that, did he, really? And this was people lifting him up. But, as I say, I think I know better than you do. Why? Because I'm the presenter of the programme. And the presenters of the programme are always right. Listen to James O'Brien. James O'Brien will tell you, till the cows come home from the field, this...
I have a question, Steve Allen. He's always right.
See? What can I tell you? Always right. Never, ever right. I like it when people sort of, try and sort of pick me up on things, but they're never right. Always wrong. I'm always right. Always right. It's a cross I have to bear. But it doesn't really matter. Does Ryland Clark Neal live in Richmond, says Matthew? I bloody well hope not. No, he doesn't. He lives out in Essex. He's in Essex. Who have we got in... we've got loads of people in Richmond and Twickenham. There's loads of famous people. There's that bloke off the radio, Steve Allen. He lives in Twickenham, very popular. Guided tours of his place. David Attenborough is in Richmond. Richard Attenborough used to live in Richmond on the Green. And Michael Fish, the weatherman, lives there. Also Bubbles from Absolutely Fabulous. She lives in Twickenham. Also Peter Davidson lives in Twickenham/Richmond. Those are loads of people. You know why? Because Teddington Studios was up the road, and so people could go there, which was lovely. And what did I play this morning on YouTube to cheer myself up? Dick-a-dum-dum. Because Des O'Connor died, and it's a song that goes dick-a-dum-dum, 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 and then it goes, gonna take Piccadilly, got a day to do it. Anyway, it's like that. But written by Jim Dale, who was in a lot of the Carry-Ons. He was in about 11 Carry-Ons. And he's also got a version of it on an album. And I discovered him talking about it. It really cheers you up. Really, and you need something, excuse me, on these dreadful mornings where you wake up and you go, ooh, I don't like it, Steve. It's dark. It's horrible. And I think, well, listen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're going to get through it. My driver this morning, Abdul, who's, I think I was his 5th job, which, you know, things are getting better. And I think what they've done is the company he works for have reduced the rental on the cars because people are struggling. And I've said they're struggling. I mean, literally, though, we're round the corner. I've only got to wait a little bit longer for a haircut because I need a little bit of a trim. For some reason, I've all of a sudden I feel scruffy. You know, when you don't have a haircut, it doesn't make a difference to these two. I mean, seriously, it's like working with Stigger the Dump. It really is, honestly. You know, how do you look like Jake and Corey, jump in a puddle and pull yourself through a hedge? And that's the end result. And today, you know, clothes that don't even fit. Clothes that don't even fit. Well, your clothes fit because they weren't yours, Corey, were they? They were worn by somebody else who was obviously of the slightly bigger frame. I've never been into a charity shop and bought an item of clothing. I've taken stuff in there before, but I've never bought an item of clothing. I don't think I could do it. I know they've been washed and, you know, all the rest of it, but it's just not my kind of thing. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I hope that you are well this morning. I hope you're having... I was going to have a piece of toast for breakfast. And it's... I didn't have it. For some reason, I don't know why. And the cooker started knocking the power out at home. I don't know what's the matter with it. All of a sudden, you turn on the cooker, and it goes bang, and all the lights go off. And you know what happens when that happens? The computer goes off. I have to reset the computer, so I have to go on and start all over. It's so annoying. You'd think it would give you like a 5-minute break so you could turn the computer on and it would work, but it didn't. So I had to do that. 3 times I had to do it. Great fun. November. Unbelievable. Sounds like you got rats, says Abby. They love chewing through wires. But, well, not in a building this tall we don't have rats, put it that way. Unless they've learnt to climb up or operate the lift, which I think is unbelievable. Steve, Des O'Connor gave a character referencing Court for Max Clifford and Carol Vorderman, who'd been praising his performances with Freddie Starr, who ran off to Spain. What's that all about? Well, I don't know. What are you asking me for? I mean, aren't you bright enough to try and work these things out? I mean, good God in heaven. And another one that says here, didn't we have some people sent off to space the other day? Didn't the Americans send off some people? Where are they going to? Have they opened up the superhighway, the supernova highway, so we can land on the moon? Which I think is quite... I wouldn't mind going there, actually. I wouldn't mind actually going there to be interesting. When I was living in Newcastle, Steve, a local Indian chip shop takeaway did a naan bread doner kebab. It was awesome. Oh, a naan bread doner kebab. Well, they put it in pita bread, don't they? Although I'm sure you could probably do the same with a naan, but you'd have to... No, it doesn't work with a naan bread. Keema naan it might work with, because you can open them up. Keema naan's quite nice, and you could do it. And then somebody said the Domino's one is a beef doner. I thought doner was lamb. That's what I thought. I didn't know it was a beef doner. I didn't know there was such a thing. Whatever it is, it sounds delicious. I might have a pizza today. I can do anything. The good news is, when I finish, I went to Greggs yesterday to get a bacon baguette, and the lady in the shop said to me, she said, baguette? I went, yes, please. She said, you don't have sauce, do you? I thought, I've obviously eaten too many. She now knows. Yeah, she got the right number, yeah. She was the one who told the other girl before, it's 5 pieces if they have extra bacon, and I always have extra bacon. I like to fill up a baguette. I like it so it comes to the end. I don't want a bit of bacon just sitting in the middle of it. It's got to go right to the end. Otherwise, you have to throw a bit of your baguette away. And when you've only got something that's 9 inches long, you don't want to lose a couple of inches, do you, off the end, because it hasn't got a piece of bacon in it. I nearly had a bacon roll, but I thought, you can't change after a while, because now you walk in there and they've practically got it ready for you on the counter, which is fantastic. So I'm going to be checking on what the doner kebab meat is, but it's still quite nice. Matt says, Trevor McDonald's in Teddington. Is he? I didn't know. I've got no idea. Your cooler could be exposed to water somewhere. Oh. Somebody's enjoying an M&S Waldorf salad for breakfast. I quite like Waldorf salads, actually. I like it. In fact, I like salads full stop, but I do like... It's got to have salad cream. Can't have it without salad cream. And I bought some cheese yesterday, Cathedral, and put it into these Warburton's Thins. Have you seen the Warburton's Thins? It's like a pocket thin. Really good. So you just pop it in the toaster and it opens up a little bit. The top comes away. You put in a squirt of mayonnaise. Then you put the cheese on the top. Then you put the top over it. And then you eat it till it runs down your chin. It's really nice. I did that yesterday. I thought, I don't care. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says people are celebrating Stars because he's feminising masculinity. No, it's not. He's just doing it for publicity. You know, you don't do that. You go, oh, I think I'll walk down the road with a dress on, like sort of Dave, what's his name, married to Victoria, all those children who are so multi-talented. And Dave wore a dress. You remember, it was a sarong he wore some years ago. Dave, can you put that on? Oh, I want to put it on. Put it on. We'll get publicity out of it. Fantastic. Also, songbirds booting out chicks to save the siblings. They do that in nests, don't they? Did you see that thing? No, you probably didn't. I was the only one who saw it. And it was where cuckoos lay their eggs in a nest of another bird. And, of course, the other birds are little teeny tiny things like that big. And the cuckoos they're the size of hens. And they sit there, and the mother obviously thinks it's hers, just overeating. And so they have to feed it. Whereas, in fact, the cuckoo could probably eat them all alive. Oh, I don't like anything like that. They were doing a thing a short while ago. It was on birds in trees. Foreign somewhere, and they hang their nests from the tree. It's, terribly clever, and they make this like a basket thing with one little entrance in. Unfortunately, who actually goes and eats the chicks? Snakes. They crawl up trees, they go to the end, they wrap their tails around, and then they drop down into the nest and just pick them out. It's horrid, isn't it? They also do the same on some island. It's not the Falklands, but it's somewhere like that. And all the birds are born in burrows. But the island is awash with snakes, and they know when all the baby chicks are born because they go... They make all this noise calling for their mother, and the snake just goes into the burrow and just picks off the chicks. Who'd want to be a chick, eh? Who'd want to be a chick? Not me. Bradley Walsh, turning the air blankety-blank blue whilst filming a revival of the show Blankety-blank, 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 Blankety-blank. Who they're going to get for the celebrities, I've got no idea. Ridiculous. 83850, sounds like your heating element has gone on your cooker. The insulation has worn down, thus... Well, it can't have worn down. It's not physically possible to wear down. It's hardly ever used. Steve, I thought the doner kebab meat was lamb too, says Mark. Well, that's what I thought. I've never heard of a beef doner kebab. Roger says, are we on lockdown? Took me 1.5 hours to get from Richmond to Wandsworth, who usually takes 35 minutes. We are still on lockdown. You wouldn't believe it, would you? You really wouldn't believe it. But we are. And we're hoping that in a few weeks' time you can go and get your hair cut again and go to all these different places. You can definitely go and get your hair cut for Christmas. That'll be the Christmas cut, the unkindest cut of all. And then you could have a little cut as well, Jake. Corey won't be doing anything. He just goes in there. What they basically do is get a hairdryer and go like that. And then it's finished. They go, is that okay, sir? And he goes, yeah, it's great, thanks. He doesn't know. He's never know. You're too scared to... He doesn't like complaining about it. Because he doesn't... the next time he goes in there, they might give him a real Kim Jong-un haircut. And he might have the sides shaved and everything else. It wouldn't suit him at all, no. Have you seen his face? No, it wouldn't suit him. Look at him. He's got a round face. He's sort of got a pixie face. But he obviously when I left school, and then all of a sudden you can grow your hair. I grew my hair long, and my hair used to be down to my shoulders. I was a real groovy person. I was out there, people go, you are so groovy. And I thought I was groovy, but I didn't appreciate just how groovy. Mick says, ask your electrician to change your breakers to RCBOs, and you only lose the power to the circuit with the fault. Job done. Actually, I have an electrician, Marcel. I do have he knows about all these things, which is good, isn't it? Steve, you're talking about kebabs. Lovely. Only once in a while, says Matthew. I know, you can't have them all the time. You really can't. And somebody says, I know you've not been to Sydney, but I'm shopping at Woolworths, Riverwood, on the radio, and you're keeping me company. Yeah, they still have Woolworths over in Australia. It's good, isn't it, really? Police breaking up more church services, breaking the rules. What is it about priests and vicars? I'm sorry, we're in lockdown. OK, they've said how many you're supposed to have. Now, stop being silly. Don't have to come around there and close you down full stop. Posties could collect on Sunday on a test boost, which is quite good. Quite like that idea. And healthy soups. I've got a whole list of soups, which you probably read from some of the slimming companies. And they've literally marked them out of 10. One of them, from one of the big famous slimming people, 2 out of 10. Not going to make any difference, you eating soup. It really is. And people go, oh, actually, it's like juice. Oh, I'll just eat juice or drink juice and I'll lose all the weight. It's a load of old codswallop. Seriously, you've got to eat properly. It's little and often. I mean, admittedly, my two next door, not only they're doing little and often, but they're doing all the time, little and often. And but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Mentioned by LBC. Have you got your hands on Steve Allen? Oh, sorry, have you got your hand on Steve Allen Show, Make Some Noise, Groovy Gang, Prosecco Glass? Somebody's up early this morning, unless they programmed this to come in at an early time. It's very good, isn't it? Very good. And so it's got a picture of me holding a glass, being a good boy. And we know we've sold a lot. And I was thinking the other day, that's your good deed for Christmas. You know, to buy a glass or a pair of glasses or even more. You know, give them away to people as Christmas presents if you know that they're a fan of the programme. And it's really good. It's really good. And the money goes to such a good cause. So you've done it. You've done it. Steve, you've done it again. I get up at 5:30, but right now I'm going down to the kitchen, says Paul, to make thins and cheese. They're so easy to make. Seriously, you just pop them in I've got a 4-gang toaster. It's a Dualit. And it came actually with sort of a Dualit kettle. Very expensive. And I bought it. And it's got 4 slots in it. So I put 3 in, because I feel if I eat 4 pieces of toast, it makes me feel a bit guilty. So I just do 3. A Cathedral yesterday, which is quite a nice cheese. And so I put that in. But it's bigger than the thin. So I have to break a bit off and eat it, you know, quite nice. And then so what I do is I separate the first one, and then I squirt on some Hellmann's, and then I put the cheese slice on, then I put the other bit over the top, and they stay hot all the way through, and it's really nice. I mean, whether it's any good for me, I really couldn't care less. But it was quite delicious. Monica says, new experience for me, exhausted after 3 hectic days moving. Now, for the first time in years, can't start work on the doorstep, but have to commute. Have to get up earlier than normal. Your programme started before the range of LBC. She's now my favourite seaside Jewish Gabby. Somebody wrote to me the other day and said, did you know Des O'Connor was Jewish? And I said, I have to be quite honest, I did not know. I just know that everybody loved him. Everybody loved him. He was super. He was good value, and he was showbiz. Joe Allen's have got something coming up. Check Joe Allen's website. They've got another one of these West End people trying to raise some money. So that'll be good as well. But many years ago, a pair of underpants or boxers lasted years. Now even good ones only have a few weeks of use. Do they? Oh, what are you doing with your pants? I mean, pants last, I mean, obviously not for me, but for sort of an awful lot of people. I mean, some people seem to, they must go for longer than a few weeks, surely. I would have thought so. A few years? No, definitely not a few years. A few years. Oh, well, I don't think I can make them last. I think by that time the elastic must have given up completely, mustn't it? I have this thing. I put a pair of jeans on this morning, Levi's. Only wear the best ones. You know, rugged men wear Levi's. And to be honest with you, I think I need to put another notch in the belt because they keep falling down, which is very annoying. You know, when you have to keep pulling your jeans up. But I've never heard of a few weeks of use. But, in fact, who was it? Wasn't it somebody used to do Newsnight on the television? Paxman. Didn't he say that he used to buy Marks & Spencer's pants, but the elastic had started going in them? And he showed us what sort of pants he was sort of wearing. And I thought, I don't know why they were actually sort of giving up. Most people buy... men's pants are not that expensive, are they? £2 or £3 a pair, I suppose, or something like that. But I've never heard of them lasting years. Sue in Bookham says, my dad used to have 3 biscuits. He said, 4's too many, 2's not enough. Oh, I know. That's the worst thing, isn't it? How many biscuits is it? We used to have a biscuit barrel in keeping with the rest of the country. Martin says, do you like beans on toast with cheese over the top? I do. I haven't had it for a while because it's a bit fiddly to eat, but I do like beans and little sausages and stuff like that, which is good. Steve, I used to have hair down to my shoulders in the 70s. Not anymore, says Shane. Yes, I can understand. We all used to do things, didn't we? Where you would, you'd grow your hair because it was a bit of a rebellious streak. And you would sort of grow, especially when you left school, where we used to have to keep our hair at a reasonable length. I've noticed that Katie Price is still trying to milk publicity for just any which way that she can. The latest one is of her agony over Harvey after his weight soared to nearly 29 stone. Now, to be honest with you, 29 stone is dangerous. She says, whether you believe it or not, she has to put a lock on the fridge. A lock on the fridge to stop him eating at night time. Why don't you just empty the fridge? Surely, there must be some sort of medical treatment that he can get. She says he needs to lose weight or, we'll lose him. Well, if he's going to the fridge, make sure there isn't any stuff in the fridge that he can go and eat. And if there is, make sure it's healthy. Put what do they call those? Carrot sticks in there. Carrot sticks are very good. You can have stuff like that. Because if he's got to 29 stone, that doesn't happen overnight. That builds up over a period of time. And, what she should be doing, as opposed to going to a newspaper, is going to the doctors and saying, listen, in fact, the doctors must have told her, this is a problem. You need to sort something out. So she says here, people troll him because he's black, obese, and has disabilities. But you should definitely go and get help from the doctor. Definitely. They would be able to give you something, or give him something that he can take that means that he doesn't want to eat all the time. What do we got here? A Bricky fears he was the first Brit to infect the UK with coronavirus after nearly dying with COVID symptoms as early as 2019. He came back from a family holiday to Rome. He's had rocketing temperature, terrible cough, severe shortness of breath, and he's been bedbound for weeks. He said, I'm almost 100% sure that I had coronavirus. I keep telling people you don't want coronavirus. You don't want coronavirus. What is it you need to say to somebody about not wearing a mask? Put the mask on, but stick it over your nose. I walked past somebody on Waterloo Station the other day, and he was sitting there, and he was sort of reading his phone, and the mask was under his nose. And so I said in a loud voice, but he didn't know it was me, cover your nose, like that. I did like that. Didn't make any difference to him. What a thicko. What a thicko. It really is dreadful. That people don't know. There's no point just sticking it over your mouth. That's totally pointless. People breathe through their nose. Or, under the chin is the stupidest one. And also, people think you can't talk with a mask on. You can. You can talk quite easily, unless you're really thick. Steve, I know it's wrong, says Matt, but I'm contemplating what to have for dinner tonight. Oh, I do that every morning. I spend my entire time thinking about what to have for dinner. Yesterday it was the Warburton's Thins. Tonight might be, I don't know actually. Sometimes it's a surprise. I was going to have meatballs yesterday. I might change them today. Steve, I don't mean the elastic on the pants, says Roger. It's the material. Well, the material's definitely thinner than it used to be. Definitely. Boys are eating healthily today. Apples. Got them Braeburns yesterday. And very nice they are too. You can tell that they don't sort of eat apples very often. They go, oh, these are really nice. You think, when was the last time we had an apple? They don't go out and buy apples, do they? If it was a shop that just sold crisps and chocolate and sort of fat-making items, then they'd be the first ones there. But, somebody's selling, oh, look, it's a healthy apple. I could have bought, yesterday, for £3, a whole box, like a box of blueberries. A box, like, this big, not little punnets, a whole box of blueberries. I could have brought them raspberries, but I thought, no, don't waste your money, Steve. And so now I know that they eat apples, but they won't eat them every day. They really won't. They'll sort of eat every so often. But that's good. At least it keeps them sort of looking healthy. I know that when we skip down the road later, we're all going to be fairly fit. Your mum will thank me. Well, because she obviously has not achieved something that I've managed to achieve fairly quickly. In fact, when I said to him, "Would you like an apple?" his little eyes lit up like, "Oh, goody, Steve, I haven't had an apple for ages." And then because he wouldn't know what to do with it. But the other thing you can do at home: get a big apple, cut out the middle, fill it with sultanas and raisins, bake it in the oven, a little bit of sugar drizzled over the top, not to be diabetic, and then that caramelises. That's quite nice. And then you could have it with some condensed milk or some cream or some custard. Yummy, yum, yum, yum. But an apple this morning, very good for you. Very good for you. So here they are in the showers. Not exactly a Mylene class moment. And a lot of people are battling a fresh crisis in I'm a Celebrity. As crew members scream, "Get me out of here." They're refusing to work at night in this castle after seeing shadowy figures. That'll be Anton Deck. There are no ghosts in this. Don't talk rubbish. Why do people tell lies? Is it because you're trying to get an audience for it? Because I tell you, the critics have annihilated it. Absolutely. They've said that Anton Deck, the magic's gone. Now, I find that difficult to believe because I thought they just needed to stand there and they're Anton Deck. But now they've got to that age where it starts looking like two old men who are presenting a programme, and letting the programme run for itself. But it's done in Wales. So it's not really very exciting. Beverly Callard cleaned the privy, and also AJ scrubbed the shared loo, but left him to empty the content. Oh no, I couldn't do anything like that. You see, but there again, they're paying the money. They're paying the money, and if they're actually paying somebody money, well then that's why you have to do these things. If you don't want to do it, then leave the programme. No point in going there in the first place, is there? Here's somebody here, bikini-clad golf wag. No, so we don't have golf wags. Only football wags. Golf wags are nobodies. This is one called Paulina Gretzky, and she's got a fiancé called Dustin Johnson. I've never even heard of him. But no doubt she'll be sort of sticking her boobs in everywhere. She's got that fake hair look. I had somebody on this morning the other day, and I think she was an expert on something. I can't remember. Pip Schofield sort of introduced her. And I just kept thinking, you've got fake hair on. It seems to be the latest thing, doesn't it, really? Chris says, quality pants, Mundo Unico, £20 a pair, can last 10 years or more. Really? Oh, dear. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. 10 years or more. 20 quid a pair. I shall tell Corey, he'd be very excited about that. You can actually get... I don't think he'd be spending 20 quid on a pair of pants, poor soul. Sorry? These are Mundo Unico. 20 quid a pair, but they last 10 years or more. Who wants a pair of pants that last 10 years? The picture must have faded by that time, mustn't it? Don't you think? There you go. Mundo Unico. Oh, I'll see you in any of those. No, you won't look like that at all. I think you might actually be able to wear the Unico boxer short, £30. We haven't found any at 20. They're all a bit more expensive. £30 it is a bit... Yes, well, I mean, you don't look like that anyway, do you? And they're in camouflage. Well, who's going to see them? Who's going to see them? There's no £20 pants here. £26 appears to be about the cheapest. I look like that in my pants. And they've got... £28, £45 for a pair of long johns. That is too much money. Heavens above. Corey could eat out for a month on that, couldn't he? A month. Ridiculous. I've never heard anything like it. Oh, Marcus Rashford has got a book club launching around May of next year. He's obviously determined to sort of to do this, and it's working. Also, what else? Oh, the transgender man's bid not to be registered as the mother to his child will not be heard by the Supreme Court. Freddie McConnell gave birth after legally becoming a man, but was told the certificate must show him as the mother. He's already lost two rounds of a legal battle at the High Court and on appeal. Mr McConnell then asked the Supreme Court to consider the case, but justices have ruled it did not raise an arguable point of law. He's a single parent who lives as a man following surgery. But only women can have babies. That's why they won't grant this. Nicholas sorted it. It's a minefield out there. Ali Ross on TV talks about Jordan in not my friend Jordan, although he does know this one as well. This is Jordan, who was sick the other day. He's apparently on a radio station, but I've never heard of him. But he was getting loads of coverage. He's hit the nail on the head. I'm a celeb, may have to take an early bath, BARF, because everybody was throwing up all over the place, which doesn't really help, is it? Random TV irritations. Ali Ross says, this morning, ditching Eamon and Ruth for Dermot O'Dreary and Alison Hammond instead of calling time on Philip and Holly's private joke. You see, but I can't work out whether or not they're telling the truth. ITV's saying they're not announcing anything yet. So are Eamon and Ruth staying, or, as we had a quote, which I think you will hear later on this morning, from Ruth, saying that at least they didn't come from a reality show, which is where Alison Hammond came from. She came from which I thought doesn't seem like Ruth at all. I mean, are they just painting that? Because if they keep moaning at this rate, they're not going to invite them back next year. They're not going to bother. They're going to go, listen, we want younger people on the programme. And that's what happens nowadays, isn't it? You get people... I mean, Eamon does look as though he's asleep a lot of the time, poor soul, until the food starts being cooked. And the moment all of a sudden it's a woo, woo. His little ears prick up and he wanted, I'll try a bit of that. Seriously, I've never known anybody eat so much. Lee says an apple a day keeps the doctor away, especially if you throw it at him. I don't know. Well, apples are good for you, though, aren't they? And there's so many types. Paul Cooper must have about 8 different types of apple in the shop. Golden Delicious, Pink Ladies. Although I'm not sure Pink Ladies are in at the moment. They come from all over the place. But these ones are very, very nice. Jackie says, if you can eat apples, at least your teeth are your own and in good condition. Well, I don't think we're ever in any doubt on that one with the boys this morning. Seriously, I mean, they could eat iron girders. Seriously, they're that good. But trying to get them to eat healthy food, it's like a blooming nightmare, it really is. I try my best, but then you wave a chocolate thing in front of them and immediately they're salivating. Oh, Steve, I could just have a little chocolate thing, couldn't I? You know, I watch their waists expanding on a minute-by-minute basis. Got to be careful, because they're both at the age where they can sort of put on weight. Perhaps I should get them gym members. Oh, sorry, they've got gym memberships. Well, no, Jake... No, you haven't got gym membership. No, because I didn't want you in there. Didn't want you in there because you looked, that you were a bad advert. The whole idea is you want to see people walking out of a gym and go, hey, nothing to do with lockdown at all. No, I mean, luckily, what's your name? Corey, Susan. Yeah. So Corey, joined the gym. Luckily, as we go into lockdown. So he doesn't need to worry about it because nobody's going to go, oh, you're a member of a gym. And he goes, yes, but we're in lockdown at the moment. He's never actually managed to go. You've been once. What did you do? Twice. You've been twice. What did you do? You did the thing. Oh, you did the, yeah. You can buy those sticks that you do that. And you see people sometimes walking like that along the road. Sad people who can't afford to go skiing, I always think. And they're sort of like that. You get a lot of elderly people doing it. And I saw a thing on the television the other day, which while you're watching television, you pedal it. It's just a little thing that fits on the floor. And you pedal it. And that could be quite good for you to get yourself back into shape, although you need to do it for about 10 years. And, yeah. See, all this doesn't do anything at all. Nothing. It's the legs. You need to get the legs going. Once you've got your legs going. In fact, that's something that Eamon's advertising on the television. Although, to be honest with you, he spends all his time sitting down. You hardly ever see him standing up on this morning. And in fact, after the new year, you won't see him standing up at all because he won't be there. Go for a run go for a run in the break. You should. I always do the stairs going home. Coming in, I use the lift. Because I have to, because I've sort of arrived in. I have to walk up the stairs at the front of the building. And it's a circular stairway. I feel like I'm at the fun fair. I sort of walk up this. By the time I get to the top, I'm quite exhausted. I should really have my own little oxygen cylinder going so that I can, sort of get to... I try and not look as though I'm sort of puffed out. That would make it a little bit more difficult. 17th of November, it's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Giles says, what's your favourite breakfast cereal? I don't have one. I'm sorry, you've obviously mistaken us for BBC local radio. They would probably fill a day's output, I should imagine, for something like that. Steve. So we sorted out the quality pants, but they're terribly expensive. I don't think Corey's going to be spending any money on things like that anytime soon. But already you turn on the television and you've got people advertising, different foods and a cooker that does this and a cooker which does that. And it looks quite good. There was one that they've done on the television, which is sort of a bit like... one of those things that I got burnt on. Do you remember? Oh, blimey. Never again. And they've got another one now. You can pick it up while it's actually on, and it looks quite nice. I was toying with the idea of buying one, and I thought, maybe not. You know I'm not very good with things like that. Rachel Stevens is making a comeback after a 5-year break. Please don't. Please don't. She's apparently a resident performer at Proud Embankment, doing a total of 8 shows on Tuesday and Wednesday. I mean, she's rarely sung live by herself since Come and Get Me in 2006. Oh, Lord. But also, her move comes after we revealed how former bandmate Joe O'Meara's making a comeback. I do hope not. I do hope not. Making a comeback with a solo album due to be released in 2021. No chance. Fan clubs have disappeared. You don't get fan clubs, do you now? You can join McFly's. And this one here, they've got a subscription channel. It's called McFly Total Access, and you pay $9.99 a month or 99 quid for the year to get you onto the site. I think all that should be free. I seriously do. I don't think you should have to pay for something like that. It should be free. The Ripper's family to shun his funeral. Good. His 4 surviving siblings will shun his funeral. Only 2 mourners are expected. They reckon one could be the ex-wife Sonia and a funeral director pal. He's chosen to be cremated, but it's not known where. And I shouldn't imagine we ever will know where. Mainly because they'll be having all sorts of incidents otherwise, like we had with Jimmy Savile. The Roman villa unearthed in a field in North Wales, metal detectorists had found artefacts nearby dating from the Roman invasion between the 1st and 4th century AD. That led to an archaeological dig that revealed stone and tile buildings around a courtyard. It's the first such villa to be found in the area at Rosset, near Wrexham. And it's thought the area was only home to simple farmsteads and military settlements. How lovely. Trouble is, I'm always disappointed. When you go to see these things, you think you're going to see a Roman villa. Well, you won't. You'll just see a pile of stones. We went years ago to Mansion House in London, and underneath the Mansion House, they found a Roman amphitheatre. Okay, and I like you, I went, a Roman amphitheatre? And they went, yeah. I said, can we go and see it? They went, yeah. I thought I was going to literally walk down into the sub-basement of Mansion House and literally walk down some stone stairs and then take a seat, and horses were going to come thundering around. It's a pile of bricks. It was really disappointing. They've had to do dummies up of what they thought it looked like. I was so disappointed. Roman amphitheatre. I think it was under the Mansion House. You see, when you look at these here, look at the one in London. Look at the one in London. You'll be so... There you go. Wait a minute. Is it that one? There. Down. Guildhall Art Gallery. Oh, it might be that. I don't know. Perhaps it was the Guildhall. Whatever it is, I was so There you go. Guildhall. It might have been the Guildhall. It's just a load of... You think, and how is that... I mean, I wanted to go and sit there and have a mivvy, you know, and wait for the horses to come thundering around. And yet, when they did it in Turkey... They found a Roman villa. Not only did they find a Roman villa, they found quite a number, but the area was being flooded to create a reservoir. So they had to work really fast. And not only did they find Roman villas, the result of a fire, but the mosaic floors were all intact. Roman mosaic floors in Turkey. Have a look at them. You find them on Google. Turkish Roman mosaic floor. They were stunning, and they had to get them out. They were given a few days by the Turkish government, and they had to get them out, so they covered them with a glue. Look at them. I mean, they were just absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. 2,000-year-olds. 2,000-year-old mosaics. This is before being flooded. So they had to cover them with glue, then they put on cloth, and then they can lift the whole thing out and put them into a museum. But they were as perfect as they've ever discovered anywhere in the entire world. I mean, you look at stuff, they are just stunning. I mean, you know, I'm no sort of archaeologist or anything like that, but when I see something like that, I think, this isn't made up. This isn't sort of, you know, a Cameron McIntosh show where they've come up with Roman villas. These are absolutely phenomenal. Mind you, I don't think I'd have wanted to live in Roman times. But to find these things was absolutely amazing. So, in Welsh Wales, they've got them, but what are they like? Steve, my Christmas tree and decorations went up yesterday. It's been a terrible year for us all, so I'm extending Christmas by a month. Well, I'm putting them up this coming... I don't know whether to get balls or not. I don't know whether or just use the lights on the Christmas tree. I can't quite work out. I mean, I can do it as a last minute thing. What are you doing? What are you doing? Cooling yourself down and washing your face. Have you ever seen anything like it? I mean, seriously. Do you come into work or just come in for a beauty regime or something? I feel like we should put up mirrors with lights around the outside and go, and today, Corey, we're going to give you the, unbelievable, isn't it? Oh, the music's here. That means the news at 5 o'clock, which means if you have just woken up, it's nice to have your company. You're very, very welcome. We try and put a smile on your face. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. We'll be celebrating 60 years of Coronation Street. You'd be surprised how long some of them are done. Even people that you thought, I wonder how long you've done. You'll never get it right. And as we discovered yesterday on the programme, and I told a friend of mine, she said, I don't believe you. I said, really nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. This is the better, brighter way to start the day. The idea is if you're feeling a bit and a bit sort of mizzy and a bit, oh dear, and the weather doesn't help. I now know what people mean when they say they get sad. Seasonal affective disorder. And I remember talking about it years ago on LBC. I mean, seriously, years and years ago, back when we were in Gough Square, and somebody came in and they said, this is what you need. And I said, what is it? And they went, it's a light box. And apparently, if you suffer from seasonal affective disorder, you need to sit in front of bright lights. And that makes you feel a bit better about yourself. But I mean, some people have had such a rotten year that, even this programme would be struggling to actually, for doing all sorts of bits and pieces. Steve, I'm a maintenance contractor. I was working at a well-known broadcast radio stroke TV station recently. You didn't have to wear a face mask when on their site. My colleague and I were amazed. Well, I've seen no end of people work who don't wear face masks. And I seriously worry about it because people were sort of saying to me, why do they not have to wear face masks? I was in Waitrose, was it Waitrose? Yes, it must have been Waitrose yesterday. So I went to buy a few little bits and pieces. And the bloke was filling up rolls, but without gloves on, in Waitrose on the bakery department. And I remember thinking, should he not be wearing gloves to put, literally holding the bread open with his hands, and he had a knife and he was cutting the bread open and then putting stuff in there. And I don't know what the rules are. I mean, surely, do you think he washed his hands? I really don't know. I really don't know. I found it, I sort of looked at it and I remember thinking, I think they should be wearing some sort of glove. If you're handling food, cooked food, I can understand, because then you can cook the thing, and then that apparently takes it all away. But if you're just doing a bread roll or something like that, I'm not sure. I don't like the idea. I'm a bit funny about things like that. Steve, have you been to Pompeii? No. I've seen all the pictures of Pompeii. I've never been. I mean, I'm trying to think what the most amazing thing is that I've ever seen. I don't know, actually. I've been to the Colosseum, but I know that a lot of it is reproduction, and they've sort of added bits. What's he on about? What's he on about? Is he saying something straight? Oh, setting the record straight. Have they? Wow. Gosh. Oh, is this over? Oh, is it not as interesting? Oh, right. I don't. The reason I ask that, ladies, is if somebody comes in the studio and they start chatting, I want to know what it is, because I'm kind of excluded. Are you working Christmas Day then? Sorry, I can't hear you. You're missing off the beginning of the word.
Boxing Day.
Oh, Boxing Day. You're working, not Christmas Day. No, I thought you said yesterday you're working Christmas Day. Oh, Boxing Day. All right, make a big deal about it. Honestly, it was almost aggressive there. Boxing Day. Yeah, all right. On what programme are you working? That's what you think. And no, because I've just told him I thought it was Christmas Day. Because I'm doing breakfast on Christmas Day, Boxing Day and New Year's Day, which is going to be fun with a capital F. And then who knows what we're doing after that? Who knows whether or not we'll be going to family or whether or not we won't be with family at all. Oh, I don't know. Steve, going through Sidcup, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, says, I'll give the best to Julie in Sidcup. How lovely. Steve, I bet you even remember what ice cream you had at the premiere of The Wizard of Oz. Can you believe that was 1930? What did I say? 39 for The Wizard of Oz. It just doesn't seem possible. But I did watch the other day. I watched Judy Garland and the Dancing Man as well, Fred Astaire, and they were doing Easter Parade in your Easter bonnet with all, that was a lovely film. That was a lovely film. Seriously, they don't make films like that. I've often said to elderly friends of mine that you must get that. There's a box set of Hollywood films, and it's all the clips of all your favourite Hollywood. I promise you, if you've got a relative in a home or something like that, or you're thinking of what to buy, and you can stretch to buying some movies. It's a 3 DVD set of all the clips of all the Hollywood films introduced by the stars. You've got Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby and Fred Astaire, everybody you can think of in Hollywood, excuse me, introducing these clips from these films. It really is, they show you all the bits, and you'll be sitting there going, as I did, I remember that. I can remember that dance, and I'll get Corey to find it. And I think the box set is called That's Entertainment. I'm pretty certain. And if you can still get it, it's worthwhile getting. It's on Amazon. That's Entertainment. And I think it's a 3 DVD box set. And here it is. Wait a minute. That's Entertainment, the complete collection. How much are they charging for it? $9.99. Listen, if you do nothing else today, and it's got everybody in it. This is 3 DVDs with all the clips from all the biggest Hollywood movies you can ever think of, introduced by all the stars. And if you can get it for $9.99, get it. I don't know how many they've got. It's 3 discs, $9.99. I mean, can you go down a little bit just so I can see what it says about it? There you go. It's got everybody in it. It is the most fantastic thing. When I first watched it years ago, I remember thinking, that is great. It's a bit early for the boys next door, but they've got all the films there. It's got everything. It runs 5 hours and 56 minutes, and it's got everybody. Clips include Annie Get Your Gun, Easter Parade, American in Paris, Debbie Reynolds, everybody's in it. And it's got all the famous celebrities of the time in America. Mickey Rooney taking around the set of where he did all his films with Judy Garland. Seriously, it would be the ideal gift for an elderly person or a loved one. In fact, I might actually buy a couple, because I've got some elderly people that I'd be thinking, what can I get them for Christmas? So this would be the thing to get. It really is great. I don't often go crackers for things, but now listen, even if it was 25 quid, that'd be just a set of Groovy Gang glasses, but £9.99. I mean, you can have it on Blu-ray for £22.34. Very good. I was promised to buy Corey the Carry On collection, but I don't think he'll watch it. Seriously, I don't think he's not into that kind of thing. Yeah, I say it's good. Yeah, but you shouldn't take my word for everything. Heavens above, I have been wrong. 1963, I think. I remember distinctly. It was a Tuesday. It was raining. And I remember saying, I think it's going to be sunny today, and it turned out not to be, which was interesting. Sid Cup Julie says, say morning to Monica, your favourite Jewish cabbie. I would make her a cuppa. Oh, that's quite nice. And somebody says, you're having a turkey for Christmas. Well, I think so, yes. I mean, if we're having Christmas. We're not sure if we're having Christmas yet. Have you seen the Terry's Chocolate Orange hotel room in the French Alps? I haven't, no. No, I can't eat Terry's Chocolate Orange, mainly because it's chocolate. But secondly, I thought it was just an orange covered in chocolate, and it's not. It is actually orange-flavoured chocolate. It's not quite the same, is it, really? Not quite the same as far as I was concerned. So, generations of Corrie fans. Not going to let a little thing like a global pandemic stop them from marking their 60th anniversary. Who'd have known that 60 years ago, when they started Coronation Street, and somebody sat there and went, I'm going to write a soap, and it's going to be about a street in a part of Manchester, we're never too sure where it is, and it's going to have a pub, and there'll be a railway, and we'll be looking at the lives of the characters in there. And somebody said, don't be so stupid. That'll never be watched by anybody. It will. It was going to be called Rosamond Street originally, but they called it Coronation Street, and it had all the characters like Minnie Caldwell, Ina Sharples, And believe it or not, even Ken Barlow was there, looking very, very young. I think, actually, to be honest with you, without being rude, I think he slept with every woman in the street. Seriously, every time he had an affair, you go, not another one. And when you look at Kevin Webster, our Kev, the only man, in fact, he's done 37 years. Sally Metcalf has done, she was married, I think, to him in it, and she's done 34 years. Rita Tanner, 56 years. Ken Barlow's done 60 years. Jenny Connor, 34. I don't know who Jenny Connor is, but she's done 34 years. Gail Platt, 46 years. Audrey Roberts, you know Audrey? She's done 41 years. Of course, 41 years means quite a lot to me, actually, because I've done 41 years. Another one here. Dave, we did Dave Edwards yesterday on the programme, and we also did this morning Eric Hall, who died. Boobala. He was a bit of a character. You were never sure what was true and what wasn't true, but he was a football agent, and he worked at LBC for not a huge amount of time. He became quite ill, actually, and so he had to leave, and then he sort of moved on to other things. He loved the old music. So he sort of left. I think he was 70-something, 70-something. How I'm a Celeb Shane blew millions. His agent is obviously working very hard to get as much publicity. I think he wants to go back into EastEnders. I see no reason why he can't go back into EastEnders. I didn't even know he was out of it. I had no idea. Plus today, Katie Piper has revealed she stays positive despite facing her 400th piece of surgery. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. Big LBC fan is young Katie. Plus, Formula One star Lewis Hamilton has been named the UK's most influential black person. They're hoping for a knighthood. I don't think he's going to get it this year. Stormzy is number 3. Who else is on the list? To be honest with you, it's a lot of people you won't have heard of. You've heard of Lewis Hamilton and you've heard of Stormzy. Have you heard of Michael Cole? No, the actor. Have you heard of Dame Donna Kinnair? See, there's loads of people you haven't heard of on this list. Why? They don't get coverage in the newspapers. How about Jacqueline McKenzie? No. Okay. Afua Hirsch. Oh, you've heard of Afua Hirsch. Oh, she's presented. Oh, right, okay. David Olusoga. You're not sure about that one. He's a historian, joint creative director of Uplands Television. There's loads of people that don't get coverage. They don't get coverage. Shame, isn't it? Alan says, all the people you've just mentioned from Coronation Street have worked there longer than I've been alive. Oh, I get that all the time. And Steve says that, Michael, my nan thinks Sir Captain Tom Moore is fit. Well, I wouldn't call him fit, but he's raised an awful lot of money. That was a thing and a half, wasn't it? Really. Let's have a check on the road and the rail at 5. I'm just working out my Christmas schedule. I'm a bit daft when it comes to things like this. So I'm going to be with you Christmas Day morning, 25th. I'll be here on the 26th for Boxing Day morning as we all recover, and I'm going to be here on New Year's Day as well. I'll be here on the Sunday. So in fact, actually, you're going to be getting me for quite a few days. I'm sorry about that. I'll do my best. But I'm also here for New Year's Day as well. That's going to be a quiet one in London. Am I allowed to tell people? I've been telling them for years. I do the same thing every year. Every year. It never changes. If it's Christmas, it must be Steve Allen. I've got a poem for you. We didn't have to ask anybody to find this one, actually, because it was sent in by Merle. She says, heard you talking about making a Christmas cake yesterday and wondered if you'd like another copy of my Christmas cake poem to read at some time. So I thought I'd save the boys the time and the trouble. We had one yesterday about bubble baths, didn't we? That was fun. Did you hear me reading it? You weren't here for it. Oh, right. It was about bubble baths. Yeah, it was about having a bubble bath. Yeah. It was very nice, thank you. Yeah. Not that you've had a bubble bath, have you? No. I quite like bubble baths, actually. I haven't had one for years. Years and years and years. I quite like the idea of sitting there surrounded by bubbles and things like that. But I don't like it when the water goes cold. So I'm a shower person. Given the choice, it would be a shower. Anyway, so this one is called The Sozzled Cook. Okay. It's time to make the Christmas cake. I have ingredients handy. I've currants, nuts, flour and eggs, and of course, the cognac brandy. I've soaked the fruit for many hours in brandy, treacle and spice, and now to add all the other delights. Oh, that brandy smells so nice. Luscious almonds from sunny Spain, rich dark treacle, butter and zest. It's getting quite a job to stir, but I'm doing my level best. Does brandy lose its flavour? I've had it quite a time. Perhaps I should have tried it first. Oh yeah, seems just fine. The cake is in the oven, the aroma's quite divine. There's some brandy left in the bottle, and I think it's mine. All mine. The time is up, the cake is cooked, time to open the oven door. It really is quite heavy. Oh heck, it's landed on the floor. Now cake and me are on the floor. I need a strong man handy, but here I am all on my own. I think I need more brandy. It took a while to sort that out, but the cake's now on the table. Thank goodness I don't have to ice it yet. I do feel quite unable. It's stood and matured for 3 weeks now, and with brandy I've been lacing. If I stand too close and take deep breaths, I forget which way I'm facing. Time now for the marzipan. The icing then will follow. Boy, the strong smell of the brandy makes my legs feel quite hollow. The icing's looking quite a mess, and it's difficult to hide. Oops, the snowman and the Christmas tree are sliding down the side. The whole thing's a disaster. It's going in the bin, on top of which the brandy's done. But I know where there's plenty of gin. There you go. I don't think you can make a Christmas cake with gin. Please don't try it. Please don't try it. Steve, at the weekend, I watched Charlie Chaplin's The Kid with my 6 and 7-year-old boys. They loved it. I'm never a Charlie Chaplin fan, actually. Don't know why. Perhaps it's because it's black and white, or they were silent. Steve, Coronation Street originally going to be called Florisel Street, but Tony Warren thought it sounded like a disinfectant, so changed it to Coronation Street. And a friend of mine is in Brighton, suffers from SAD. Anyway, LBC lifts everyone, especially your programme, says Conrad. So we chat about some classics by you on weekends. Well, there you go. That's what I like. I went to Sorrento once. I got totally freaked out. There was this old Italian woman at the bottom of the garden and lemon trees with orange on. It turns out that limoncello is not a light ale. I've had lemon... They always... What? Is it a funny? Or did I miss the funny bit? Obviously, yes. I always miss the funny bits. Limoncello. I've had limoncello before. They always go to you in restaurants. They always go, and we've got you some limoncello. And I go, please don't bother. I never liked it. Very sweet for me. It didn't do it for me. But at the moment, I could eat, at this precise moment in time, spare ribs. I could just eat spare ribs now. I could go through a rack of spare ribs. Jeff in Maidstone. I'm driving to Geneva for work today. It's a bit of a drive, isn't it, from this country? All the way to Geneva. I love it, actually. Oh, look, look at those spare ribs. Look at those spare ribs. Look at those spare ribs. They're very nice, aren't they? They look quite nice. If you're vegetarian, I do apologise, but I mean, heck, it's Christmas. Do I pick the bone up? Of course you do. That's the whole idea about spare ribs. You pick them up with your hand. I like the Chinese spare ribs. They look particularly gorgeous. You can buy them in Costco. They do racks of spare ribs, either uncooked or cooked. And I've often thought, would that be a little bit tacky if I bought a box of spare ribs and sat in the car park at Costco eating them? I'd have to make sure I had wet wipes and a towel or something, but I could eat a whole rack of spare ribs. Yum, yum, yum. And then, you get out of the car, they're all over the leather, and it'd be ghastly, actually. Oh, let's go now. What the hell? Let's leave the programme. Let's take the programme to Costco. We're doing it from the and they do cooked chickens as well. The smell of those, you just need to get some nice fresh bread and break it open and put some cooked chicken in the middle of it. Oh, dear, honestly, make yourself ill for breakfast. Why can't we have things like spare ribs for breakfast? I've never understood why. It's got to be sausages and bacon and beans and stuff like that. What do you have for breakfast, Jake? What do you normally have? Don't eat breakfast. Well, where does all that weight come from? What are you eating? Are you eating things at the wrong time? Is that what it... Yeah, because if you eat at breakfast, then it's good for you because you sort of don't eat later on in the day. It kickstart, yeah. You should have porridge for breakfast. That's quite good. With sort of some, blueberries and blackberries and raspberries and stuff like that. Really? Yeah. Oh, okay. Boring. And, Only joking, not. Because I mean, if ever I'm staying away in a hotel the weekend, the thing I adore is the cooked breakfast. Is where they go and there's a buffet and you go, don't need to ask me twice. I'm there, and of course your eyes are bigger than your stomach, so you buy loads of that. We don't buy; you just sort of load the plate up with it, with hash browns and beans and sausages and bacon, and then you discover halfway through you're not going to finish it all. And you think, what a waste of food that was. So now I'm a little bit better. Oh, dear. Steve. 17th of November, 1558. Elizabeth I, 25, ascends the English throne upon the death of her half-sister, Queen Mary. Yes. Was she executed? Was she another one? My God, honestly. I saw the death warrant the other day of Charles I. They all signed it. Yeah, go on, off with his head. You think Mary died? Yeah, you're probably right. You know these things. We were quite violent, weren't we, in the early days? We really were. We were just sort of terrible. I think it was... Which was the one that Henry had executed? But he gave her the choice, either to be beheaded or to be burnt at the stake. He was a vile man, wasn't he? I wish somebody had burnt him at the stake. What a horrible piece of work he was. Horrible piece of work. So we don't know about that one. Queen Bloody Mary. I quite like the idea of sort of, here we go. She died from, influenza. Influenza. She was 42. See, 42 was a good age in those days, although she had also been suffering from abdominal pain and may have had ovarian cancer. Her half-sister, Elizabeth, succeeded her as a Protestant monarch, and England remained Protestant. Then the other thing I learned the other day, Guy Fawkes, all the people who are trying to blow up the Houses of Parliament, the actual cellar where they were is gone. It went in a fire in the 1800s, so they don't have that anymore. But all of them were executed and cut into pieces and distributed around London. You'd think in those days it would be a bit of a deterrent, but the death penalty has never been a deterrent. Peking ribs, Steve, from my local Chinese restaurant in Harrow are divine. Very messy, though. They are very, very messy. Very, very messy. Spare ribs are good. Chicken foo young, very good for breakfast. I don't know. I think rice is... I think you could eat special fried rice for breakfast. You could do that with some interesting bits and pieces. Steve, as Keith Floyd once said, I certainly drink the odd glass of scotch. I certainly drink more than my fair share of red wine, and I also smoke quite a few cigarettes. It's my life, and that's how I want it. Yes, he did drink throughout the cooking programmes, didn't he? They would do the and have a little slurp of wine or whatever it happened to be. Bless his heart. So Falkland Islanders flocking to a beach for the first time in 40 years. Now it's been cleared of all the landmines. And yet nobody's wearing a mask. Nobody's self-distancing, self-isolating. Seriously. Madness completely. And York Bay near Stanley became the last stretch of coast to have the explosives. I forget how many there were. I mean, there was something like 1,300 landmines that were put in, something like that. Also, so how are they doing in the I'm a Celebrity, as if it makes any difference at all? Jordan North, they say the DJ winning well in the trial and would give campmates a laugh. Shane Ritchie, the bookmaker's favourite, he could do it. Victoria Derbyshire, not really, no, not really. Samo Farah, not really, I'm afraid. Giovanna Fletcher, as I say, nobody knew who she was, actually. No idea at all. She's that bloke Fletcher from McFly's wife. She's a blogger, apparently. Vernon Kay, he showered with Jordan. And then Beverly Callard had to clean out the privy. It's not very nice, is it, really? It's like being on a caravan site, having to go and empty your own Elsan. That's what they used to call it. But ITV bosses have put a 24-hour security watch on AJ, because he was the one who tested positive for COVID 3 weeks before the series. And speaking on his podcast, he said, we had a security guard 24/7 in 2 12-hour shifts. What, so he's in the jungle and he's allowed to do a podcast? How does that work? Well, how can it be before? Because he wouldn't have known that they had a security guard on there for 2 12-hour shifts. How would he know that? We get COVID tests every 5 days in the castle. So he's obviously doing this from the castle. Well, that's not a bit of a cheat, isn't it, really? But as a child, my dream show was I'm a Celeb. Funny, mine was actually to get a Tonka toy or an Action Man. But he says, 100% I want to win. No, you won't win. It's going to go to Shane Ritchie should win. Shane Ritchie. Or Vernon Kay could win, but that's about it. But apparently Shane Ritchie failed to save and lots of daft spending in his 40-year showbiz career. So he's been in it 40 years doing show. He's 56, so he started at 16. He started very young, almost like me, a child star. You know, dun, 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 dun. I could do that. I could do a musical. Nobody's ever invited me. I could do pantomime, but I wouldn't. I think that's for people in show business. It's not for radio presenters, although local radio presenters do that, don't they? Short break, just gone 5. Very difficult in show business to make money. Very difficult. Lucrative roles for Shane Ritchie have included EastEnders, Grease, and the adverts. But after the last financial year, his firm, Bluebell Sky Productions, only had $4,165 in capital. I mean, I think before he joined EastEnders, he owed £1 million on a mortgage. £1 million on a mortgage. And ploughed 700,000 into a movie, which was Shoreditch, which made £2,272 in the first week before closing. He does have 5 children. I'd have thought he could have actually spent the money on contraceptives, but that's just me. He has confessed to splurging on film memorabilia. At the end of 2003, he owed £1.6 million. I can remember when I went into debt years and years ago, to the tune of £100. I was with the Midland Bank when I was sort of working, and I just thought if they gave you a checkbook, you just wrote out checks. I didn't realise you actually had to have the money in there. I was very naive, and I remember my parents went up the wall, you know, to actually get into debt because they'd always looked after their money very well, and they ended up sort of financing my first property. And helped because they said we did the same for your brother, so we'd do the same for you. But I was terrible with money. I mean, I really was bad until somebody started looking after it and saying, right, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and we're going to look after it. And now I'm much better. Now I've got, my pensions in place. In fact, actually, I've got one of my pensions comes out. In fact, there are 2 out now, and there's another one coming out in 2024. If you live that long, you imagine what happens if you don't. Somebody else gets it. That's not very good, is it? Steve, do you think Vernon Kay's missus, Tess Daly, didn't take his name when they got married because she'd have sounded like a supermarket? Tess K. Tess K. I don't know, actually. A lot of people in show business keep their sort of names. Or feeling that they sort of added on. The Real Housewives of Cheshire, Steve, visited the St Pancras Renaissance Hotel. It looked lovely, but I can't believe they let them in. I know. Tacky or what, aren't they? Have you seen the Housewives of Cheshire? You don't want to go to Cheshire? Oh, my godfathers. There's one called Dawn on there. Oh, loves herself. She was there at the blessing of 2 of her favourite people, gay guys, and she spent all the time talking about herself. And all the other women are going, why is she talking about herself again? Because she's a self-obsessed narcissist. The horrible people. Horrible people. They really are quite ghastly. Also, another one here. Steve, Adam annoys me having a rack of spare ribs any occasion he has, and I suffer not in silence since there's no way to order kosher beef back ribs in this country. I never thought about that, actually. But actually, if you go to Costco, you can get beef hot dogs. Beef hot dogs. But, yeah, I mean, there's something nice about... there's certain things I think, I mustn't have that. There used to be a place that used to do sweet and sour chicken. It was Chinese, but as opposed to balls, it was a piece of chicken banged with a thing to flatten it out, and then battered and then cut into slices. It was delicious. I can't tell you. There was something delicious about the batter that Chinese restaurants used to cover their food in. And I used to go crackers for this. It was the nicest thing ever. Steve says, Tony, Guy Fawkes wasn't exactly executed. He was about to be executed. Neither fell or jumped from the scaffolding, breaking his neck. Well, he didn't avoid execution. They cut him into pieces afterwards. There you go. Look at that. There's that. Oh. Now, this comes in katsu curry, doesn't it? That looks... We've got a place that does that in... I might have to have it. It's a takeaway katsu curry. Chicken in batter. It's one of those mornings where we're just looking at food. It's your fault for showing me this food. I'm not supposed to be having stuff like this. But it does look particularly nice. I'll have to go home and just have a piece of toast again. Very dull and boring. Very dull. Well, actually, it's not as dull and boring as that's it. So, Guy Fawkes and all the other people in the plot... They were all hacked into pieces and distributed around London. So it doesn't matter whether or not he fell off the scaffold, how he ended up in bits. That was it. Steve says, Roger, do you think anybody will be driving in 10 years with the worry of climate change, sky-high insurance rates, and now road taxing? Yeah, this is another brilliant wheeze from the government. I tell you what, let's pick on the poor motorists, just struggling at the moment, and they're going to kick you while you're down there. And it's a case of, the more miles you do, the more money you'll have to pay. I mean, seriously. You get to that stage where you think, how are people supposed to survive in this day and age? They don't care. They couldn't care less whether you survive or whether you don't survive. Makes no difference at all. I think it's horrible. Steve, Johnny in Watford said, I've woken up and you're on again about junk food. Nothing junky about ribs, mate. Hash browns and cooked breakfast. Told you I need to work on my gluten-free diet. You're listening to the wrong programme, pal. We're doing spare ribs this morning. Katsu curry. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? I think we should have a toaster in the studio. I might campaign to see if I can get a toaster. I'll have a word with our boss. See if I can get a toaster in the studio and I can make toast for the boys. I can go, OK, who wants toast? Marmalade or peanut butter? That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Check out the new KFC gravy burger. Have you heard of that? I saw it the other day. I've never heard of gravy poured over a piece of chicken. Thank you very much. Not with sort of the batter on it and everything else. You've heard of that, have you? Oh, just me again. It's a what? It's a KFC thing. KFC thing. It is American. Yeah, the Americans like gravy on everything, but they have the most peculiar breakfast. Their bacon's really weird. And grits. Have you ever had grits? Disgusting. Absolutely awful. Emmerdale's Natalie and Johnny have moved in together. And this is Johnny McPherson and Natalie J. Robb. Had a big decision, move in together or not. They've been secretly dating. Oh, God, we're never going to hear the end of it now, aren't we? So the secret is out. They did a Zoom call, and then they went on a Lapland trip, and they're going to move in together. That's the trouble with these people in these soaps, honestly. It's like musical chairs, isn't it? Or musical bedrooms, I suppose. Also, here we go. Actress Michelle Keegan, well, not so much acting as wearing another ludicrous outfit. Her new loungewear range. I mean, honestly, do people still fall for this? People go, oh, if she's wearing it, I better get it as well. Does make you laugh, doesn't it? A university has suspended security officers who were accused of racially profiling a student. This comes after online footage showed first-year Manchester University student Zach Aiden held up against a wall by guards who demanded to see ID. 19-year-old Zach says he was accused of looking like a drug dealer by staff at Fallowfield Halls. The French and linguistics student said he'd been traumatised and has not been able to sleep since. Oh, come on. You know, listen, take it further, but don't say you were traumatised by the incident, not being able to sleep. You must have been able to sleep. You can't still be awake. But the university said they were concerned, deeply concerned. I should blooming well think so too. Blooming well think so. Gary Lineker, who didn't in fact win the World Cup, parodies Donald Trump's erroneous claims he won this year. He gave a glowing report to James O'Brien's book. He obviously got a free copy. I didn't get a free copy of James O'Brien's book. Did anybody else get a free copy of the book? Sorry? Did you ask? I didn't. I never ask. I would never dream of saying, Dave, look, can I have a copy of the book? I wouldn't do that. Oh, no. I'm not that sort of person. I'm not very pushy. Yeah, said his producer, say, Steve's wondering whether his book got lost in the post. No, don't. Because she'll only moan. Also, what have we got here? Dear me. A remote island. Do you know, the amount of islands that come up for sale nowadays, and I begin to wonder, if they had sort of a Tesco Direct or something like that, I'd probably go and live in it, or on it. But this is a remote British island taking the plunge as a blue energy pioneer, becoming the first in the world powered entirely by waves. I mean, it does look lovely, actually. If you had it, and it's 2 miles from the mainland. It's the site of a 6th century monastery. It's got a lighthouse on it as well. And it's relied on diesel to power the handful of buildings. How lovely. I think that'd be a great place to go and live, provided it's got a Tesco Extra, or they could fly in food for you. And then you had some horses that you could ride, because it looks beautiful. I mean, you're never likely to flood yourself, are you? But it just looks wonderful. It's got 4 full-time residents. 4 people. Can you imagine? If you fall out with somebody, you've got no friends at all. Shouldn't laugh, actually. What else we got? Daily Star today. You may feel a little, rude word, and it's the injections that you'll need to keep you free. Flooding is on the way. They say Britain facing a week of storms. If it's anything like Sunday, that was terrible. That was really terrible. A friend of mine said he'd finished work and he had to walk back, and he'd bought a box of, what do they call them, donuts. Krispy Kreme donuts. He said the rain was so bad, he said the box started falling apart. It was so wet. He said it was a toss-up whether to dump the donuts or to sort of make a run for the car. So he made a run for the car and saved them. I could eat a Krispy Kreme donut quite now, actually. Oh, God. Oh, let's just go for the katsu curry. That sounds quite nice. Or you had 2 yesterday. Yeah, honestly, all this help I'm offering you to try and lose weight, Jake, and then you had 2 yesterday. I bet the truth of the matter is, I think you had 3. Really? You only had 2. Okay. See, I tell you what we could have. Here you go. Here is the best thing. Katsu curry, spare ribs, and Joanne Webb at the LBC travel desk with a decided... Everybody keeps saying, well, Steve, it's you. You would like it so much. Darryl in Eastbourne says, Steve, it rained so much on Sunday that the sea here was full to the brim. No, my favourite line was the 2 kids who go down to the seaside. And one says to the other one, as he's taking his shoes and socks off, he said, you've got filthy feet. He said, yeah, we never came to the seaside last year. And then the other one goes, look, all that water. And the other one goes, yeah, and there's more underneath. Phenomenal, isn't it? Steve, Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard were beheaded. Guy Fawkes was hung, drawn and quartered, says Sharon. No, he climbed up the ladder to the hanging platform. However, he jumped from the ladder and he died instantly. But he was then dissected. And they distributed them around all over. I mean, obviously not a deterrent. Obviously not a deterrent. I mean, we were quite brutal in London. We were constantly doing this hung, drawn and quartered. So they half hung you, then they would sort of leave you there, and then the execution would climb up next to you and then sort of open you up, but while you were still alive. And this apparently was supposed to act as a deterrent. Well, it quite clearly didn't. Ridiculous, honestly. Apparently James O'Brien was bigging me up the other day on his programme. He has to, it's part of the deal. It's in the contract. He was sort of saying Steve Allen in the office was like sunshine on a rainy day. Oh, lovely. I think that's a Bill Withers song. It's a sunshine on a rainy day. That's somebody's song, and I can't remember who it is. I don't know who actually James O'Brien listens to on his music set at home. He's got the turntable and all the little bits and pieces. I like that. I remember when you used to play records. You know, in the discotheques, you played records. People don't have records now. And then people used to be really funny about them and go, have you heard the quality? I used to have a big pair of speakers. £400 I paid for these solid speakers. They were lovely. They were absolutely lovely. Oh, do you think Dave always mentions me because I got his Ray Liotta clip? Yeah. Do you think that's what it is? I thought he liked me. I'm all depressed now. I'm very depressed. I mean, I used to be mentioned by Eddie Mayer all the time. Not mentioned by Eddie Mayer now. Well, I'm going to go home in a state of deep depression today. Nobody likes me anymore. Blankety Blank was good, although I'm sort of worrying about who they're using on it, and now I found out. Because Bradley Walsh was filming the other day. They did a piece for This Morning with Tommy Cannon and Jimmy Tarbuck and Bradley Walsh, and he was talking about Des O'Connor, and I thought he was choking up a little bit, which sounded like that. But anyway, Les Dawson's done it, Terry Wogan, and also Lily Savage. Paul O'Grady's done it as well. That was the best one. That was the best. But trying to find the guests. So, whilst filming the episode with special guest Amir Khan, not exactly known for having the best personality in the world, Amelia Fox, Sue Perkins and Jimmy Carr. Not Jimmy Carr again. He's on everything. Is this to show off his face transformation? He's had his hairline done down and he's put Botox in and had stuff like that. He doesn't need to worry about that. These two next door, they should go for emergency lipo. I've offered to pay for it, but I thought, no, don't say that, Steve, because they might hold you to it. Could be a legally binding contract. Almost a quarter of adults plan to buy a gift from themselves this Christmas. Oh, we always do that. Don't you do that at home? Come on. You say, I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to treat myself. So you see something that you want to buy, and then you go and buy it. That's what I do. I've always done that. Like those Christmas cards we talked about the other day. I was telling the boys that these music groups. So now I've got about 15 of them. but I'm frightened to give them to people because they cost a lot of money, and I quite like them. I just like opening them up myself and playing with them, which is fantastic. Another one. What was that? Oh yes, it's a picture of poor old Peter Andre. Peter Andre is heading towards 50 now, and he plans to celebrate Christmas even more this year. So they've stuck a fake tree in front of him. Pete's wearing a hat with his name on it in case he forgets who he is. The sort of thing Dave would have. And they still talk about the mysterious girl singer. They say he showed off his impressive tree. Yeah, whatever. Check with Rebecca Vardy. Not so much impressive. Prezzies and stockings. It's fake. It's fake. And they've gone here. He's obviously doing it. You know, Pete says... Pete? He's 50, for God's sake. He says, Christmas is always a time to show our loved ones we care. After a difficult 2020, it's more important than ever to give gifts. I bet you anything, the boxes he's holding are empty. Totally empty. The tree is fake. It's not... I mean, the decorations are naff, but of course Pete will do anything. Oh, we've got a gig for you, Pete. Oh, mysterious go... No, it's not singing, Pete. Oh, is it? I can promise the world, turn of splendour. Yeah, all right. Maybe not the singing bit, Pete, OK? So they've got him holding these presents with that dreadful fake smile. It's just so awful. But the tree is about the worst fake one of it. I mean, couldn't they found a decent tree? Everybody likes a decent tree, don't they? I mean, I can't wait to get mine out. Seriously, I mean, I haven't even taken it out of the box. Still in the box. 6 months. I might actually, if I like it, I might order another one. Give it away to a friend. She hates trees. She never has a tree at Christmas. It might... Still got that train? Have you really? Well, I think so too. What else would you have done with it? Oh, you could have eBayed it, couldn't you? Yeah, I know what you're like. Oh, do we need some food? eBay the train Steve bought me. We don't need to worry about that. Yeah, get him to sign the train and then put it up on eBay. Cannabis has become far stronger in the past 50 years. The amount of THC, which is the main psychoactive component, was up 14% in herbal cannabis. I'm so glad I'm not into things like this. It's another world out there. Although Jake told me he's never had a cigarette in his life. Never had a cigarette. Have you ever smoked a cigarette? Yeah, of course. Don't tell your mother. Oh, Corey, your secret is safe with me. No, la, 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 she'll never know. Not from me, I tell you, my lips are sealed. He's never had a cigarette. Never had a cigarette, which is actually quite unusual in this day and age, because normally it's school or, you know, on the school bus, stuff like that. I mean, I used to pinch my parents' cigarettes, but I didn't know how to inhale, so I used to go and then swallow the smoke so it would come out your nose, and I thought that was smoking. I was a useless smoker. I did learn how to smoke a cigarette, and then, to be honest with you, after I stopped smoking, I wished I'd never started smoking. But you can't do anything about it. It's the way that it goes. Steve, I'm thinking of getting The Crown. Everyone's talking about it. Have you got Netflix? Says David. I don't know. Roger says, I think Dave O'Brien still loves you. It's just that his mind is all consumed with what's going on with Boris and the gang. Well, we're all confused by that one. I can't wait to find out what's going to happen. Sunshine on a Rainy Day, Zoe. Also, Emma Bunton performed a cover version. Sunshine on a Rainy Day. Lovely. Is it true Trump said to inject yourself with bleach? I think there was a bleach saga. I mean, he might be moving out the White House. Might be moving out. That's what I heard the other day, and I was hoping it was going to be true. Hoping. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Tracy says, I buy presents for myself and say they're from the kids. I think that's nice. I think it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It's hanged, not hung. Ooh, pedant. Nothing worse. Thank you for putting me off eggs, says Michael. I haven't had eggs for ages, although I'll have a hard-boiled egg in a salad, provided it comes with salad cream, and luckily in the Marks & Spencer salads it comes with salad cream. I don't, obviously just eggs. Perhaps it doesn't. Some people are very funny about eggs. I used to have an egg before. You'd have an egg for breakfast, and I couldn't have one of those now. If I went on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and they said, oh, it's eggs for breakfast. No, thank you. Eels they've had, and the other day they had rabbit. I wouldn't be eating either. I'd be going vegetarian. I couldn't eat stuff like that. I mean, eels don't appeal to me in the slightest. And rabbit, even the faces of these people, they're obviously quite clear. They've never had rabbit at all, which actually is sort of quite good, actually. And it says, one here. Somebody else says I'd buy presents for myself and say they're from the kids. We used to have tree presents. Remember tree presents? You'd say, this is... My mother used to wrap up little... There'd be little things, like a toolkit or something like that. And she'd say, this is your tree present. We used to have them on Boxing Day, because by the time you'd had Christmas Day and you played with your toys and your presents, you'd sort of gone off the idea. And then you'd have Boxing Day presents. So I might start that trend this year. Still to come, anglers have had a payout after a council emptied their lake and sucked all the fish down the drain. Not very clever. I tell you, the council that we've got at the moment need to sort out the Christmas lights, because they're not all on. Halfway up Heath Road, the lights disappear, and they're there, but they've not come on. You'd think they'd be around checking every day, wouldn't you? But they're not. And I've not seen Richmond's lights on yet, but the ones around town, they're all right. People quite like them, a little bit festive. Can't wait to see the ones in Leicester Square coming on, but they're there, but you can't go into Leicester Square because they're replacing the electricity substation. Nice to have your company. It's nice to have your company this Tuesday. I haven't even looked out the window yet. I've no idea what the weather is this morning, apart from dark. Pitch black out there. Although somewhere in the world, the people who are listening to the programme, there's probably a bit of sunshine out there. Dubai or something like that. But at least it's not raining. Anna, thank you very much indeed. She said, Dear Stevie Baby. That's what my mum calls you. Honestly, at my age, for goodness sake. What can I do about it? Dave's going to get the... I think I'm going to have to buy the Crown. I think I've got a button on my television. It does say Netflix, but I'm assuming it's a subscription thing. You see, the one thing I don't like is subscriptions, because then I'm going to buy it on DVD. It's something like 20 quid a series, and we're up to series 3. So £20, that's like, I'll probably have to give up something. Like, there's only 3 on box set. So, I mean, yeah, so The Crown there, series 1. But it's £20 per thing, isn't it? Oh, there you go. Complete series 1 and 2. That's £54.99. Good God. Is it really? Well, that's a lot of money. Yeah, it says here, The Crown Complete series 1 and 2. And yet down here, series 1 and 2, DVD, £19.99. So that's okay. I think I might just about be able to afford that. I might sort of stretch it out a little bit. But it's so expensive, isn't it? Everybody keeps saying to me, you'll love it. You'll really enjoy it. So I shall have to take your word for it. That could sort of keep us going, couldn't it? Steve says, Roger, the other day we had someone who'd never seen a naked woman before. Now someone that's never smoked a cigarette. Well, so he says. I mean, he might be fibbing. He might be... he's swearing on your nan's life. Yeah, whatever. People always do that, don't they? Go, swear on my nan's life. And you go, well, who is she? I don't know, but got my fingers crossed. Doesn't count. So you've never had a cigarette. Have you ever been drunk? Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it funny? Been drunk, but never had a cigarette. It's funny. I often sort of envy people who've never had a cigarette. Because I used to smoke 60 a day. I mean, I was what they call a heavy smoker. And I was smoking at schools. Matthew says, your show has got the listeners all Christmassy. Well, I like that idea. Steve, if you've got a friend that has Netflix, you can share their account. I haven't got any friends. Put your hand down. No good trying to make your list of friends up to 2. It's not working. Sunny and bright in Muscat, says Paul. I'm halfway through The Crown Series 4. So wait a minute, I'm losing track of this now. So Series 4 is out, then we'll have to wait till that comes out on the DVD. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to push the you've what? You can get it. What? You can get it for an early Christmas. You're not spending that sort of money on me for Christmas, are you? Okay. No, seriously, no, don't spend money on me. That would be ridiculous. That would be. I mean, Anna sent me in. I've got a Brussels sprout mask now. So that's lovely. And also people, and I'm very grateful, because I've only got the dreary old blue masks, mainly because I can't make the other ones work, but I've discovered how I make them work, which is very good. And so I've got some Christmas masks and things like that. Really lovely. And I've got the ones from Sandy's, the fish shop. I wish he'd hurry up and turn his lights on. It's driving me mad. He hasn't turned his lights on yet. This is about the latest he's ever been. He keeps them going till about April. Through next year, which is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I'm having my lunch. Steve. Oh, breakfast. Jacob's cream crackers and pate. The thing is, I'll probably say, see, I like pate, but it's so fattening. Oh, that's nice. That's good, isn't it? Yeah, it suits you. I'll tell you what I do like. No, I don't like. I can't remember. Are these the masks which you've seen, which have got somebody's face on? It's the bottom half of somebody's... And I wasn't sure about that. They look a bit scary. Has O'Brien got one? Has he? Oh, right. I can't imagine him coming. Is there a photo? Oh, right, we've got a photo of it as well. How lovely. It's quite scary. We could share it with you. We can share it with you. Which is, well, I'm not sure whether we're sharing it with you or whether it's just for my edification. I'll carry on. So police have ridiculed suspected crooks who hid their getaway vehicle behind two wheelie bins and cardboard boxes. Ridiculous, isn't it? This is when I was watching this thing. Oh no! So is that his face? Well, how does that work? How is there a company that make them? Oh, a fan made it. Well, a fan's taken his photograph and superimposed it onto a mask. Really? Good Lord above. Well, that is for... Because that means you walk down the road with a big grin on your face. I'm not sure about that. We might have to do a rain check. Has he worn it in the studio then? Proving that you can obviously walk and talk and still sit down and do a programme with your mask on. Good, isn't it? I've not seen you with one on yet, Jake. Where's your one? Where's your mask? 2 seconds. Put it on, just so we consider... we're doing a fashion parade at the moment, just so we know about all these things. Make sure it looks okay. Let's have a look. Okay, that's quite scary. And that's good. Corey's mask is good. Very good. Luke had one. Did Luke have one as well the other day? Very nice. You should please wear your masks. Please wear your masks. Feast of St Hilda of Whitby today, says Donny. Will you be celebrating? I don't know, actually. Probably not. Paul says Netflix usually get the first month free. Watch The Crown in the first month. Cancel the sub before the end of the month and you don't pay any subs. See, I couldn't do that. I'm not that devious. I've just binge watched the whole series 4 of The Crown. Wow. Episode 4 is great. Mrs. Thatcher is BAFTA A-class. Yes. I heard that, actually. And Jackie says, I can't believe you haven't seen it, Steve. It's brilliant. The Netflix basic package is £6 a month, $5.99. So what you're paying for 3 seasons, you get a year's worth of Netflix. There's lots of good stuff on there, including Peaky Blinders. Oh, right. If you're going to spend so much on DVDs, Steve, you could share Netflix with your brother, maybe, just for the festive season. You'll love it. No. I don't want to share with him. I don't want to share. I'm worried that's sort of a bit naughty to start sharing things. But anyway, Kim Jong-un may begin testing nuclear weapons within weeks following Joe Biden's election victory, it's claimed. Reports suggest the North Korean leader wants to lay down a marker with the president-elect. The test will be held around the time Biden is sworn in as president on January the 20th. Oh, I was watching... There's a programme on the television. It's about a man trying to talk like that, all right? And he goes around and he buys all this, military stuff. And he kind of shouts at the same time. And he's like that throughout this whole programme. And he goes and military memorabilia. Yeah, so today I went out and I bought a tank, didn't I? And I've just bought this, and he's got all this kind of stuff. Sometimes I'm amazed myself at the voices. And it's quite an interesting programme. And he goes abroad, and they say, we have a Nazi helmet for sale. And you go, how much is that then? I'll shake your hand on that one. And so he shakes his hand on all this, and he buys all this stuff. And then he sells it on to people. It's a bit like buying antiques, but he's buying memorabilia from the war and stuff like that. And where did he end up? He ended up, and I'm looking at this place, and it's a little house. Now, I've been to the secret bunker down in Essex, but this one is in Yorkshire. And I suddenly realised, I never went. That's where my dad used to work. And it was a secret missile tracking station he said at Hompton, which was the village. Patrington was the name of the missile tracking station, and it's a tourist attraction now. And they have things. They had one of these guns that they fire, and it fires like a rocket out of it. You put it on your shoulder, and I got one of those, and this bloke here, he's done all these explosions like these Hollywood blockbusters, right? And he's got it, and the bloke who obviously runs this missile tracking station wanted it for their exhibition days. And the bloke said, he said, I bought that, and I made a couple of hundred knicker on it. It was another world. Seriously, I don't know what his name is. I can't remember his name or anything. But it's quite an interesting programme. And I thought, wait a minute, my dad worked there. My dad worked at this missile tracking station. They used to track all the Russian missiles and everything else. And it's still there, but I'd never seen it. I'd never seen it. It's a house. It looks like the one in Essex, which was a farmer's little house. And you go in, and then you go down a long, long corridor. And there was that. Everything has been exactly the same as it was from the war. Nothing has changed. And this one, up in Yorkshire, up past Hull, you go past Hull, very near Spurn Point, Spurn Head. And very interesting place to go to. And apparently, he said that the people who come to visit will love it. And you go into this little house. They all look like little houses. The one in Essex, the nuclear bunker there, at Kelvedon, I think. You go in and you go down a long tunnel. We went there when my godson was very young. I think he was he hated it. He was frightened out of his life. I don't know why. It was the kind of thing he shouldn't have been, but he was, unfortunately. Joseph in Bethlehem. There really is somebody called Joseph in Bethlehem. 37 days, 17 hours and 40-something minutes till Christmas. Yeah. It doesn't seem long, does it? It's just literally over the month. Just over the month for Christmas. We will be celebrating. I must bring a little tree in for the studio just to get myself into the Christmas spirit. The Christmas spirit. Thank you very much indeed. So, Swampy facing trial after being hauled from a tree house. His real name's Dan Hooper. Why do they call him Swampy? I can't remember what the reason was. There must be some reason for that. Martin Kemp has admitted he was all shook up. By Elvis, and even wondered if he was gay. He confessed to being obsessed with Presley, the king of rock and roll. Everybody was obsessed. Presley crossed over. It didn't make any difference whether you were a man or a woman. Men were entitled to like Elvis Presley. He was, and it was the music. It was purely the music. It was nothing else apart from the music. Alison Hammond becoming the new queen of ITV after landing a regular role as a main presenter on This Morning. She's now been handed a new chat show. She's getting... it's a podcast. It's not the same at all. Where she'll interview familiar faces such as Emily A. Tack, Joel Dommett... Not him again, honestly. I'm getting bored with Joel Dommett. He's on everything. And Olivia Atwood. Again, a nobody. Whoever that is. Also, what else we got here? Showbiz Christmas. Towie star Gemma Collins. She's not a star. She might be releasing a festive track with Darren Day. God help us all. Music lovers everywhere. Get the cotton wool ready. With the song Showbiz Christmas, he warned, move over the GC and make way for the SG. That's Big Brother contestant Simon Gross is on. I've never even heard of him. Who's he? I love the way they crawl out. But Gemma Collins, no thank you. No thank you very much indeed. I've had quite enough of Gemma Collins. But apparently she'll give up all her money and everything else if she can find somebody to go out with. Well, give up the money, dear, because you ain't going to find anybody. The military guy is Bruce Compton, an ex-para, says John in Colchester. Yeah, get this thing here, get this thing here. Look at this. It's a genuine bit of thing. We've got maps from the World War. You have to watch him. It's quite interesting. Monica says that's the best photo for tourists in Essex. Signpost reading, secret nuclear bunker. I know. There you go. Somebody else has... I knew you'd know these things. He buys war memorabilia. Bruce Compton, the programme is Combat Dealer, says Nathan in Droitwich. You might be our first person from Droitwich. And Richard says Bruce is my old boss. He owns a drainage firm. Does he? A drainage firm. You people get better by the day. 6:15 and a bit. The LBC News this morning for you with Simon. What lockdown? Everybody's going about their normal routine. The roads are as busy as heck. I've not noticed any difference. No, I've not either, really. You would never know. Never know. Somebody says there are loads of great Christmas movies, Steve, on Netflix. And poor old Diane Caffilli, who's a made-up name, he says, great news about the GC's Christmas single. You're obviously not a fan. Otherwise, you would know all this information. I can't help it. It'll sink without trace. Sink without trace. I mean, nobody's going to be putting Gemma Collins into the charts anytime soon. But she still lives in hope, doesn't she? But as I say, she's getting on a bit now as she heads into the 40th year and still can't find anybody. Matt says, cracking up about the military guy impression. Yeah, he talks like that. And now he's got, I didn't know he had a drainage company. But that was good, wasn't it? Also, you can buy a mini Christmas tree with lights and baubles. That's Charlotte. Ooh. That's quite nice, actually. A lot of people telling me about... He's obviously very popular as this Bruce Compton, or failing that, the programme appeals to people who like buying memorabilia from the... And he travels out and he goes to also... I tell you who he is. He was the one who went off to this military memorabilia, like a car boot, and he bought Glenn Miller's uniform. Somebody had Glenn Miller's uniform on sale. He must have had quite a few uniforms, but he bought it. Ian the Skip says, did I see you on the Hampton Court Road yesterday? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I didn't go out yesterday. What was yesterday? Monday. Where did I go? Did I go out? I didn't. Or did I? You can't... What's the matter? Yeah, you can't... No, you can't Google what did Steve do yesterday. I can't remember. I'm now trying to remember if I went out. I don't think I did. I'm pretty... Isn't it awful when you can't remember what you did yesterday? That is really awful. And on the Hampton Court Road... No, did I go to Costco? No, I didn't go to Costco yesterday. I'm now trying to rack my brains. This is ridiculous. Fancy not remembering something like... You would remember. I got in the car. Did I drive the car out? No, I didn't. No, definitely not me. Which means there's a Steve Allen lookalike doing the rounds, which is even more scary. So Cliff's going to be on TV. Load of other famous people as well over the festive season. So logs really will be on the fire. Then there's a story of a drone in the paper. 3 foot from a passenger jet. These people should be prosecuted immediately. Seriously, they should be thrown in prison. Let's not waste any more time with sort of people. They go, we're going to send you to prison, but it's going to be suspended. No. Let's send them to prison and leave them there. These people, I mean, you know, people sending up drones near aircraft. You could bring an aircraft down. And then, only then would they probably send somebody to prison. Meghan had palace press officer help to write private letter to dad, so they said. It's, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Plus, proof we're miles away from ditching petrol. Did you hear the Prime Minister? He wants to go green by 2030. But 84% of councils have no on-street charging points for electric vehicles. Oh, we don't have any. Or do we? Perhaps we might have a few out there. But I have a sneaking feeling, maybe not. Here's a lady called Danielle Richards, looking forward to celebrating the birth of a new baby with a trip to a glamorous Ladies' Day race meeting. I always thought that those glamorous Ladies' Day race meetings were never as glamorous as people wanted to think they were. Anyway, she put on a nice dress, and she set off to enjoy herself with friends and family. But the day of fun turned into a nightmare when she was left with napalm-like burns after a drunken woman... This is Rachel Turner, racially abused her and pushed a baking hot pie into her face. I mean, there's a picture of Rachel Turner. What a piece of disgusting work you are. Miss Richards was waiting in the queue for the toilet, because ladies, unfortunately, at every event have to queue for toilets. Men, you never find a queue for the men, but for the ladies, you've got a queue forever and a day. She was attacked by this piece of scum, Rachel Turner, who had been holding a chicken and mushroom pie. Rachel Turner, apparently grabbed her hand and forced it into her face. She blistered because the fillings in pies are boiling hot. She racially abused her. Miss Richards, who looks very charming and lovely, says, I was trying to scoop it off. I was in a lot of pain. Listen, I know about burns. Believe you me. Anyway, this old bag, this Rachel Turner, has been given a suspended jail sentence. What do you have to do in this country to ruin somebody? Apparently, somebody defending Turner says it's highly regrettable. Yeah, isn't it just? That has left the defendant feeling a great deal of embarrassment and shame. You nasty little piece of work. She's very sorry. I bet you are. I wish you'd gone to prison. I can't believe you can do that to somebody who's going to be left with scars. And this old bag just gets away with it. What system are we operating in this country? Pies are boiling hot. In a statement, Miss Richards says, I distanced myself from family and friends because of my face. I was embarrassed. You know, and then she got... this old bag, Rachel Turner, should have been sent to prison and left to rot there for 5 years. You know, I'm not bothered about, she's a drunk and she's a racist. And I'm sorry, we have to start sorting these things out. Here's this drone. 3 feet... of colliding with an EasyJet airliner. The Airbus A320 was 8,000 feet over Greater Manchester, 20 times the legal height for drone flights. They go 8,000 feet. This is the joint closest near miss. The blue drone, about 20 inches across, estimated to weigh 10 kilos, passed the cockpit window. I mean, there was a serious risk of collision. I mean, those caught flouting the CAA rules get a fine of up to £1,000 or even jail. I mean, you're supposed to fly below 400 feet, and if they're a certain weight, you can't fly them at all anywhere near. What sort of stupid, thick person would go out there near an airport and fly a drone up to this? Pilots report 2 near misses a week, 400 incidents in the past 5 years. Because if ever they sell them on the television, these drones, and they sell them on Ideal World and things like that, they say, and this one is okay because it doesn't go this high, it will only go there. But you're not supposed to fly them near airports at all. The rogue drone operator was never caught. Well, somebody must know who it is, because these people generally brag about, yeah, I took it up and it was the same height. Yeah. Definitely have to get them, throw them in prison. What with that and that drunken old bag who pushed a pie into somebody's face and racially abused her. Dreadful. I mean, absolutely appalling. But that's drunks, isn't it, really, nowadays? Bill Murray's Scrooged, Steve, is simply the best Christmas film ever. Yeah, I mean, it's a good film at the end. They all everybody's, very happy. Garson's and Isha says, Rob, is it good? I work around there, but I've never been. Well, you must go. It's quite big. They're having lots of building work done there, so it's a bit higgledy-piggledy, but it's okay. Donnie says, were you a fan of All Gas and Gators? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Definitely, from a long time ago. And then Suzanne says, have you seen that Eric Hall died? You need to listen to this programme all the way through. We've already done this. We did it. I don't want any excuses going, I've only just joined the programme. We're here from 4, OK? Either bring a note from your parents, or do not write and then say, have you heard Eric Hall's dead? He was 73. Steve, you'd make a very good magistrate. Oh, I'd be a hang 'em and flog 'em person, I'm afraid. No, none of this suspended sentence. Suspended sentence. I'm sorry, you've caused burns to somebody. If it was self-inflicted, I could understand it. No, you go to prison. And you can blooming well stay there, as far as I'm concerned. I think we'll have to build more prisons. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. We've done it twice, Suzanne. OK, wake up. Clean your ears out, and then you better hear properly. Listen, we've got to take a short break. Why? Because it's the news. Because it's 6:30. Steve, we need to build more prisons. Well, to be honest with you, I think that's definitely the best thing to do. I hate it, Steve, when they start packing your bags in the supermarket. Where are you going that they pack your bags? I mean, it's only in Iceland, in Twickenham, they've only recently started opening the bag. Because, I don't know about you, but they give you the bag and you can't open the blooming thing. It's terrible. You open the bag. I mean, they give you the bag. Luckily, they open it. There was a woman in Waitrose the other day and she didn't open the bag. And so I said, because I'm quite sulky, believe it or not, I said, don't worry, I'll open the bag myself. Because otherwise, they sort of put the stuff over the little magic eye so fast. And I like to have a competition. Can I pack the bag quicker than she can move the stuff over there? And she didn't even push it down to me. She just sort of left it there. She's obviously a bit bored with her job. She always looks a bit miserable. But, we haven't had people packing bags for ages. I told somebody off once in M&S because she put all the sort of the soft squidgy stuff at the bottom, and I'd say, stop it. Look, you've just crushed this. And they went, oh. Not very clever at all. Not very clever. Definitely the criminal element, right. Well, the shoplifting has gone up, hasn't it? Shoplifting's definitely gone up. And so that's it. Steve, I've got a mate that has a drone. His has been height tested and then recorded. The record was 33,000 feet. Well, I know that Sky have got a big... I saw the Sky one, and it literally... this thing is huge. Absolutely enormous, and they use it for taking pictures. A lot of estate agents use them now to take a picture of a property. If you look at a lot of the pictures of property in country life, they've sent a drone up. Because I used to wonder, how on earth have they taken that? They can't be standing on a ladder. And the answer is no, they weren't. They sent a drone up with a camera. I've got a drone that takes pictures, and the camera moves. So you send it up, take a picture, it transmits it back to your laptop. What? All right, it's terribly clever and cheap. £100. 100 quid, and the camera moves. You can make the camera move up and down, left to right. Very good camera. Yeah, HD. And it was 100 quid. It's got 4 sort of rotating blades on it. And you could take pictures of your property. Mind you, I've seen my own property on, is it Google Earth? Because it's so funny, because the picture they were running on Google Earth, I used to have a red car, and I could see my car straight away, because nobody buys red cars now. They're not as good, actually. But no, you can get some really good drones, and very cheap. I've got the ones which I gave away to the boys ages ago. They were just little cheap things, and you just hold it, your hand monitors how it flies, but it certainly wouldn't go anywhere near aeroplanes, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. But packing bags, I didn't know that supermarkets pack bags anymore. I thought they just gave you the bag and then you sort of put it in. M&S and Co-op in our village in Kent pack for us, really. Well, that'll be finishing soon, because they're doing them all automatic tills. Cutting back. You don't need people. You have people who stand there to help people. Because I did mine in Waitrose yesterday, and every time I put something out, it went beep, 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 and stopped. So somebody has to come out. 10 times she came over. 10 times. I said quite clearly. And then the woman next to me, her till started doing the same. Beep, beep, beep. And so you have to get it, and they have to put a little magnet onto it. Oh, it was terrible. Absolutely terrible. CCC, believe me, if you wait, you'll be lucky and find the Crown series in a charity shop, says Connie. Do you know, you're quite right, but I'm not even sure that people sell DVDs in charity shops anymore. Do people... I mean, I've got videos. I've got hundreds and hundreds of videos. I've got the complete ITC set. ITC made all of these early Thunderbirds programmes. I've got Thunderbirds, Supercar. I've got everything. They sent me the entire collection about 40 years ago. The entire collection of everything. So I've got all of the early Thunderbirds. They brought it all out on video. And now, in my spare bedroom, every bit of space is taken up by these videos, which is amazing. And I do have a video player, but it's not connected up, because I use DVDs now. But I've got a double video player. Chris says, working Christmas Day? Always work Christmas Day. Always. I can't think of anything that I would not want to do. And in fact, it times in quite nicely, because I can go and have food, and then I nip back home, and then I pop in the next morning and do another show, and then pop out elsewhere and go and get my... Although this year is going to be a bit of driving. Let me tell you, a little bit of driving. Steve, ghastly how that woman suffered horrific burns from that scalding hot pie. It is absolutely awful. I don't want to offer anybody advice on what to do if you do get burnt or scalded. I think what you have to do is, if you do get burnt or scalded, you take yourself down to hospital, accident and emergency. Quite definitely. And I went down there, and I remember, because I showed it, we had somebody who worked on the programme, and he was... he did, I think it was Thomas, actually. I'm sure it was Thomas. And he said, you need to go to hospital. Because I showed it to him, because it didn't hurt to start with. Then it started blistering. They said, you need to go to hospital. So I went to the hospital at Teddington, this was on a Sunday morning. And I go into to A&E, the sort of bit, where you sit down and queue. And I looked there was about 20 people in there. And so I said, can I see a doctor? And so she said, yeah, what's it to do with? I said, burns. And I lifted up and she went, I'll get you a doctor. And I was seen within 2 minutes. And I went in, and they went, oh my goodness, I had to explain. In fact, you could still see now, if ever you've been to any of my shows, you'll know that I'm burnt. And they sort of dressed it. They said, you need to go to proper burns unit. We'll sort of dress it. They took photographs of it. I thought, how exciting. I was feeling quite pleased with myself, sort of. And I thought, I was a bad advert for a halogen oven. And so she said, no, you need to go now. And so I then went all the way down to the Kensington and Chelsea Hospital, where they've got a specialist burns unit. And they went, oh, crikey. And I did the whole show. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I did the whole show. Yes. I didn't just go down there. I finished doing the show, then I went off. Yeah. No. Well, I don't remember it hurting at the time. I'm not too sure. But no, so I did it, and that's what they deal with. They deal with a lot of people. And then they said, you're going to need some surgery on this. So we did a few weeks of sort of, covering it with cream. Actually, surprisingly, it's It's that Manuka cream, Manuka honey cream. And they give you a little tube of it, and you put that on, and then there was bandages over the top of it, and everything else. And then they had a look at my legs, and then they had a look at my stomach, and all the rest of it. I've had skin grafting, yes. I've got the skins from my leg, which you're not seeing, no matter how much you ask. It looks like a parking space, to be honest with you. It's on my leg there. It's on my leg there. You can't see it unless I take my trousers off, which I have no intention of doing this morning, and even as money changes hands. And so they I don't know why they chose there. I suppose you can take it, and they put it there. That's where it is. So it's underneath my arm, but this arm you can see the bit, and it never sort of grows back again. Do I have leg hair on my arm? No, because I don't grow hair on my legs. Look, well, as far as look, I mean, I don't. What do you think? I shave my arm. Dale had to do that when he had a facelift. They stretch the skin behind your ears, so he had to start shaving behind his ears, which is a slight problem. Which you get. My auntie Enid had the same problem. You know, I mean, she was shaving parts of her body she didn't even know existed after she had that sort of cheap facelift. I forget where she was. She went, I think, just went to the end of the road, and some bloke said he'd do it for her. So, and she seemed fairly happy with it. But no, she was shaving all over the place, and it was a nightmare taking her on holiday. We spent the entire holiday covering her in Veet. It was the only way, you know. Otherwise, she couldn't go anywhere near the swimming pool. People would go, "Mummy, mummy, mummy, there's an abominable snowman." No, it's only Auntie Enid. She's fine with it. How you may get your jab from a charity worker. St John Ambulance are offering to teach those who are not first aiders how to administer injections. No, thank you. I'm sure they're absolutely marvellous and wonderful, but I would rather sort of go. Here we go. Here's the stupidest couple in the world, the thickos. We've had some thick people on the programme this morning, but these ones I'll tell you about in a moment. What did they do that was so stupid they could have been killed? They're that stupid. Morning 10 to 7. Oh, bad news in the Sun this morning. Christmas lockdown fears as Hancock warns England shutdown could be extended beyond December the 2nd, so there could be no driving home for Christmas. That'll be a bit miserable, won't it? Not very good. Not very good at all. So you'll find out more on that. I'm hoping it's going to be okay. But here they are, the stupidest couple in the entire world, thick as bricks. What are they doing? They're in Richmond Park. Guess what they're doing in Richmond Park? They're attempting to feed deer during the rutting season. They've got to be the stupidest people you've ever seen in your entire life, despite the fact there are notices up there, do not go anywhere near. These things have got horns. They can spike you. You can go down like a sack of potatoes. Also, parents endangering children by feeding the deer by hand. I mean, these people are unbelievably thick. So here they are, and this couple, they've printed a picture of him because he's so stupid. And this deer has lowered its head. It's got antlers on which could pierce his body easily. You don't go anywhere near them. But if you're really thick, like this couple, I mean, you can't believe the mentality, can you? It is absolutely unbelievable. And they were ignoring the warnings. And what they've said now, in Richmond, I mean, God knows what they can do more. They've said, stay away from the wildlife. They'll stay away from you. Don't start walking towards them, because somebody's going to be killed. It's as simple as that. I mean, there was some bloke last month, another thicko, spotted feeding bread to a stag. You know, the royal parks have said we condemn this sort of behaviour. These people are stupid. I mean, honestly, how dim do you have to be? You don't go any closer than 50 metres. I mean, apart from the fact they're also not even wearing masks, not even socially distancing. But these animals will attack. It's as simple as that. It's rutting season. So, thick bloke in the Daily Mail today, you are the stupidest person, and you get the award from the Steve Allen programme for being so stupid you shouldn't be allowed out by yourself. Busy delivering mattresses and pillows to the nation today. I'm fascinated by all these deliveries of mattresses. Every time I turn on the television, there's mattresses, you know, being delivered. They say, and you can test it for 60 days. If you don't like it, we'll come and collect it, or you send it back to us or something. Have you ever tried wrapping one of these things back up again? Once you've unwrapped one of these mattresses, you've got a hell of a job getting it out. I mean, 60 days, they say. You can have it for 60 days. How many 60 days? 1, isn't it? 1. Twice? No, only once. So you have it for so you buy it, take it home. Within the 60 days, if you don't like it, you can send it back to them. Well, you could probably try it, but I should imagine once your name goes on the list that you've had a mattress, I don't think they'll be sending you another one because your name will... No. Well, I mean, you could obviously cheat the system, I should imagine. I used to know somebody who worked for one of the national newspapers. I'm assuming you have first-hand experience of this. But there was a girl who used to work in the prize department of a national newspaper. She said, and we were constantly getting people saying, oh, my prize has never arrived. So you'd send out another one. She said, and it was just people who were cheating the system. It never arrived. And you think, yes, it did, you lying old baggage. You're just trying to get two. And they did, but not anymore. 84850. And this one says, I've got Flash Gordon and the Phantom Menace on DVD. Flash Gordon was good, actually. That was very good. I found that very acceptable as movies go. Also, the Megans. I'm bored with Meghan, and I don't care. I really don't care anymore. I'm really not interested. I'm more interested in the flooding that's on the way, and elbow bumping under the mistletoe. You won't be able to do kissy kissy. I thought people liked kissy kissy, but not if they look like poor old Peter Andre. Can you put this on for us, Peter? Yeah, I'm a singer. Yes, we know, dear. Okay, and do you have a hit single? I did. So you've got an elbow bump under the mistletoe. Jonathan Briggs is an expert. He says that air kissing is okay. He said there's a real problem with household restrictions with the usual kissing tradition. He runs the Mistletoe Matters Consultancy. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I certainly haven't. He said one of the biggest problems is that people kiss under it, and it's like you can't kiss someone under it from outside your bubble. And the whole point of it is you kiss someone under it from outside the family. Well, the whole idea is it's pulling. That's what it is. It's pulling. You have somebody in the office and you go, hi, I've got some mistletoe. Want a snog? And then people go, all right. And, because there's been no Christmas parties this year. No Christmas parties. At all. You'll have to sort of have your own Christmas party celebrating by yourself. There won't be any of this sort of thing, but that's the whole idea. You take... I used to keep a bit of mistletoe in the pocket, you go to the party and... oh, hello, mistletoe! And then the next minute they disappeared. You could see sort of, chalk marks in the ground where they'd run. But you used to get it over the door, didn't you? It's still very popular, mistletoe, but I don't think... If it's not somebody you can't kiss them. I should be disproving that theory this year, I've decided. I'm definitely going for the snogging. I'm definitely going for that. It won't happen, I know, but somebody says, do you think it'll be a white Christmas? No, I don't. We haven't had a white Christmas for a long, long time. Long time. We haven't had a white Christmas. There's another book from Shane Ritchie, which is coming out, because he's been bad with money. Very bad with money over the years. As indeed it is easy to do. I used to say to Dale, you need to sort of say, he used to like, spending money on things which he didn't actually need. He didn't need a lot of the stuff, but he'd sort of see it and think, I had to have it. And so he'd sort of buy it. And I said, listen, pay the mortgage off. You've been in debt before. Because at one point in his career, when he didn't have any work, he was about £30,000 in debt. And that was a bit difficult. And then he got, I think, pets. What did he get? It was some program about pets, not Pets Win Prizes, but it was another one of those sort of things. Roger says, air kissing, keeping a 2-metre distance can look and feel a bit naff. It is, but that's the whole idea. Is you give somebody a hug when you sort of feel some sort of affection for them. That's what I do anyway, whether they want it or not. I could be filling the car up in a filling station. Hello. Mistletoe. As the petrol drips everywhere. I love the smell of petrol. I can't begin to tell you how much I love the smell of petrol. It's not good, is it, really? The Prime Minister, who's self-isolating, said he can still lead from the front.